All right. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to Board of Administration open session. Could I please have roll call?
Teresa Taylor,
Here.
David Miller,
Here.
Malia Cohen, Michael DeToy, Nicole Griffith for Monica Erickson. Good morning. Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Present.
Lisa Middleton.
Present.
Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Kevin Palke.
Good morning.
Ramon Rubalcava.
Present.
Yvonne Walker.
Here.
Melissa Willett.
Here.
Dr. Gail Willis.
Excused, and let the record reflect that the controller is also excused. With that, we will move into closed session. Agenda item, the executive officer's briefing. So so I need to excuse everybody, and this session is adjourned for right now. to adjourn the open, Not yet? We're not ready? Damn it. Now we are, okay. Welcome back to open session. I'm gonna adjourn the open session of the Board of Administration. We are then going to be moving into the Investment Committee meeting. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. You guys don't have to leave. How long is that gonna take? Okay, and we're gonna change, so. All right, so we,
Call to order this meeting of the Investment Committee, and we'll start with a roll call.
David Miller.
I'm here.
Melissa Willett. Here. Malia Cohen. Michael DeToy. Here. Nicole Griffith for Monica Erickson. Here. Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma. Present. Lisa Middleton. Present. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Kevin Palkey.
Good morning.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Present.
Teresa Taylor.
here.
Yvonne Walker.
Here.
Dr. Gail Willis.
Okay, thank you. First order of business today is our executive report. Stephen.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to start by making an introduction. We are joined by Marsha Canio. Marsha, could you stand up? So Marsha has recently joined us from the 1st of October as our Managing Investment Director for Private Debt. She comes to us from PGGM in the Netherlands. So really happy to have her with us. Thanks, Marsha. I also yes.
Welcome.
And you'll be hearing from Marsha later. I also wanted to acknowledge a couple of initiatives that we've undertaken within the Investment Office. We have a series of investment associates. Now, these associates are people who come to work with us part-time. They are sort of doing their undergraduate degrees, and we have around 7 to 10 of those, typically from local universities. We also have been sponsoring a fellowship with Stanford University, and these are graduates who are with us for a 12-month period. and it's really about something that's mutually beneficial. So it's about developing a diverse talent pipeline for ourselves, early career folks, and also it's a really excellent way of contributing to the business in terms of the initiatives that the team members can undertake. Now, quite a few of these people are actually in the audience today, and I'm not going to name them all because there are quite a few of them, and they all have various managers and sponsors. And I'm going to ask all the people who are part of the Investment Associate Program or the Stanford Fellows and their respective hosts to stand up, just so that the board and the audience can see them. And thanks. So it's a great team of people. So thank you for that. So turning to today's agenda, we have one action item, which is the, I guess, second and final reading of the Asset Liability Management Review. This is where we're recommending the adoption of a total portfolio approach. And of course, we had the first reading back in September. We also have a number of information items. So we have our regular quarterly update on the portfolio and the economic outlook. We have the total fund portfolio management annual review. We also have the sustainable investment review. That also comes with quite a few other activities. So we have responsible contractor policy. We're also looking at diversity investment in California, and so on. So that will be a fairly, I guess, involved discussion. So looking forward to that. And Wilshire has a report on the divestment program. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any requests from the board to speak on this item. And I know I've got a long list of guests who've come to speak in the public comments. And so I want to take them now for agenda item number 2. And because we've got so many and we've got a big agenda today, and I don't want to hold people up, I'm going to ask that we do 1 minute and to do your best to not repeat kind of verbatim what the other commenters have said. And I'll just start calling you up by name, and you'll come down here to the front. We'll have a couple microphones that we can make live. So these first 2 seats or so off to my left down here is where you'll be speaking from. When you start to speak, the time clock will go. You'll see it in front of you, and you'll be able to track where you are in terms of time. And that will start when you introduce yourself and start speaking. So the first few people I'll call down is Sarah Thies and Preston Ruby, followed by Lisa Oliver and Brian Lee. So come on down if you're in the house. Okay, welcome.
Good morning, esteemed board members, and thank you again for my wonderful retirement. I'm a CalPERS retiree and a member of FFCA, Sarah Thies. So I'm going to talk about attachment 2. Whoops, it's going fast here. Anyway, basically I'm questioning using carbon intensity as a measurement of success. Among other things, current emission reporting is almost always complete because of incomplete data on scope 3, and economic indicators have a big impact on the number of variables that can lead to apparent changes in carbon intensity that have nothing to do with environmental performance. Is my time up? No, okay, sorry, okay. Anyway, like you can, if the price of oil goes up and down and tech stops go up, that's going to change carbon intensity. I have a lot more to say, but I don't have the time to say it. Anyway, I really hope that you'll think about that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And we also, if you have anything in writing you want to submit to us, anyone, be sure. And no need to thank us for your retirement. You earned it.
Thank you so much. Thanks. I will turn in my comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Preston Rudy. I'm a retiree from the California State University system. Thank you for your service. And my first comment is my interactions with the staff at CalPERS have been exemplary. I've gotten good answers from them. They're wonderful employees. I'm here to encourage you to actually represent the membership and take your responsibility as leaders to do what the state of California has said it wants to do, which is to go carbon-free and fossil fuel-free. There are many other retirement systems that have divested from fossil fuel, and you need to take leadership in this because California is a leader in that issue and has been for many years. Don't let yourself be fooled by the fossil fuel industry, which has billions of dollars to characterize what is going on with climate change and fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should I go next?
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
My name is Lisa Oliver. I'm a retired California public school science teacher and a mother of two and a climate-concerned citizen. The fossil fuel industry has been a bad actor in our national energy and environmental policy and politics. They have bought the Republican Party and twice influenced the election of a baby drill president, all the while ignoring the IPCC climate warning, reduce carbon emissions by half by 2030 or suffer climate catastrophe. The U.S. is now the largest fossil fuel producer in the world, and emissions continue to rise. We will overshoot the Paris Agreement of 1.5 degrees Celsius in our track for 2.8 degrees of warming. Climate catastrophe is breaking out all over. To invest in a company and industry is to send a vote of confidence in their decisions. This makes no sense considering the threat to our planet. The energy of the future will come from clean sources. So consider divestment for the sake of our children.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Brian Lee. I am a retiree with CalPERS. I have 5 grandchildren. I have asthma. Growing up in San Francisco on a street with 3 bus lines. So I'm 70 years old. I've watched the deterioration of our planet because of fossil fuels, and I believe it is an existential threat. So my request is please stop enabling them for the sake of my grandchildren and for all of us.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Eric Paredes, Mark Tavianini, followed by Megan Elsey and Linda Hayward. So come on down. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. My name is Eric Paredes, and I have the privilege of serving as Legislative Director with the California Faculty Association. CFA is the largest higher education union in the country, representing 29,000 faculty members who work in the California State University system. CFA proudly centers anti-racism and social justice in our pursuit of an equitable education for all students in California. And we are committed to fighting forces of institutional racism and promoting anti-racism and social justice principles and practices. CFA urges CalPERS to fully divest from fossil fuel companies by selling their current investments and refraining from making new investments in fossil fuel companies. Climate change is an issue of environmental justice, disproportionately impacting indigenous communities, communities of color, and low-income communities due to historical oppression, inequity of power, and lack of access to resources for prevention and relief. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Tavianini. I am a CalPERS member. And in my nearly 29 years with the California Air Resources Board, I endeavored to do what I could to fight air pollution and reduce the use of fossil fuels. So I'm understandably outraged at what's going on with the so-called EPA doing what they're doing to undermine my work. Now I find I'm also incensed that many of my pension dollars are coming from investments in companies that have sought to undermine the irrefutable evidence that the burning of fossil fuels has and does fuel climate change. These investments have become demonstrably more and more risky, especially as renewable energy has become equally or less expensive than fossil fuels. So I ask you to consider if investing in fossil fuels is a good way to provide responsible and efficient stewardship of the system, which is one of the guiding principles in your mission statement. Another one of your principles is to promote wellness and retirement security for members and beneficiaries. Neither of these goals is served by continuing to support companies whose products are making us less and less secure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Megan Elsey. I'm a CalPERS member and a member of 350 Sacramento, a climate justice organization. My shirt says, you can see it, "Your mom is too hot." So investing in fossil fuels is a bad investment. It's bad monetarily because we are transitioning, as Mark said, to a fossil-free economy, and it's bad morally. Investing in fossil fuels is immoral. I would say it's akin to investing in slavery in the 19th century. For example, in the LA fires, which were this year, the LA fires cost $250 billion in damages and untold chaos to families. Also, investing in biofuels is not a solution. Biofuels are not sustainable because of land use problems and the cost of farm equipment and process and transportation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Linda Hayward, a beneficiary of CalPERS pension of my late husband. We're here to urge you to reconsider your investments in fossil fuels, which perpetuate all the problems you've heard about. For a moment, I'd like you to mentally take yourself out of the committee room and zoom out, way out to our entire history on this planet. The age of fossil fuels, which has taken up a tiny fraction of that history, has brought us unprecedented prosperity and comfort. But now it threatens to permanently alter or even shorten our time here. In other words, it no longer serves us, and it has to end. The time to invest in the next phase of our history is now, that of clean, abundant, renewable energy from the sun and the wind. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speakers will be Deborah Sylvie, Quinn Ide, Trinity Smith, and Sheila Thorne. Come on, work your way down.
Good morning. I'm Deborah Sylvie, a grateful CalPERS recipient and co-founder of Fossil Free California. I first came to this body in September of 2013 to support the new sustainability initiative you were instituting. Sadly, after 12 years, we've really seen no progress, not real progress on sustainability or on climate solutions since then. Fossil fuels are still the major culprit in the climate crisis, and the industry is digging for even more. Unfortunately, your climate solutions plan fails again to take the major step needed to address climate solutions, excluding fossil fuels from your investments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Quinn Ide, and I'm the Executive Director at Fossil Free California. Deborah here was one of the founding members of Fossil Free California over a decade ago, as you heard. And it feels like every year that I sit here, every year that we sit here, the urgency rises. I think one of the latest statistics that really shook me was that the fossil fuel industry spends $115 billion annually on lobbying against climate change. If you're intending to build climate solutions using your fund, I'd strongly encourage you to consider how the money the fossil fuel industry is making is being used to stop those very solutions that you're fighting for. The only way to stop the fossil fuel industry is to stop funding them, to stop backing them, and to stop giving them political license to operate. I urge you to stop investing in fossil fuels and to take them entirely out of your climate solutions portfolio.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Trinity Smith. I'm a CalPERS beneficiary, a current state worker, and a member and steward with SEIU Local 1000. I'm here today in my personal capacity to ask that you publicly commit to divesting our investments from fossil fuel corporations in order to improve investment performance while also protecting the health and well-being of all CalPERS beneficiaries and Californians. In my work, I help the state to try to protect and prevent Californians from becoming sick and unwell from climate events that are happening here and now. And I know the key to preventing the worst health outcomes for all of us is to end our reliance on fossil fuel industries and corporations. I also know, as someone whose ability to retire in the future is tied to CalPERS investment performance. And I know that CalPERS fossil fuel investments are risky and are holding back our pension fund.
Thank you.
My name is Sheila Thorne. I'm a retired member of California Faculty Association. I want to make 2 points. First, the fossil fuel industry has lied about its commitments to the energy transition. New research in the journal Nature reveals that the biggest oil and gas companies contribute less than 1.5% to global renewable energy. Shell has abandoned its wind energy commitments totally, and Exxon, Chevron, ConocoPhillips, and Occidental have no actually operating renewable assets, according to the most recent research. Secondly, the fossil fuel industry is fundamentally anti-democratic. It spent $445
Ali Callahan and David Malitzer. And then we'll have one phone caller after they, oh, 2 phone callers, okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be brief because I can't really improve on all the wonderful comments that have already been made. I'm a CalPERS member. I've retired from the California Department of Public Health. And I just want to say I can use my, you may notice that everybody here is an older person. All the young people are at work, are in school, and they will be bearing the brunt of whatever decisions that we make here today. And to speak for their interests, I'm able to use my time today to do that. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Anne Rothschild. I'm a retired instructor from the Community College District, and I've been working with Trinity Cathedrals, Episcopal Cathedrals, environmental group for many years, and I'm appalled that your climate action plan includes investments in fossil fuels. You work in this elegantly richly appointed building, which is LEED certified, you don't need this dirty industry in your portfolio. Profits are one thing, but our health and the health of our planet are more important. I want to leave a healthy planet to my children and my grandchildren, so I appeal to you as a grandmother to please consider divesting from fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sally Callaghan, PERS retiree. As lamenters, we mourn the man-made devastation of our world. We physically embody the grief of lost habitat and life. We hope to bypass your social and corporate protections in so doing. I have seen the damage that the oil's done. Gone, gone, the damage done. In the story of Heidi, a young girl goes to live with her aging grandfather. He asks her to pick strawberries in the mountains and bring them back to him. Mistakenly, Heidi calculates that she will please her grandfather more by bringing him money that she can earn from selling her strawberries, and so she does. In response, Heidi's grandfather angrily instructs her to put the coin in her mouth. He has her compare the coin's metallic bitterness to the sweetness, the juice, the texture, the sweet, and the entire ripeness of a good strawberry. In a future variation of this story, your own and my future offspring will be the grandfathers. And the strawberries will be limited clean water, famine, and massive population displacement per worldwide climate and environmental disruption. I've seen the damage your decisions done. Gone, gone, decisions done. Gone, gone. Please consider how you can make a positive future for our offspring. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is David Meltzer here? Oh. Either of those in front of you, sir. Yeah, any of those will do.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm a former state employee. I'm a CalPERS member. First, I would like to recognize CalPERS for embracing some of the material that was in the lobby about its role to influence and use integrity in what it does, in its investment for life, for building a secure tomorrow, and its participation in the development of principles for responsible investment back in 2006. I think that's remarkable, and I would like to see some evidence that that's what you're using to drive decisions about how you invest church funds. And we're caught right now when there's a crisis in value and morality in this country. And we need our institutions to step forward. And if they're talking about a moral framework, to apply that moral framework in its actions and not invest in dirty industries, because that's going to kill us all. And it's already doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I now believe we have at least 2 callers on the phone. 3 now. Okay. We'll go ahead and go to our callers.
Yes, Chair Miller, we have Britt Higgins with SEIU 100 here to speak with item 2.
Go ahead, caller.
Employee. Hi, good morning. Yes, my name is Britt Higgins. I'm a public health professional, current state employee, member of SEIU 1000 and CalPERS beneficiaries. I'm calling to urge the CalPERS board to eliminate fossil fuels from the Climate Action Fund and to totally divest our pension funds from fossil fuel companies. Fossil fuels are driving the climate crisis and harming our health and communities now. In addition to bankrolling the climate crisis, CalPERS investments in fossil fuels are risky. Despite once being a primary driver of index returns and economic growth, the fossil fuel sector posted negative returns in 2023. Many other pension funds across the country and globally have recognized the risk of fossil fuel investments and have divested. Please protect the pension security of our current workers and our futures from fossil fuel risk by excluding fossil fuels from the Climate Action Fund and all CalPERS investments. Thank you.
Thank you. We have our next caller.
Yes, we have Robert Pierce with SEIU 1000. Robert, you are now live and can give your comment.
Hi, my name is Robin Pierce. I am an SEIU Local 1000 member and current staff at the California Department of Public Health. And I am calling to urge the CalPERS board to let go of those fossil fuel investment funds and join the many other pension funds across our country that have already recognized the risk of fossil fuel investments and divested. In case you want some facts, globally, 1,667 pension funds with assets of about $40 trillion have made commitments to divest fossil fuels already. These commitments have been made by the state of Maine, the York City Employees Retirement Systems, New York City Teachers Retirement System, New York City Board of Education, District of Columbia Board, City of Chicago Pensions, Baltimore Pensions, Pittsburgh, San Diego, and the Los Angeles Retirement System, and the San Mateo County Fund. It's time for California to step forward and be able to make that same commitment and really show the way that our state can lead the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have any more phone callers? Okay, any more public
Yes,
comments?
one more call, Chair Miller.
One more call? Okay.
We have Erica Forsley here to speak on item 2. Erica, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. My name's Erica Forsley. I am a state employee and CalPERS beneficiary. I urge CalPERS to take our funds out of fossil fuel companies. We know that fossil fuel companies accelerate climate change. Fossil fuel companies know that they accelerate climate change. I'm a health educator on the health and equity impacts of climate change. We can put our money where our mouth is by divesting in fossil fuels. The pension fund has over $27.9 billion invested in fossil fuel companies, more than any pension fund in the country. The state of California is suing 5 fossil fuel companies for misleading the public about climate change, and CalPERS invests our pensions in all 5 of them. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. Is that it for our callers on the phone? Okay, I have 2 more in-person commenters. Megan Shumway and Jeremy Smith, if you would come on down.
Good morning. I'm Megan Shumway. I'm a PERS retired public health nurse. And I also have asthma and very nearly died last year of pneumonia. I currently work with Climate Action California's energy team, and we have investigated sustainable fuels pretty extensively. It costs more to produce energy from soybeans or algae, and it also releases more pollutants and carbon into the atmosphere than if you had mined and burned fossil fuels in the first place. In other words, these types of so-called sustainable fuels are just basically greenwashing. I don't want them to be in my portfolio or the CalPERS portfolio. And I think that you should take very close consideration of what people are trying to sell you on and get other sources of information other than from the fossil fuel industry, because they will greenwash you every time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jeremy Smith. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, I will bring you back for 6E. I've got Dan Fuchs for item 2. Okay.
Which microphone do I use? Am I here? Good morning. My name is Dan Fuchs. I'm here as a member of the board of Fossil Free California, a California resident, and an employee of the state of California. I'm here to comment on the CalPERS Sustainable Investment Annual Program Review. I note that this agenda item is reported to, quote, support the CalPERS strategic plan goals to strengthen the long-term sustainability of the pension fund and cultivate risk-intelligent decisions. Unfortunately, without divestment from fossil fuels, these so-called Sustainable Investment Program goals can do none of these things. Shareowner action and engagement are listed as two elements of this program. Not only are these elements not proven to work, they are actually proven not to work. Moreover, a target of net zero by 2050 is simply too weak. With each year announced as the new record hottest year and global targets slipping farther and farther away, California needs to be much more ambitious. Failing to take better, concrete steps today sentences our children to a future of worse wildfires, wilder swings of drought and flood, and a much more uncertain financial picture. The time for urgent action has long passed. We are now facing an emergency. People around the world look to California, the world's fourth largest economy, for direction. We're letting them down as we engage in a sustainable investments program that includes fossil fuel stocks. Calling it engagement doesn't change the fact that we are continuing to invest in obsolete technologies at the cost of our returns. And these very same fossil fuel companies are working to weaken American democracy. Please consider revising the Sustainable Investments Program to be much stronger and more effective. The world is looking to California to lead. Let's not let them down.
Thank you. We do have another caller on the phone for item 2.
Yes, Chair Miller, we have Lizzie Corcoran here to speak to item 2. Lizzie, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Thank you so much, and thank you for allowing me to call in with public comment. My name is Lizzie Corcoran. I'm an SEIU Local 1000 union member and a current state worker for the Department of Public Health. I'm joining some people in the room and my colleagues here today to call in and urge the committee to divest completely from fossil fuel companies. Fossil fuels, I would like to point out, there are 5 fossil fuel companies in California that the state of California is suing for misleading the public about climate change. And as a future beneficiary of CalPERS and a current state worker, I think it's essential to notice this cognitive dissonance, that we are investing in these companies, that we are also suing for the harms against Californians, and we must divest from all of these fossil fuel companies. I understand there is sustainability program that invests in climate solutions. However, there is no possibility for a fossil fuel company to be a part of the climate solution, since they are one of the biggest drivers of climate change. I also want to point out what my other colleagues have pointed out, that fossil fuel investments are risky. We, as Californians, take pride in leading the country in climate solutions, and as a part of the Department of Public Health, we work actively against climate change every day. So we need to join other pension funds across the country in divesting from fossil fuels and continue to uphold and advance that leadership. And mostly, I think we need to think about the future, not just as in terms of fiduciary responsibility for CalPERS members, but for a breathable, livable California. And to that end, once again, thank you for taking the time to listen to me, and I urge the committee to divest from fossil fuels.
Thank you. Does that conclude our calls? Any more requests to speak in person? Okay, I think that covers it for item 2 and the public comment. So we'll move on to item 3. Our action consent items. I do have a request to pull item 4I.
Information consent is 4I action.
information. Oh, okay, yeah. Move approval.
Second.
Okay, moved by Pacheco, seconded by Taylor. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. So on to. Oh, for this one. Okay, well, we have, yes, we have quite a long list of folks that want to speak on this particular item, item 3A. And so we'll continue with public comment now for item 3A. And I'll call you up to the front. Again, we'll stay with 1 minute, and we'll have Susan McCarthy, Edward Hasbrook, followed by Ruth Radetsky, Nathan Sands, and Mary Jo Walker. And the clock will start whenever you begin.
I'm Susan McCarthy. I live in San Francisco. I'm a CalPERS beneficiary. I'm here to ask that CalSTRS divest from Tesla stock. This is an item that we expected to be on the agenda today, but is not, which is why we're commenting now. I ask that CalPERS divest from Tesla because of the partisan political activities of its bizarre CEO are making the company an unusually risky investment and hurting California's environmental goals. I'd specifically like to talk about a recent working paper put out by the National Bureau of Economic Research. They looked at how Musk's polarizing and partisan actions affected Tesla sales in the US from October 22 to April 2025. They found the effect caused sales of Teslas to go down between 67 and 83%. That's about 1 to 1.25 million cars not sold. The sales of other electric cars went up, but not enough to make up for the gap. This had 3 results. 1, fewer Teslas were sold. 2, more EVs from other companies were sold. But 3, the gap between the Teslas and the other EVs meant that fewer electric cars were sold, and as a result, California will not meet its 2026 zero-emission vehicle target. Tesla is a super risky investment, and it's weird that the CEO of an EV company caused fewer EVs to be sold. I ask that CalSTRS consider divesting Tesla stock as part of your fiduciary duty to California pension holders. And I will note that this morning, Peter Thiel sold 76% of his Tesla stock, so maybe he thinks it's risky too. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
My name's Edward Hasbrook, and I'm here on behalf of an additional 569 signers, many of whom also gave additional personal comments, including 150 CalPERS members on the petition, to which you've already seen more than 1,000 signatures presented at previous meetings, to divest from Tesla entirely now. We are grateful to the members of the Investment Committee for directing the staff to prepare a special report on the valuation and risk of Tesla. We are disappointed that that has not yet been released and that that item is not on the agenda of this meeting for action. We're here to urge the staff to complete that report with all deliberate speed and to urge you to put this on the agenda for action at your next meeting. Time is of the essence. Tesla is an overvalued speculative meme stock, and the speculative bubble could crash at any time. It is of the utmost importance in the exercise of your fiduciary responsibility to put this on the agenda for your next meeting, to act on it, to sell Tesla now. And I have copies for the board and staff of those petitions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I am Ruth Radetsky, retired teacher from San Francisco. You honored your fiduciary duty to CalPERS members when you directed staff to prepare a company-specific assessment of Tesla at the last board meeting. So why isn't divesting from Tesla on the agenda for this meeting? There is no better argument for taking a close look at Tesla now than that their board just authorized the $1 trillion compensation package to an erratic part-time CEO who promises Mars and delivers vaporware. I'm told Tesla is on the agenda under green investments. My friend Susan just explained how at this point, Elon Musk's actions have made Tesla anything but a green investment. Divesting from Tesla poses no conflict between fiduciary duty and ethics. Tesla has shown itself not to be open to constructive engagement, never more so than at the recent shareholder meeting. Put divestment on the agenda and sell Tesla before its Enron moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Oh, are we ready?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Nathan Sands, and I am also here to encourage divestment from Tesla. And I won't repeat everything that my colleagues just said. They are 100% true, and I hope you take them into consideration. But I will repeat, please, we want that report to come out and to be released publicly and to be discussed at the next meeting. We really would appreciate that. And I am going to read one statement from a CalPERS member, April Vargas from Montera. It is in the best interest of the people of California to sell Tesla stock now before the price falls significantly.
Tesla. Shareholder engagement with Tesla has not been effective. It should not be touted as a reason to hold Tesla stock. When you pull back the curtain, you will see that CalPERS proxy votes, which are the core of shareholder engagement, has almost no effect on Tesla operations. I reviewed the last 5 years of your proxy votes at the Tesla annual meetings, and there were 60 votes, and most of the time, CalPERS opposed Tesla management's recommendation. That's no surprise. So in those cases, the proxy votes were not effective. Sometimes CalPERS agreed with Tesla's recommendation. These were administrative things such as approval of the audit firm. And again, I would say in those cases, the effectiveness was not effective. A few times, CalPERS opposed management's recommendation, and CalPERS' position prevailed. But in those cases, they were almost always advisory and a non-binding advisory. I found just one case in the 5 years where it was Tesla's position prevailed over, CalPERS' position prevailed over Tesla's, and it was actually a binding proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, looks like callers. We've got at least 3 callers on item 3.
Yes, Chair Miller, we have Alexandria Sadler here to speak on item 6C. Alexandria, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Thank you. I'm submitting public comment. Okay.
Hold on, I think we're on item 3 at the moment. 3A, so I think. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll hear it. Thank you. Go ahead, caller, sorry.
Thank you. I am submitting public comment on agenda item 6C on behalf of the Case Climate Action Committee members, Angel Brock, Rebecca Bond, Dan Fuchs, Hannah Goldsmith, Brian Kimura, Michael Knapp, Farah Mars Nabavi, and myself, Alexandria Sadler. CASE is the state union that represents attorneys, administrative law judges, and hearing officers who work for the state of California. We rely on our pension to be there for us in retirement, and to be able to live safely in our communities in California now and after we retire. Climate change jeopardizes our dreams of retirement and living safely in California. We have a unique perspective as attorneys and advocates working for the state. No one is above California law. In 2023, the Attorney General sued Exxon, Chevron, and 11 other major fossil fuel producers for concealing and misrepresenting the danger of fossil fuels. There's evidence from as early as the 1950s that these companies were aware of the risks that fossil fuel consumption would cause global warming. These companies have continued to mislead the public through greenwashing, that is, engaging in meaningless, superficial activities to make them appear less harmful to the global environment than they really are. CalPERS is complicit in this greenwashing by including $3.56 billion investments in major fossil fuel producers as part of the Sustainable Investments Fund. We ask that CalPERS remove all investments in fossil fuels from its Sustainable Investments Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, other callers for item 3.
Yes, Chair Miller, we have Arthur Hsu here to comment on 3A. Arthur, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Hi, yeah. So as an interested member of the public, I just want to echo what other people have said about Tesla being an unacceptably risky investment. I feel that over-reliance on index investing has allowed a bubble to form in the stock market. Tesla is very obviously an overinflated bubble. CalPERS opposed the oversized $56 billion compensation package for Tesla's CEO last year, and again opposed the $1 trillion compensation package this year, which, if it goes through, would give Elon Musk, one man, 25% stake in Tesla. That's an enormous amount of our money that is completely under the control and the whims of someone who's proven to be an unstable person who dives headfirst into divisive political conflicts and is not acting in the best interests of his shareholders. And I just think it's a very obvious risk that needs to be looked at, more specifically, more closely, which is what CalPERS has already promised to do and has not yet done.
Thank you. One more caller.
Yes, Chair Miller, we have Judith Kirk here to speak on item 3A. Judith, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
This is Judith Kirk, K-I-R-K, from Redwood City, California. I'm a retired teacher and a member of PERS. Other people going before me have already spoken about the deception of the fossil fuel industry and the history about that. I don't need to do that. I just want to reiterate that I and all the other members of PERS, retired people I know, do not want our money used to further destroy our planet. Further, green energy is now far less expensive than fossil fuels. Fossil fuel is on its way out. We all know that. Economists confirm it. It is ridiculous to keep pumping our money into a destructive industry. Please stop this. We've been trying to get this stopped for years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is that the last of our callers? Any other public commenters in person in the queue? Okay, I think that concludes public comment for item 3. Let me see if I can figure out where we are in the agenda again now. So I guess that moves us to information consent, and we have one item 4I that we've pulled from that calendar. So we'll move to 4I, CalPERS for California report. And
oh yes, the California report. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you, Tamara, for coming up and talking about the California Impact Report. I always find this report extremely fascinating because it really highlights the importance of what we do in California for our system. So I wanted to bring up a couple questions that came up, specifically on page 5 of 14 on the economic impact change from 2023 to 2024, and specifically around the real assets. Now, I noticed that we had in 2023, there was 141,000 jobs that were supported by real assets that's associated with constructions and so forth, but it went down to 122%. 122,000, a 13.6% decrease. And what is that attributed to? If you can elaborate on that, was it something with our investments, or if you can elaborate? And then of that number, of the new number, the 122, how many of those jobs are union jobs?
Good morning, Tamara Sells, CalPERS staff member. Thank you so much for the question, Director Pacheco. Excuse me. With respect to your first question, in terms of the change, the investments in real assets benefit broadly jobs created in California and economic development, and also providing critical resources. The estimated number of jobs went down just based off of the general portfolio construction process. There was no, attribution with respect to like a mandate or a lack of mandate. This was just a natural part of the investment process, whereas 17.6 billion or 26.8% of real assets investments were made here in California. So that attributed to the decrease in the 122,000 jobs. I'm sorry. Your union question, I did want to.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I did want to answer that. The vendor who provides the analysis for us, Tideline Advisors LLC, uses an software or an in-plan analysis that does not do attribution for union versus non-union jobs. However, consistent with the response that we provided you last year,
yes.
If we estimate that 16% of California jobs are unionized and half of which are non-unionized, then that 173,000 or so times that 8% would roughly estimate about 13,890 or so union jobs, which is an increase of what we told you last year.
Thank you for sharing that. It's really interesting. That's a great point. I also wanted to ask a question about private equity in that same column. I noticed that the job in creation in private equity went from 18,000 to about 38,000. Is that attributed to our change in terms of we went from buyouts to more the venture, more of the small, more of the smaller things? I just wanted your elaboration on it, because it seems that way, but I wanted your confirmation on that.
Yes, excuse me, there was a shift from information technology to like consumer staples as well, and other industries that drove that change. And again, there was also increased capital deployment in private equity for this last year. So that's the reason that you're seeing the increase in change, such a significant increase in change.
And you would use the same analysis, the 8% you were saying, that of those jobs in the private markets, that would also be unionized as well.
That is correct.
All right, very good then. By the way, other than that, I really am impressed by the power of what we've done. I saw that we have for economic effect was about 40, I think it was 100, let me verify this. It was 78.7 billion in total fund investments in California. The power of the multiplier effect of our entire system. So the investments have been incredible. So I really do appreciate that, and then also the power of what we've done for the state of California and for the workers of the state of California. So thank you so much.
Thank you for the question.
That's it.
Thank you. I don't have any requests to pull any other items from category 4, so we'll move on to 5, action item agenda, asset liability management.
Good morning, members of the Investment Committee. Michelle Nix, CalPERS team member. Today I'm pleased to start the presentation of the second reading of our Asset Liability Management Public Employees Retirement Fund recommendations. We're here today to vote on, you're here today, and we're here to present, to get a vote for the Public Employees Retirement System, or the PERF, Asset Liability Management recommendations. I want to give you a little brief look back at some of our activities over the past year. We've been talking about this. I think we started last November, so it's been almost 12 months. Again, over the 12 months, I'd like to compliment the extraordinary cross-divisional collaboration and the effort during this cycle. This cycle it happens every 4 years, as you know. I want to say that these efforts and the proposed change to the total portfolio approach has taken a lot of work to get to this point. With our stakeholders, we've also talked at a variety of forums about this, in webinars, roundtables, briefings, association conferences, ad hoc meetings, and it includes employer leadership dialogues and the Ed Forum. Today, we are recommending the adoption of the new investment governance model, a total portfolio approach, which includes the capital market assumptions underlying the expected return estimates and a new formal total fund risk that is made up of two parts. First, the 75-25 equity to bond reference portfolio, and the second, an active risk limit of 400 basis points for all other investments not in the reference portfolio. Lastly, we recommend keeping the discount rate at 6.8%. Now I'll pass it to Stephen Gilmore to walk you through the investment recommendations in more detail.
Thank you very much, Michelle. It's always helpful to start with what's changing and what's not changing. And I think at the very high level, it's always worth recognizing that nothing changes to the board's authority for setting the investment risk and the governance model. Nothing changes with respect to the ALM process. We have a 4-year cycle with a review at the midpoint, so every 2 years, nothing is changing there. The board will continue to get the capital market assumptions and expected return analysis, and it will continue to get the actuarial assumptions and deliverables. What changes under TPA is that there's more clarity with respect to the risk. And by that, I mean the board is being asked to approve a reference portfolio, and as Michelle said, that's a 75-25, and that's associated with a degree of risk. And also at the same time, the board is explicitly defining an active risk limit that the management team has. At the moment, it does that via policy ranges for various asset classes. What we're recommending is that they be consolidated into a single active risk limit. And as I mentioned, the board has an opportunity to review these limits, mid-cycle review, and every 4 years. And of course, if there's some event that occurs, the board can review that at any time. Again, it's helpful to reflect on why these recommendations are being made. The first one relates to improved governance. One of the things we've observed through time is that the risk undertaken by the management team, by the board, has tended to change. There has been a tendency to be pro-cyclical. I think with the move to a reference portfolio, it becomes much clearer for the management team what risk is being taken, and the board can easily see if there are deviations from that overall risk level. So improved internal governance is one outcome of this move. In addition, the reference portfolio is very clear. The 75-25, it can be thought of as an alternative portfolio. If we only had a handful of people, it's the portfolio we would construct rather than the portfolio we actually construct with a larger team. So it's a very simple, easy to construct portfolio that you can compare the performance against. And that simplicity goes beyond just having a 75-25. It becomes the primary benchmark for comparing the performance of the portfolio. Right now we have 11 different benchmarks, and it becomes quite hard to see just how the overall portfolios perform relative to all these different benchmarks. The adoption of a reference portfolio will make it much simpler. And that makes it easier to improve transparency, because you, the board, and also the public can see whether the team, the management team, has done a good job of actually beating the reference portfolio. That, of course, will make the management team more accountable. So the board will be very clear on terms of how much discretion the management team is allowed, and the management team will use that discretion with the aim of improving performance, risk-adjusted returns. And it makes, as I said, the management team more accountable for those decisions. Again, the driving rationale for this is to invest the portfolio as a whole. So to think about it as a joined-up process, to think of aligning the overall portfolio decisions with the overall objectives. And the overall objectives, of course, are to ensure that the system is sustainable, so to improve the funded ratio of the system. And I think that this combination of attributes improves the likelihood that we generate somewhat higher returns and improve the funded ratio of the portfolio. Of course, one of the questions that comes up is, what's the board going to see in terms of reporting? The simple answer is you'll see pretty much what you see now, except that we'll also add a more detailed dashboard, which will go into the trust level reviews. You saw a preview of that earlier, but that will be refined through time as the portfolio evolves. Michelle mentioned the recommendations of 75-25 equity bond reference portfolio. As I mentioned, it's very clear what that is. In terms of risk, it represents a slight increase from the current portfolio, which is approximately a 70-28, but it is actually consistent with the type of risk that we were taking a decade or so ago. As I said, that risk level has varied through time. Now, one of the things we mentioned back in June was just what that reference portfolio would look like. The equity components will be cap-weighted global equity. It's very similar to what we currently use, and the bonds will be US Treasuries, diverse maturity of US Treasuries. As always, we have the capital market assumptions. You've seen these before. These come from the end of March. They're based on a survey of 15 institutional providers. And again, I would emphasize it's important to think about the range. These things are not precise, so there is quite a variation in the ranges. Having said that, we've taken the median of those ranges and come up with expected returns. And the top line shows the return on the reference portfolio, the 75-25, plus an expected return from taking active risk around that reference portfolio. In this case, the returns are based on taking 300 basis points of active risk, and the assumption we're using is that we can generate an information ratio of 20 basis points and generate an additional return of 60 basis points. So that's that top line. You can see that with this particular matrix, as we take more risk, as we increase the equity exposure, the expected return increases slightly, but also the risk in terms of potential tail risk, volatility, also increases. So we have to think about how those two components go together, the risk and the return, and based on that, we've recommended a 75-25, so slightly higher expected return, slightly higher risk. And Scott will talk to some extent about some of the considerations, because of course when we're doing this, there's a lot of judgment involved. We have to think about that trade-off risk and return. We have to think about the system, what might happen in some of the poorer outcomes. And so a lot of analysis goes into this. But the aim, of course, is to generate good risk-adjusted returns to improve the funded ratio and the sustainability of the system. And with that, I'll pass over to Scott.
Great, thanks, Stephen. So as part of the analysis that the Actuarial Office did, looking at these three portfolios, we looked at employer contributions and the funded status. And we looked at where, in this case, the state miscellaneous plan, one of the largest plans in the system, would be after 10 years. And so what we have here is we have the results kind of looking at the employer contributions and the funded status over 10 years for the three separate portfolios. And what you can see is we have the 75-25 kind of highlighted in the middle with each other portfolio off to the sides. And what we see is, I think not too surprising, is as we add risk, and what Stephen's mentioned, as we add risk, the expected returns are slightly higher, and you see that as the average contribution rate kind of decreases somewhat between the 70-30 and working its way up to the 80-20. But as we increase the risk, we also are increasing the volatility. I think that can be seen clearly in the large swings in the employer contributions. You can see particularly the increase in employer contributions. We picked for this example exceeding 40% in any 1 year. It increases as the equity exposure increases. And I think also the volatility increases as well, because you can see the single probability of single year increases. It increases pretty substantially between the 75-25 and the 80-20 portfolio. Looking at the funded status, similar type of story here. The funded status, the median funded status increases slightly over the 10-year period, but you can see there's a large divergence in the results, especially when you look at the probability of it being below 50 or being over 100%. Those percentages are much higher for the 80-20 portfolio versus the other two. We did a similar analysis for the non-pooled public agency plans. There's 420 non-pooled public agency plans, and obviously there are funded a wide range of funded status and contribution levels. So what we did here is our analysis, we looked at 10-year projections. Again, we're looking at funded status, and we look at the overall contributions over the next 10 years. And what we've, in this case, instead of like putting a particular number here, like it's like we did for the state, we're looking at kind of like a ranges and overall a comparison of the medians among the three portfolios. Now, as what you can see here is a similar results where the funded status increases just slightly over the 10-year period, and the overall contributions decrease as equity increases. For example, if you look at just the miscellaneous on the left-hand side of the graph here, the 70-30 compared to the 75-25, what you're seeing here is the funded status is slightly less. It's 96.9 versus 97.1. So they're very similar in terms of funded status. But we can see is the overall contributions under the 70-30 portfolio, for example, is 5.3% higher than the 75-25. Going to the 80-20, similar case where funded status is slightly higher, the contributions are a bit lower. They're around 1.2% lower. However, when you're looking at this, it doesn't capture the full picture, especially with the volatility on these individual plans, and we can see that on the next slide. So what we have here is we have a kind of a graph of the funded status over 10 years on the vertical axis, large increases in contribution rates on the lower horizontal axis. And what we're doing is we have a scatter plot here for the three different portfolios and for each of the 400 plans. And what this is graphing is the worst 5% returns that we got in our simulations. And this is a way of thinking of what's the lower end, what's the tail risk that we look at that is a concern. As you can see here, we had around 70 plans with the 70/30 portfolio, and that jumped up to over 275 plans that fell below 50% for the 75/25, and then that increased an additional almost 100 plans out of the 420 plans. So as you can see, as we increased risk, there was a substantial increase in terms of volatility and concern with the higher equity portfolios. And when we look at making our recommendations, we're looking at like all these factors combined. As Stephen mentioned, we look at the volatility and on the investment side, but we also are looking at potential impacts on employer funded status and contribution rates as well. And we'll pass it back to Stephen.
Thanks very much, Scott. I mentioned the active risk limit recommendation. We're recommending a limit of 400 basis points, which again is an indicator of how much we, being the management, can deviate from the reference portfolio. That 400 basis points is a bit less than our estimate for how much discretion we currently have under the existing SAA and the policy ranges, but we think 400 basis points is sufficient. In practice, we expect to use an operating range of 250 to 350 basis points rather than using the maximum 400. And as I mentioned earlier, when we created those projections, we were using 300 basis points of active risk and assuming we would make 60 basis points of excess returns from taking that 300 basis points of active risk. For context, this is a chart just showing the current portfolio active risk, which is approximately 230 basis points, the expected range, and the limit. But you've seen that quite a few times. Scott.
All right, thanks, Stephen. So we get to our discount rate recommendation. So based on the guidance provided but there needed to be a change before the regular AOM process, we would bring that back to the board. This chart here, it just looks at the probability of achieving the various average discount rates compared to the investment returns. What we can see here is we have 3 portfolios, and we're comparing it to a discount rate of 6.7 and 6.8% in this example. And you can see here we're slightly above 50%. The ranges are fairly close. You can see over the 10-year period, we're slightly over 50%, or around 51%, 52% for all 3 portfolios. And for the 6.8% discount rate, that jumps up a little bit to 52%, 53% if we were to have a 6.7% discount rate. Our goal, obviously, is to have that number greater than 50%, and obviously the higher the better. But you can see the numbers are fairly close to one another, but we are in a comfortable range in terms of the 75/25 being over 50% and getting our expected return. And with that, I'll pass it to Amy to talk about the work streams.
Just saying, I've asked Amy to lead the total portfolio approach project, and so Amy is overseeing a whole series of work streams, which we of course need to proceed with ahead of implementation of the total portfolio approach. So Amy, what have you been doing?
Thank you, Stephen. Excuse me. It's my pleasure to present to the board today. My name is Amy Deming. I am the head of the Investment Controls and Operational Risk team at CalPERS. And as Stephen said, I'm also the project lead for getting the organization ready to implement a total portfolio approach. Today, I'll walk you through the 8 key work streams that form the foundation for a smooth, effective transition to a total portfolio approach. The first listed on this slide, board action, represents the ongoing discussion before the board in the past meetings and today. We therefore acknowledge that this transition is dependent upon board approval, but we've nevertheless been preparing to move toward a go-live date of July 1 of next year. We recognize this is a significant change management effort for the investment office and the organization, and that's why we've developed a detailed plan with 8 work streams that I will speak to now. And that's why we've also placed a strong emphasis on collaboration and communication throughout the process. Each work stream has been carefully designed to address the key activities and work required under a total portfolio approach framework. With the broad representation across the office to ensure that there's alignment and inclusivity along the way. The first on the left is board action. I've already referenced this one. This is really focused on your adoption of a reference portfolio and active risk limit. The second is the investment office's internal governance. This involves mapping and reviewing the roles of staff and as well as our committees, which support decision-making in a total portfolio approach environment, and importantly, monitoring and reporting. The third, the next one is portfolio construction. This captures the development of frameworks which support our management of liquidity, which captures the development of frameworks which will support the evaluation of strategies, the cost of capital, and ultimately the allocation of risk. The fourth is treasury management, and that is focused on the set of frameworks which will support our management of liquidity and leverage in a TBA context. And this is also captured as part of our current technology project, which should enhance the efficiency and oversight. Next slide. Number 5, policy and controls. We will ensure that changes to our governance, portfolio construction, and other frameworks are reflected in updated policies and appropriate controls. We're currently working on an update to the total fund policy, and that's something that you can expect to see in March of next year for a first read. We would incorporate any feedback from the board, and the thinking is we would be ready for a second read in June of next year. And last but not least, number 8 is implementation. So this is essentially the body of work where we, with all of the various functional outputs of all the other work streams, that we're operationally ready to go July of next year, assuming that this is adopted.
I'm sorry about that. I'll go ahead and address the timeline and then have you open it up for questions at that point. This is our ALM timeline, as you see on the slide, and you've seen this before, but we are obviously in November at the board vote point of the process. Did want to point out that whatever the outcome today, we will hold a stakeholder webinar on December 4th to discuss the employer and member impacts of the outcome of today's meeting. Also in the spring, you can look forward to this four-year cycle continuing with the affiliate funds ALM process. So we will present that in March of 2026. In addition to that, if this is approved, we will start rolling through the policy changes that reference the total portfolio approach, because right now they reference the strategic asset allocation approach. And with that, this concludes the presentation and our recommendation, Mr. Chair. We'd be happy to take questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the presentation, and there will certainly be some questions. And I do really, I like the slide that really, to me, brings home the point that this is an evolution. This is actually additive, that we're not, throwing anything out and giving anything up, and that we'll still be able to, lead the world in transparency, and the board will still have the reporting, we'll still have the kind of relationships with staff to be able to get questions answered. And certainly if we go forward with this, we'll really want to be tracking those work streams and apprised as we go along. So with that, I'll call on President Taylor. If I can get this little magic microphone to work. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Miller. And thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to kind of go through our path to total portfolio approach a little bit with the 8 project work streams, which I think this is a great way to look at this. I'm glad you guys have cut it up like this. Internal governance, I love the way you guys have moved the team into making decisions, but also have your upper level governance decisions, investment decisions, the framework to allocate, measure, monitor, and manage active risk. How does that, I guess my question on that, how does that specifically, the framework to allocate, how's that going to exactly work?
Thank you, President Taylor. What I would say, your comment about this is an evolution to what we're already doing. And I can highlight some things that we already have in place, which give us a good start. The investment team is compensated based on the whole of the portfolio. It's not by asset class. That's a really important start. Also, some of the asset classes, like private equity, for instance, are benchmarked against listed equities already. So no big change there. And we also proxy some asset classes. So if we are underweight a private asset class, we'll overweight the liquid. So think of it as having had a decent starting point. So when it comes to going forward, the aim is to have more of these collective discussions about the portfolio construction. And our thinking is that we would have an extensive exercise annually to think about, okay, how are we going to build the portfolio? We've already had that discussion internally on, let's say, the private market assets, thinking we need to give those teams that certainty, that horizon. And our approach is to essentially project a 3-year portfolio based on relationships, what the teams can get away in terms of capital, the opportunity set, and consistency. And we'll update that every year. So the thinking is the internal team would come up with its best estimates or projections for the portfolio and then communicate that to the board. But of course, that's strategic. So we would do that, we expect, once a year. And as I say, it's the internal team meeting together in a committee we call the Total Fund Management Committee to think about the relative attractiveness of the overall opportunities that we can invest in, consistent with the risk parameters that we've been given.
Thank you. I think highlight for me you're saying what we're already doing. So what would be different that we would be doing?
What would be different is that each year there would be an updated projected portfolio. So right now, with the strategic asset allocation, every 4 years there's a new strategic asset allocation. There's a midpoint review. We would do that more frequently. Essentially, you'd get that update projection every year. So that would be different, and all the teams would come together, and it's a bit like doing the SAA every year in a way.
Okay. And so then the team gets together and does this, and then you bring it to the board.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And then my last question was policy and procedure controls and underpinning the successful transition to TPA. Are those coming to the board when those are put together?
Yes, and I'll pass this through to Amy.
Okay.
Yes, we're working on that right now. We're revising the policy. We're even looking at the structure of the policy to make it more user-friendly, more straightforward. That policy we're really in the throes of it right now, and the thinking is we can bring it to you in March for a first read next year, and then ideally June for the second read and approval.
All right. Thank you very much. That's it.
Okay, Director Rubalcava.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Miller. Thank you for the presentation. I'll follow up on President Taylor's comment about the implementation, but I'll start, well, I guess it's connected. I think I was next, so let me find my notes here. One of the things that was clear in the board letter, and it's also mentioned in the Wilshire letter, is there's going to be significant operational and cultural changes. So in the work stream, is that addressed in the number 6 box, the communication engagement? And is that where, I mean, because it's a big cultural realignment, to use somebody else's term. And so how are we doing that, and will we be ready by July 1st?
So it is primarily box 6, but it's actually all of the boxes. And I would characterize the total portfolio approach as really more of a mindset, where we're thinking about the whole portfolio and relying a lot on collaboration. So there are other initiatives underway to try and improve that collaboration. For instance, we have a culture club, which Amy is one of the co-leads of, which has been working on this. So lots of elements, to this process. Amy, I don't know if you want to add a couple of comments on that.
I think you're right to say that it touches all of the boxes, but I do think that you're zeroing in on number 6 is key. We've been doing something that's a bit new in the investment office, which is an internal roadshow to communicate TPA, to get everybody understanding everything and bringing them along and making sure that we're sort of co-creating what TPA is for the investment office with every program in the group. So I think there are a number of things going on that touch on what you're speaking to. Thanks for the question.
Yes, one thing that was clear on all these documents is that was highlighted as significant. It's key. So I want to make sure we are attentive to it. The other thing is, following the President's comment, is about the implementation. And I think it's a question I asked in September, is how is the investment decisions made? And I think you sort of explained a little bit about how there's that annual, there's a 3-year projection and a report and allocations and stuff. So you can elaborate a little bit, and you mentioned how it impacts, I think the example you used, how it impacts private equity. So that would be of interest to me, because this board made a decision to not have another lost decade and be consistent. And so because there's this term, competition for capital, or I forget the exact term, how is that gauged at any one point? I mean, one thing that this TPA is supposed to be more ability to move quicker and things like that. So I just want to, so on one hand, people need to have some sort of expectation of stability for the allocation, but then there'll be changes. So whether it be like some reserve set aside, or how is it work? How does the implementation work? Because I think it's said throughout the documents that the most significant change, or most significant, is how investment decisions are made. So that's what I was hoping you could elaborate a little bit on, please. Thank you.
Probably the most important thing there is a better integration of the top-down thinking and the bottom-up thinking in terms of what we're seeing on the ground. And as has been mentioned, the intention is to have a 3-year projection updated every year. So each of the teams will have that assurance that they have, the capital to invest. And you're right, we want to avoid another lost decade, and we want to be consistent. Having those consistent flows is important. The reality, of course, is we don't always know when we're going to find good opportunities. Sometimes we might find more than we expect. So there has to be a degree of flexibility at the level of the investing teams. So it's really more about a collaborative process. That 3-year projection sets the expectation. Obviously, what we actually find, the market outcomes, may be different, but we've got the roadmap. And I think it's important that that's a roadmap. And as Director Gavel, you mentioned, the aim is to also, exercise some flexibility. If we see great opportunities, we should be investing more capital in those areas. But we also want that consistency across the portfolio. With a strategic asset allocation, there's always a danger that a particular asset class team just simply fills the bucket and tries to achieve its target without actually having reference to what all the other opportunities might be across the portfolio. So we want to have more of those conversations across the whole team. So I would say it's that mindset, and it's more collaborative. But of course, the teams need that degree of certainty with respect to the capital is going to be there over a longer period of time. And so there's that consistency of approach and investment.
Thank you. And my final question is, one thing that has been stated a lot in the presentations is that the board is adopting, where we go this way, it's adopting a little bit of more risk, but there's but it's balanced with greater return, and that's why I appreciate that we're staying with the 6.8, which would basically we are sensitive to the impact on the employer or employee member contribution, so I appreciate that. But the other thing that's also comes through for that, related to that, is the liquidity. And I know there's a whole section of how we're going to manage it. And somehow I read someplace that this is my question is, because it's a total view shed, it will be, I get the sense, if you could confirm from this, a little bit easier to handle and maintain where we are on the liquidity, because we are a mature plan and we want to make sure, and I know there's a chart that we want to make sure that everybody understands that we are cognizant that there's some obligations to the member, to the retiree, and that's actually better protected under this approach. So if you could confirm my thesis on that, about the liquidity being better managed under this format, and that we're cognizant of what we need.
I would say that the team has done a lot of work on liquidity management through time. Part of that is a response to what has happened in the past, particularly the financial crisis. So the aim is to try and understand that liquidity at a whole of portfolio level. And of course, it does become easier to manage when you're taking a total portfolio approach to liquidity. And you're right, we're focusing very much on making sure we can pay what we have to pay, pensions and other legal obligations. And we've shared some information on that previously, but liquidity is a key factor for us. We do think that given our long horizon, given the contributions coming in, given the improvement in our understanding of liquidity and the modeling and our access to liquidity, we can take a greater exposure to private assets than we have in the past. So that's all part of the overall picture. I would say that it's a combination of things. It's a combination of the approach, and it's a combination also of our improved capability in terms of modeling and in terms of accessing liquidity via the markets. So it's not just one thing. It's all those together.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Okay, next we have Mr. Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, Ms. Marcia, welcome to CalPERS, welcome to beautiful Sacramento, and welcome to the greatest state of the nation, California. Thank you, team, for Mr. Gilmore and the entire team for this long, incredible work. And looks like today, finally, we are getting there after a year. I want to premise before I make my comments that our office support the action agenda item, but we would like to add, if you will, a small recommendation to the list of recommendations that you have listed. And so as we consider adopting the total portfolio approach, which of course has been said, which represents a significant shift in how CalPERS manages and evaluates the total fund risk, and giving the material shift in governance structure and the importance of ensuring TPA delivers the improved outcomes it is designed to achieve, we would like to propose that the board adopt an additional recommendation, the final language, for inclusion in our action today. And if it's necessary, I will make a motion, Mr. Chair, at the end of my comment. So that as part of its adoption of the total portfolio approach, the Board of Administration directs staff to conduct a formal review of the efficacy of the total portfolio approach compared to the prior strategic asset allocation governance model. This review shall occur no later than 2 years from the effective date of the TPA transition and will evaluate, at minimum, the following: performance outcomes, risk management and volatility, governance, accountability, transparency, and stakeholders' impact. The review shall be presented publicly to the investment committee and include recommendation regarding whether to continue, modify, or revert any elements of the TPA governance framework. And the staff shall include annual interim updates with the trust level review to keep the board informed on implementation progress and risk posture under TPA. Now, I note and I anticipate you're saying, well, we do that under the ALM. And I note your slide 5 that says no changes to the ALM process. And I say, thank you. I say we fully appreciate that the ALM cycle itself is well established and includes regular updates. However, the review that we are proposing serves a different purpose. ALM evaluates long-term assumptions and the balance between liabilities and expected returns. It does not compare governance model head to head. The shift from our traditional strategic asset allocation to TPA is a material governance change, and it deserves its own outcome-based evaluation. One that looks specifically at, 1, how the TPA model performs relative to the old SSA approach. 2, how effective the new reference portfolio and active risk limits are. 3, whether transparency and accountability actually improve under TPA. And finally, but not least, and whether risk and contribution stability remain in line with expectations. This isn't about questioning the LM, it's about complementing the LAM with a focused assessment on the new governance structure. The purpose is very simple. It simply gives this board, our stakeholders, and employer partners a clear and transparent evaluation on whether the shift to TPA improves outcomes. That's simple. So it is our opinion that our targeted 2-year review is good governance and consistent with our fiduciary duty. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to propose that would be a
I think,
Never mind.
yeah,
Okay,
you'd
I'll
have
wait.
to make a motion after we have a motion on the floor and everything. So then you could try to amend that, and we could have a discussion of that. Yeah, but I'll
Okay,
rely
perfect.
on Mr.
got
Carlin
it.
and the team to advise us at that point.
Very well.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's it. Okay, next I have Director Pacheco.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gilmore, for your presentation. Thank you, Ms. Nix and team for all your presentations. I really appreciate everything you've done on this. It has been it's been about a year, I think a year and a half of our education of going through this process. But I think it's been a very engaging and robust process that we've had in terms of us asking the questions and then you providing us the best answers possible to the question. So I have a couple of questions that I want to ask, and it's more basic questions. I mean, first one is, we're proposing the recommendation is to go from 75 to 25% in the reference portfolio, but currently we're at 72-28. Does that add more risk today, given the increased valuations of our public equities? And if you can elaborate on that, of that risk, because we are at a high valuation in terms of right now, in terms of our public equities. So Mr. Gilmore or someone team can elaborate on that, it'd be great.
Yes, it does add a little bit more risk, but I think the 75-25 should be viewed over a longer horizon. It's always very hard to time the market in terms of adding risk, taking risk away. So think of it as looking through a cycle. The discretion that the board will be giving, or is giving management now, and will give management under this, allows management to take risk down if it so chooses. But think of the 75-25 as the longer term risk that is being taken.
Are you meaning, when you mean longer term risk, are you meaning more like 20 years, 30 years? 40?
Oh, I mean through time. Because one of the challenges we faced in the past is obviously being pro-cyclical, taking risk up at the wrong time, taking it down at the wrong time. Now, I know some people will say that things look relatively expensive now, but they can remain expensive for a very long time. Often when things look overvalued, they stay overvalued for years. So it's actually very hard to time those big picture moves or trades. So think of 75-25 as a tolerance through time. And because the management team can take some active risk, it could take risk down or up within the active risk limit that has been given.
And talking about active risk, with respect, we haven't come to it yet, but in the trust review, for instance, we've had an increase in our active risk has been increasing over time. Is that going to allow us with this 75-25? Will we be able to have more active risk in the future? Because we have that new, we're voting also for a 400 basis point limit. So
the expectation is we will take more active risks through time. And that's one of the things that I've been very aware of. The board has encouraged us to take more active risk. And I think this framework will end up with the management team taking more active risk with the aim of generating additional excess returns.
Very good.
So that's a reasonable expectation.
My second question, and thank you, Mr. Gilmore, for that. My second question is regarding the shift in our delegation authority in terms of we are, I read some of the other TBAs around the world in New Zealand, the Canadian system, and everyone has their own version, their own slight, and we're going to have our own, basically our own flavor in North America. And in one of those aspects of it, based on what we've heard, we are going to no longer be able to chime in on allocating for the particular asset class, like in real assets or in public equities or so forth. And now we're going to be looking at it from a total portfolio, the whole gamut. Can you just elaborate more on that and where, if that's something we should be concerned about, because it brings up a governance process as well.
Well, you will see each quarter an updated report on the portfolio. So we will report that in terms of asset classes, in terms of the actual exposures, and in terms of risk usage. And you will see annually the expected portfolio that we're building towards. So you will get that as board members, as investment committee members. So you can always comment on those allocations. But the process behind coming up with those allocations is to be thinking about what is the best portfolio that we can construct to achieve our objectives. And of course, we're using asset classes to construct that portfolio. So you will see the same information that you currently see in terms of the report on where the portfolio is at, but you will also get an annual update on where we think we're going to be in 3 years' time.
All right, good then. And then the last question, and it has come up a bit with respect to the Wilshire letter, with respect to the Wilshire team had mentioned the implementation challenges and the shifting of that also, but more importantly, the cultural changes among the particular teams. How will you be able to encourage or develop the collaboration or the thing? And I know you've done good work with respect to the Culture Club and so forth, but as we move forward, having the resources in place to make that implementation possible. And I know the work streams are going to be done by Amy as we move forward in the coming year. But I just wanted to know if one of you can elaborate on that.
Yeah, I think we're all participating in the work streams. As I said, it's really a mindset, and I do think the road shows that the teams have been conducting with all of the individual asset class teams have been very helpful. The discussions we have on whole of portfolio at our total fund committee meetings are also part of that. We've already taken some decisions within the existing delegations to alter some of the allocations. So we're seeing that. We're seeing more innovation in terms of people and teams stepping up and doing things more innovatively. It's just part of the process. We've been using the opportunistic allocation that we have. I expect to see more of that under the total portfolio approach. So it's a journey. And I think we have a lot of the enabling conditions in place, which I've talked about before. I think it's always difficult when you make these sorts of changes. I've seen it in other places, and I think in terms of technically, we're quite well prepared. I think also in terms of mindset, we're seeing that evolution and people coming along and seeing some of the advantages, because it can be empowering for the team members as well. And it does become a collective thing, so we need to have that collaboration and transparency across the team members. But so far, so good.
And Mr. Gilmore, thank you for that question. That kind of adds up to one more thing that you just brought up. In terms of this philosophy, this new TBA philosophy, it's basically our TBA. It's not New Zealand's, it's not the Canadian. We're making our own version of it.
It has to be ours. It has to work for us. It has to work for our mandate. So it's ours.
It has to be with respect to our culture, respect to our mandate, and how it works with our stakeholders, for instance.
All of those things.
So as we move forward with this, will we be able to get a lot of input from our stakeholders, from a variety of stakeholders to have continuous input, so that we can make this our own?
Well, one of the things that goes hand in hand with this total portfolio approach is continuous improvement. And so receiving input, analyzing that, and evolving is just part of the process. Marcy's reminding me I should talk about some of the webinars that we have. So we will have that outreach, also talk to stakeholders more generally, publications and so on. So always willing to receive that feedback and that input.
No, that's a great question, because having the input through the, like for instance, the webinars, the roundtables that that are with the stakeholders. For instance, next month, not next month, excuse me, in January, you'll have the stakeholder forum, an opportunity for stakeholders to be able to chime in and bring in their input on what's happening. Would that be a welcome? Would you be welcoming those kinds of inputs and those?
Very much, and I think the first webinar is early December, isn't it, Michelle? The 4th of December.
Oh, fantastic then. I think
yes. It's not the first one. It's the third one, but it'll be the first one after this meeting.
No, I think what you've mentioned now, Mr. Gilmore and team, I think you've brought a lot of concerns. This is a very, it is a different shift. It is a different mind shift, but I feel there are, it has merit, but it has to have a variety of guardrails and things to be set in place. And I think as we move forward, we take little baby steps to make it happen. So thank you very much for your help, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Middleton.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stephen, I do have some questions for you, but I'd like to start actually with a couple of questions for Scott, if I could. One of the slides that you had, Scott, indicated, if I'm reading it correctly, that in 10 years you expected funded status to reach 97% for miscellaneous employees, 95% for safety. Is that an improvement in terms of time over previous projections? And if it is, to what extent does TPA play a part in that improvement?
I think it's a slight improvement. As you compare, our funded status overall has increased. We're right around 79, 80% funded status, depending on your measurement, and so basically that's looking at an increase. Our funded status improve over 10 years. We've generally been around 1%. You think about 1% per year increase, but as you think about an exponential curve, it kind of accelerates as we get closer towards 100%. And that's kind of what you're seeing here is the rate of a year over year kind of gets quicker and quicker as we get better funded and we approach that 100%. So I think we're looking at a better view than we were a few years ago, and that's encouraging. As to TPA versus SSA in terms of where it is, that's hard to differentiate. From our perspective, we're looking at what's the volatility and the expected returns of various scenarios that are given to us on the portfolios, and we got this large amount of data that comes to us that we analyze, and we didn't really get into the differentiate between old method versus new method. We just kind of worked with what we had in front of us.
I can appreciate the difficulty. Performance is a fundamental reason for making a change of this nature, and it's one of the things that as we move forward, we certainly would want to be taking a hard look at whether or not we are achieving improved performance improvements in the time frames to ultimately get to 100%.
Yeah.
But in saying that, I want to say I'm very complimentary of the pace and the rigor that has been attached to that pace as we have tried to make these changes. That's how you make sure that we're taking on risk at appropriate levels. Stephen, thank you. I know this has been a tremendous amount of work, and I'm very favorable to the direction that we're going. As I understand it, one of the things from a board standpoint this should provide to us is a much greater focus of the board in its oversight role on total performance as opposed to whether or not a particular asset allocation target has been reached or is being met. Is that correct?
That is correct, because each asset class will be making a contribution to the whole, and that might mean that a particular asset class is more concentrated than it would otherwise be if it was a standalone portfolio. So yes, focus on the whole.
So as we move forward, one of the things that should provide to you and your team is greater flexibility and the ability to move more quickly as market conditions change, as opportunities arise. And I think it's going to be incredibly important to be able to define examples of where we have been able, moving forward, to achieve a result because of that greater flexibility, that greater ability to move quickly than we would have otherwise been able to achieve.
Noted. I think given the change of mindset, we're already seeing some of those things, but we can report back on that.
Great, thank you. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, and to all, and this is going to be an issue that's, I think, much more going to surface in the Performance Compensation and Talent Management Committee. But our compensation models are absolutely critical to the achievement of the goals that we have here. And I fully understand, I don't appreciate that we have the restrictions, but I understand the legal restrictions on our Chief Investment Officer and our Chief Executive Officer being able to provide direct advice to the board on the compensation models of our team. I hate to use the word untenable, but I believe it is. And the success of everything that we have done over the last year is dependent on our ability to find a legal solution that allows this board to receive direct advice and have direct conversations with the two most critical performers to the effort that we are about to undertake. Thank you.
Thank you. President Taylor.
Yes, thank you, Chair Miller. I'd like to thank my colleagues for some really prescient comments and questions. So I would like to make a motion, but before I do that, I kind of want to take care of this suggestion motion that Frank for Fiona wants to make. And I guess part of that is a question to you, Stephen. My thought, first of all, is that it could probably be done by direction from the board rather than adding to the motion. But secondly, can we even compare, even in 2 years, at 2 years, or would it be better for 4 years to compare TPA to SSA, or would we need to adopt a pretend SSA to compare it to? Excuse me.
Look, I think 2 years is a very short time horizon to be thinking about financial performance, but there are other elements like transparency and what the board's getting, and it makes sense to check in.
Okay.
But this is really about long-term performance, and different organizations that are following a total portfolio approach will have different outcomes. But conceptually, if you're trying to optimize the whole portfolio, it should be superior then to optimizing asset class by asset class, but it requires collaboration. So 2 years, I think, is too short for performance, but it makes perfect sense for the investment committee to be checking in on progress to date in terms of some of the other elements.
So, and I think there's an expectation we would be doing that anyway,
Yes.
right? So he's, Frank's specific push, I think, was performance to compare it to what might have been the return for SSA versus TPA. And so I think we should make it a direction from the board that could be sort of worked out, what your suggestion would be, right? Like direction that we could try to do that comparison. I know you have already said that there's I think it was a 1.5 percentage point difference, something like that.
Yeah, that's always up for a debate. I think I've referred to something that the Willis Towers Watson think the team, and I think we've got the organization to do that.
Okay, so I'm going to make a suggestion to Frank that we do this as a board direction, and that we kind of give it a little soft curves rather than such directives. I can go ahead and make the motion, and then you can ask David to go ahead, Frank.
Go ahead, Frank.
Mr. Chair, if I may just clarify, since you mentioned performance, it's not necessarily about performance. It was not about performance. It's about governance and efficacy. And then the second point, just quickly, I want to make sure that it's clear, so that I didn't get misunderstood. This is a one-time sort of governance check that we are suggesting. I just want to
We
clarify.
should do that regularly, I think. Isn't that what he was talking about that we should do on the 2-year check anyway?
Yeah, correct. And I know that, as I said earlier, we have the LM and we have plenty of opportunities. I just want to formally make sure, because since giving, what are we doing? That we formally have a check-in and one-time
I think
check-in
that
performance.
that's something that could be committee direction for that 2-year check-in. And frankly, I think as we go along with these work streams, we're going to want to have regular check-ins, and and so for staff to think about, how can the board be helpful and supportive, and what additional communication should we be having with the board, this committee, which is a committee of the whole, and whether there's something else that we could think about in terms of communication structure, whatever, that would be helpful. Even some crazy idea like less than a full committee of the whole checking in with progress and reporting back to the board. I'm not making that as a proposal. I'm just thinking out loud. So we're way past the time we should have taken
Well,
a
hold
break.
on. I was going to make a motion.
Well,
oh, we're not there. Is that what you're saying? Oh, I see.
Because I've got people want to talk, and then we've got public comments and everything to do. So
okay,
would
you
this
got
be a
it.
time we can take a 10-minute break, and then we'll jump back in, and you can we'll hear from people that want to speak. Then we'll have a motion. Okay. Okay, 10-minute break. Be back at 11:41. Frank might make it back up here, not be the last one. It's like, you did it. Get back before Melissa. Okay. Okay, we are back from our break and ready to jump back in. And I think I need you to hit your button there, Teresa, to come back. You were the last one that was still speaking when.
Oh.
There we go. Okay.
Okay, so I think we got our questions answered. I think we sort of solved what we were trying to figure out. So I am going to make a motion to adopt the recommendation from staff. Do you want me to read it all out, guys? Should I read it all out? Okie dokie. Adopt the capital market assumptions that are the basis for the expected return projections. Adopt a new investment governance model of total portfolio approach and a new formal total fund risk consisting of a reference portfolio and active risk limit, replacing the current investment governance model of strategic asset allocation. Adopt a reference portfolio with a 75-25 mix of equities and bonds, respectively. Adopt an active risk limit of 400 basis points for management's non-reference portfolio investments. No change to the current discount rate of 6.8% if adopting the recommended 75-25 reference portfolio.
Okay, moved by President Taylor, seconded by Director Pelkey. Okay, I'll open it up for discussion on the matter. I've got Director Pacheco.
Yes, and thank you, Chairman Miller. I would like to also add I would like to entertain the amendment that Frank, that the treasurer has brought up, that I think will be important. I think direction is okay, but I think making it a part of the amendment as well onto the motion would be stronger. So, Frank, do you remember? I didn't capture it was about governance and so forth. Can you just again elaborate on that, please?
Okay, so we have an amendment. Do we need a second for that amendment? We need a second. Okay, Frank seconds the amendment. Let's have some discussion on the matter. Frank, I'll need your button.
You should read the actual amendment into the record.
Oh, Teresa.
Chair Miller.
Pardon me?
There's been an amendment proposed. Does the maker of the motion accept the amendment?
No.
No.
Chair Miller, you should have the amendment articulated into the record first.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
so I didn't write it down. Frank has it.
Well, I think can I say what I think it was and see if that'll do for the record? Okay. So Mr. Pacheco is proposing an amendment that would incorporate the recommendations that the treasurer's office put into the record already. Will that do, or does Frank have to articulate them?
I think Mr. Ruffino should articulate the amendment into the record.
Ooh, loud air.
Yes.
Oh, is it on? Nope. One more time. There we go. You're on, Frank.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the amendment was simply to propose that the board add a recommendation for inclusion in today's action item, that as a part of the adoption of TPA, no later than 2 years, the Board of Administration directs staff to conduct formal review of all efficacy of the total of TPA compared to the prior strategic asset allocation governance model.
And who was it seconded by, please?
I second it.
You did?
Yes, ma'am. I'll second it.
You made the motion.
No,
I
you
made the
made the
motion, but
motion.
yeah, sorry. Wait, sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Okay. We've got public comments on this overall item. Do I do those after this amendment?
This is amendment.
Okay, so this amends the motion. So, okay. So no further discussion. So I'll call for the question on the.
I would do public comment before you take the vote on the motion.
Oh, isn't this the vote on the amendment to the motion?
It's still the motion.
Okay,
You should take
okay,
public
so we'll go to
comment.
public comments now, okay? Let me get my little list out here. Okay, we have public commenters in the room. I don't know if we have any on phone. I'm going to go back to our 3-minute for this one, since we only have a few commenters on this item, and it's what? Yeah, so our commenters will have 3 minutes on the clock for this one. And no. So, okay, so I've got J.J. Jelensik, Larry Woodson, followed by James McRitchie, and then Frank Ruiz. Let's see, do I have 6? I have him for 6E. Oh, I had him for 6E, okay. And Mr. Swaby. Yes.
Okay. I take it my request for 4 minutes was denied?
You know, we bumped it back up to 3 because we're trying to really, yeah, so we'll have to see.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would give them personal privilege.
Yeah, well,
You've been talking about it for a year. A few extra minutes won't make a difference.
Yeah.
It'll make a difference.
But we'll leave the clock at 3, and then we'll see what happens. How's that?
Am I up first?
Yeah.
J.J. Jelensik, RPA. Government Code Section 20120, the management and control of the system is invested in the board. 20171, the board has the exclusive control of the administration and investment of retirement funds. 20191, the board may itself make any investments authorized by law or sell any security, obligation, or real property in which monies of the retirement system are invested by an affirmative vote of at least 7 members of the board, or by the same affirmative vote may from time to time adopt an investment resolution that shall contain detailed guidelines by which to designate that the securities and properties that are acceptable for purchase. While the resolution is in effect, the securities and real property may be purchased for investments by the officer or employee of the board designated by it for that purpose, and sell securities that are consummated by the officer or a board member under the conditions prescribed. Purchases and sales of securities shall be reported to the board on a monthly basis at its next regular meeting. You can delegate your duties, but not your responsibilities or fiduciary obligations. RPA encourages the board not to waive even more of its authority, and if the board insists, at least comply with Government Code Section 20191. The big pusher of the total portfolio approach is the Chartered Alternative Investment Analysts Association, the people whose living depends on high fees, secret agreements, secret holdings, and made-up valuations. Why would that be? Because it is a backdoor way of increasing the allocation to private assets. Why would Wall Street and the alternative investment industry want more private assets? The fees are great. Last year, CalPERS received $3.4 billion from private equity while paying out $1.7 billion in fees. For every dollar CalPERS received, the GP received 50 cents. I noticed some kind of surprises there. I guess you didn't read 4F before you adopted it. TPA further reduces the transparency given to beneficiaries. Staff has told you they are not using the discretion you already give them to increase returns. However, they say they will do so if they don't have to identify the asset classes they are over and underweighting. They will increase returns if they do not have to show what segments of those asset classes they are over or underweighting. Staff has said the portfolio will be slightly more risky. Returns should increase 1 to 1.5%. They have also said the discount rate, which under GASB is the expected long-term return, should not be increased. We as retirees like the lower discount rate. It brings higher contributions. But if we were employers or PEPR members, we would not like it. This is not about increasing accountability. It's about more power to operate in the shadows. It is not about acting as prudent experts exercising a duty of care. It's about finding the next job and to keep Wall Street happy. It's the new shiny object. That is not your job. Neither is it the purpose of the funds. We encourage you to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Larry.
Good morning. Am I on? Yeah.
Yes.
Larry Woodson, California State Retirees. My major concern with the proposed TPA is that it allows the staff to alter the asset class target percentages up to 75-25 split, which theoretically would allow staff to double, triple, or even more the current 17% target for private equity, which is already too high given the great harm PE is doing to our healthcare system and general economy. I submitted a report to all board members and appropriate exec staff last week by email on the dangers of private equity. I've submitted hard copies to you this morning with an addendum and asked that it be included in the public record. In it, I cite and previously recommended that you read the book Bad Company, Private Equity and the Death of the American Dream by Megan Greenwell. I don't know if any of you have read it, but if you have, I hope you agree that the subtitle is no exaggeration. My report documents an explosion of PE acquisitions of healthcare in the last 15 years, doing great harm while making profits for themselves and limited partners to some extent. And at least 386 hospitals are now owned by PE, comprising 30% of all for-profit hospitals in the U.S. The most egregious and extensive harm to healthcare to date involves the acquisition of a healthcare system in Massachusetts with 6 hospitals by PE firm Cerberus, who renamed it Steward Health and expanded to 10 states, acquiring 31 more hospitals. Over 10 years, Cerberus implemented its destructive MO, resulting in the closure of 6 hospitals, and the remaining 31 are now in bankruptcy. Hundreds have lost their jobs, including SEIU employees. I was able to document that CalPERS invested nearly $480 million in the very Cerberus fund that played a part in the demise of 37 hospitals in 10 states. The second section of the report documents the lack of transparency, validity of PE valuation. Self-reporting by the GP with no third-party audits and almost no SEC oversight creates the climate for great GP overvaluation. I consulted with an internationally recognized critic of PE who's written extensively about its dangers and how the IRR, internal rate of return, is a misrepresentation of the true rate of return. Lastly, we are happy to have Mr. Gilmore as our new CIO. His track record and credentials are impressive. In New Zealand, the Public Pension Fund did well under his 5-year leadership, averaging 8.64% return for his 5-year tenure in difficult times, compared to CalPERS 7% for the same time period. And the New Zealand fund did that in spite of having only 3% of their portfolio allocated to PE during that time. We believe CalPERS could do the same without any investment. And I'll just add, a pretty knowledgeable investor by the name of Warren Buffett hates PE. He calls their IRR calculations dishonest, explaining how they game them. He criticizes their use of high debt and speaks of the negative impacts on their acquired businesses. Thank you for the consideration of my comments and the report.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Jim McRitchie. Long-term, it is on, right? Yeah, you don't have to press anymore. Long-term CalPERS member and advocate for responsible governance. Reiterating, objections to TPA. It sounds efficient, but in practice, it means staff could shift billions between public and private funds, including into opaque or leveraged private equity and credit funds. I've got 3 major concerns. First, it makes CalPERS more dependent on models and assumptions that are hard to verify, especially for private assets that aren't priced daily. Second, it reduces transparency with a single total fund benchmark rather than 11 asset class benchmarks. The board and public will have less insight into where performance comes from or non-performance. Third, it increases the chance that illiquid or high-fee assets grow beyond prudent levels before warning lights go off. Before adopting TPA, CalPERS should finish and test at least 3 unfinished work streams: governance, portfolio construction, and treasury and liquidity. Those define who decides what, how risk is measured, and how we meet cash needs in a downturn. Adopting TPA is like approving takeoff before installing the flight instruments. We also need to recognize a potential conflict of interest with the consultant, Wilshire Advisors. CalPERS's main investment consultant is owned by 2 private equity firms. That doesn't mean they're conflicted in every recommendation, but it does warrant an independent review before relying on their advice for this fundamental change. Finally, CalPERS isn't just an investor. We're also one of the nation's largest health insurers and a stakeholder in the real economy. Some private equity strategies, raising prices, cutting staff, loading up companies with debt. Many of them also have long-term consulting contracts. So even when they're sold back into the market, they still owe that. I want to make sure that CalPERS sets up guidelines or guardrails. I know you have guardrails with regard to labor practices, but I'm not familiar with guardrails on all these other things. What we don't want to do is drive up healthcare and undermine the economy, even while we're making profits in private equity. In short, TPA may help manage risk, but only if it's underpinned by strong governance, transparency, and independence. Let's finish the control systems, verify consultant independence, and align TPA with CalPERS's mission to earn returns and sustain the economy our members depend on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mr. Swaby and Ruiz. Come on down. And will we have any phone callers on this item? Okay, we will. Okay. Very ready, sir.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. I am Mark Swaby, a CalPERS retiree, and I also want to acknowledge Ann's comments earlier. She was the environmental person from Trinity Cathedral. I have recently been a guest singer at the cathedral, and I was glad to have her in the audience. And I also want to remark that if I cannot breathe, I cannot sing. From item 2. So I'm going to return now to item 5A. CalPERS executives, I have 3 issues. CalPERS executives have failed to report totals in dollar amounts for private equity investments. They've failed to group them by customized investment accounts, co-investment contracts, and standard private equity contracts with their general partners to the CalPERS board for fiscal year 24-25. CalPERS executives also failed to report changes in financial position in dollar amounts including sales, new investments, profits, losses, return of principal, or no net changes in all private equity accounts. Again, neither grouped by customized investment accounts, co-investment contracts, nor the standard private equity contracts, not to the CalPERS board, nor to the 2.3 CalPERS members in any open CalPERS meeting. CalPERS executives have also failed to provide totals and dollars amounts on CalPERS cash contributions to general partners and administrators, along with the cash distributions from the general partners and administrators back to CalPERS, so that again, the CalPERS board and 2.3 million CalPERS members may easily read them, find the differences between cash contributions to general partners and the cash distributions from them. In conclusion, considering that these three are material failures, I respectfully ask the CalPERS board to vote no on 3 CalPERS executives' recommendations. I ask them to vote no today on the adoption of Assets Liability Management, ALM. I ask them to vote no on the adoption of the total portfolio approach, the TPA, because they aren't reporting. And number 3, I want them to vote no on an allocation of approximately $90 billion to private investments and contracts for fiscal year 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Your answer.
Thank you for allowing me, Frank Reese, a CalPERS retiree, an opportunity to address the CalPERS board, guests, and CalPERS staff. So, who will go to jail first? Yes, who will go to jail first? In Alice in Wonderland, the caterpillar, Absalom, asked Alice this question: who are you? To which Alice says, I don't know. I don't know. Is this the problem with the CalPERS board as well? Who are the CalPERS board members? Are they a board that fulfills its fiduciary duties of making money for the PERF and protects the pension fund for its 2.3 million plus beneficiaries and survivors? Or are they a board that hands over their decision-making authority to CalPERS executives? The answer will decide who goes to jail first. The CalPERS board members who abrogate their duty and hand over their power to CalPERS executives, or the CalPERS executives who underreport the financial facts from the board. A board that does not know the difference between honest, factual reports and marketing lather that underreport the numbers or don't report the actual numbers and accepts presentations spouting marketing blather as if they were billions, definitely does not know who they are. Is the CalPERS board a group of decision makers who do not understand the marketing percentages and inflated valuations, yet votes for something that is as upside down, inside out, substandard deviation world of private equity nightmare as Alice's Wonderland dream is a nightmare? The CalPERS executives in the annual comprehensive report for fiscal year 24-25 private equity performance review, a copy has been submitted to the board, over 400 contracts. And this is the last page, which you have in your hand. No totals, no totals. How many board members have credit cards or bank statements where totals are not provided? Would you do business with a credit card company or a bank that does not tell you what your totals are, does not tell you how much you are in the red or in the black? Think about it. Well, this is the second year that CalPERS executives failed to provide totals for a private equity list of contracts. Why? Is the CalPERS board going to allow that? Where are the totals for the co-investments and the customized investment accounts, CIA, broken out from this long alphabetical list, over 400 contracts? What are the CalPERS executives underreporting? Also, we are still carrying contracts from 2008 that are not making money, but losing money for CalPERS. Why? A CalPERS board that in court says, we didn't know what we were voting for, or votes for CalPERS executives who did know and used marketing percentage presentations to sell projected percentages as if they were billions to get TPA, ALM, and billions more into a private equity approved. CalPERS board members. Oh.
Yeah, tell them to vote no.
The only thing I want to say, yeah, if you don't understand TPA, ALM, or why billions are going into a high-risk, low-return investment, you must, as a board, vote no. Please vote no on TPA, ALM, and billions more. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, I don't think we have any other in-person commenters on this item, but we have a couple on the phone. Okay, let's go to our phone callers.
Yes, Chair Miller, we have Margaret Brown with RPEA to speak to item 5A. Margaret, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Thank you. The proposed TPA has a 75-25 or 80-20 stocks and bonds asset mix. This is extremely risky and should not be done. Also, the proposed TPA concentrates a significant amount of authority in the hands of one person, the CIO. Yet ultimate responsibility for investment outcomes still rests with this board. If Mr. Gilmore's macro level investment decisions result in substantial losses, who is accountable? RPEA is asking today, is the board truly comfortable surrendering this much oversight? There is also a direct connection between investment losses and the ability of employers to meet their CalPERS obligations. When employers cannot afford to make the required payments, the consequences fall on retirees and employees in the form of pension cuts. Many CalPERS retirees are not aware that pensions depend on their agency's ability to pay. Only state employees are protected. CalPERS does not guarantee full pension payments when an employer defaults. When an employer fails to pay, pensions are reduced. We have seen this happen with the city of Loyalton. They defaulted, and that resulted in pensions being cut 60%. The East San Gabriel Valley Human Services Consortium, or LA Works, over 200 retirees experienced pension cuts of about 63%. The Trinity Works Water District failed to pay termination fees or contributions, and that led to reductions up to 70%. And then the Nyland Sanitary District, there was very few, but they faced severe cuts up to 100%, effectively eliminating promised pensions. These are not hypotheticals. They are real examples of what can happen when oversight fails or employers cannot meet their obligations. As you consider the TPA, I urge the board to weigh carefully the risk of concentrating investment authority and to remain vigilant about the protections owed to CalPERS members whose livelihood depends on your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another caller?
Yes, next we have Stephen Alari to speak on item 5A. Stephen, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and members of the board, my name is Stephen Alari. I'm a CalPERS retiree, and I'm calling to recommend support of the Fiona Ma proposal as stated by Frank Ruffino. A 2-year review of the governance and efficacy of TPA, I think, is reasonable, and I would encourage the board to adopt this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further calls? One more? Nope. Okay, no more on the phone. We have one more person to speak in person. It looks like Brandon Barney. Brandon, come on down for this item.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Brandon Barney. I'm addressing agenda item 5A, asset liability management recommendations in the proposed shift to total portfolio approach, which is intended to enshrine the belief that the portfolio is best managed as a whole. I've been studying how CalPERS' largest, most sophisticated peer funds are handling risk and technology integration. The Norwegian Government Pension Fund, in its 2024 annual report, states it has launched a new internal strategy for how AI can improve risk management and has raised skill levels with an investment academy and annual courses on coding and AI. They are clearly investing heavily in their people to manage new complex risks. This investment in human capital is critical because as we adopt AI agents to inform training and risk decisions, we face profound hidden dangers. I'm referring to the recent data hacking paper from Nassim Taleb and his firm Universa. The paper demonstrates how AI models can be dangerously misled by statistical noise, creating a false sense of security that completely misses the true fat tail risk. This creates a situation where history may rhyme. We all recall the Minsky moment of 2008 to 2009, where the ultimate failure was one of human process and discipline, where hedges were unwound right before they were needed most. My question is therefore about our human process and this major governance shift. The move to TPA delegates greater authority to staff and requires 8 internal work streams, including new processes for governance and policy controls. Since TPA shifts away from asset class targets, it places a premium on the judgment of our investment officers. To Chief Investment Officer Gilmore and the committee, given that your peer, the Norwegian Fund, is actively training its staff on AI risks, and that experts are warning of AI's new blind spots, what is CalPERS' strategy for managing the new risks inherent in adopting sophisticated investment technology? Specifically, what training, upskilling, and simulation programs are in place for our investment officers to ensure that they effectively challenge these new AI tools and avoid the data hacking traps within the total portfolio approach framework?
Thank you. I think that concludes the public comments on this item. Yep. Okay, so we're back to the motions. We've got a motion on the table and we've got an amendment to the motions. I think we have to handle the amendment first. So any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, so I will call for the question on the amendment. Oh, we do. We have discussion. I'll call on Director Willett.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Miller. Regarding the amendment, I appreciate the spirit that the amendment was made in. I'm still a little uncertain what the amendment is, and that makes me really uncomfortable registering a vote on the amendment. I think that regardless if this passes or not, the amendment, continuous review, assessment, improvement are foundational to our role on the board, and that we will be continuing to do that. It's my understanding that we will be, continuing quarterly reviews at a public level of our fund, of the governance structures in place, of all of the policies that are in place. And I think there's going to be an additional reviews. And so I'm not comfortable with the amendment at this time, but I'm looking forward to if there's other discussion.
Okay, Jose Luis Pacheco.
Yes, so I strongly believe in the amendment, either the amendment or the direction. However, for clarification, if Frank, could you reread the amendment again and in totality, so perhaps it's clear. If you can do that, is that possible? Sorry.
Okay, hit your
That'd be
button,
great.
Frank, and
Thank
I'll
you.
put you on to read.
Because I think it was
There you
clear,
go.
but I want to make sure that the whole board is sure. Thank you.
So the part of its adoption of TPA, the board directs staff to conduct a formal review of the efficacy of TPA, no later than 2 years.
Okay.
That's, in a sense, that's the spirit of the amendment. And it was suggested by the president to do as a board direction, and which that could be accomplished as a board direction as well. However, usually at a board direction, it can't fade out. There's no guarantee that it will be, that it will happen, so to speak. So the amendment ensures, as I said, this is a one-time review. This is not an ongoing. It's just a one-time review for the reasons that I already explained earlier.
Okay, next I have Director Palkey.
Thank you. So I kept on turning my mic on and off because I thought somebody was going to actually get to my question. So I don't disagree, Frank. I actually like the idea. However, in terms of process, when a motion is made and an amendment, does not the maker of the motion have to approve the amendment?
Robert Carlin from the CalPERS legal office. So if it's a friendly amendment, it requires both the original maker and seconder to consent. But if it's just a straight up amendment, then it just needs to have another second in order for it to then be on the floor, subject for discussion and then action by the board.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Director DeToy.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from staff on this motion. What would be different than, what we would already do in our annual lookbacks? As you said, you're going to be constructing a portfolio, essentially an SAA of what, the year forward looks like. We already have the benchmark portfolio of the 75-25 if this goes through. So with the substitute or the friendly or the substitute motion that's on the table, what would be different truly compared to an SAA look back for the last 2 years on a TPA success, or we'll go success? No, there's going to be no failure.
It's actually quite a hard question for me to answer. I think that when Director Rufino made the comment, he was talking about transparency. So I think the board would probably want to know that we're transparent in terms of reporting, but that's the same with the strategic asset allocation anyway. So I'm not sure just what the difference is. And when the question of efficacy comes up, as I mentioned before, 2 years is a very short time period to be thinking about performance. So I'm not quite sure exactly what the amendment's getting at. But of course, it makes perfect sense for the investment committee to be checking in on the governance and the process through time. Of course, that's what you do as a governance body.
And then, I'm kind of confused where we are, because I feel like a lot of this data would be present, as more so probably in closed session versus an open session report for the board members. So I just want to take get your 2 cents on it all, or if there's a work stream that we haven't seen yet, some dashboard that we haven't seen yet, that would kind of quell some of the concerns.
What you will get, of course, in closed session, because it's strategic, is our projections on where the portfolio is going. And the proposal is we update that every year, and you will get quarterly reports on where we actually are. So that will come through. And of course, the proposal also is that we develop a more comprehensive dashboard associated with the total portfolio approach. And we have done some work on that. We did some work on that in July, but we need to refine that work, and we'll come back with recommendations on that as part of the process. I think also, as Amy mentioned earlier, we're also looking at this as an opportunity to maybe refine some of the policies, because I think they've grown through time, and some of those policies are quite lengthy, and we think we can make them more consistent across asset classes to make it whole of portfolio. But we need to come back to you on that as well.
Thank you.
Director Middleton.
Right, thank you. Question, I think, for Mr. Carlin, but I'd like to understand exactly what is the difference between a amendment and staff receiving direction through board direction.
I would mostly, from my perspective, Ms. Middleton, I would say it's more form over substance. I think staff is going to understand the request from the board either way. So an amendment is just the board taking formal action, as opposed to simply having it be direction from the chair of the committee, for example. But I think, in effect, staff will be obligated to comply with the board's direction in either scenario.
Right. One question I have as follow-up. If we do it as board direction, does it become easier to modify that direction over time as needed?
I don't think it becomes any easier in either scenario. It really comes down to the specificity by which you either make a motion or give direction, but I think either is equally effective.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just make a quick comment in that regard. to me, whether it's committee direction or a motion, if it's not happening, it's on us to make sure that it happens. So, yeah, so that's just my comment. I don't see any other requests to speak. So at this point, I will call for the question on the amendment to the motion. All in favor? Or do we have to do a roll call? No, okay. All in favor? Aye. Any ayes? Okay, we've got, okay. Opposed? No. Okay, it sounds like the nays have it. But that's, I think I'm gonna ask for a roll call because I can't be certain that my acoustic evaluation is flawless.
Melissa Willett. No. Michael DeToy. No. Nicole Griffith. Frank Ruffino. Yes. Lisa Middleton. Aye. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Aye.
Kevin Palke.
No.
Ramon Rubalcava.
No.
Teresa Taylor.
No.
Yvonne Walker.
No.
What's the,
That's 6 noes and 4 nays.
6 noes and 4 nays? That's confusing to me.
4 yeses, sorry.
Okay, it looks like I don't have to break any ties, so my day is made. So yeah, so the motion for the amendment fails. So we're back to the original motion. Is there any other further discussion on the original motion? Yes, I've got Mr. Ruffino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I said earlier, I would like to again offer a friendly amendment that we do this review. We don't need to repeat it, but as a board direction.
I don't think we need to put it in the motion. Can I just make that direction and staff will work with, in particular,
Yeah.
Mr. Ruffino to make sure that
Correct.
we have a clear
Yeah,
understanding.
you can give it
and-
as committee direction
Yeah,
to the team
I would
and then take the original motion.
Yeah, thus it's done. Okay, so now we'll go back to the motion. Any further discussion on the motion? I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Yes.
Any nays? Any abstentions? There, how easy was that? Okay, so at this point, I think it's time for lunch. And so what do we want to do? 45 minutes? What's the pleasure? Yeah, 45 minutes. So we'll be back from lunch at 1:15 to continue the investment committee. Bang, we're in recess till then. Our action agenda item, and we're on to our information agenda items. So here we go with the quarterly Chief Investment Officer report.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this fairly brief because I want to pass over to Lauren to talk about what's been happening economically. The numbers you see here, the 4.7% fiscal year-to-date return, represent just the 3 months from the end of June. Strong return based on the performance of the listed equity market. Although that's very short term, much rather focus on the 10-year return, 8.2%, so well above the discount rate, obviously improves the funded ratio. And as at the end of September, the assets under management in the PERF were $585 billion, but of course we also have the affiliate funds at around $38 billion, so well over $620 billion managed by the team. The fiscal year-to-date number you see in terms of value add is negative for that short period. Again, it's really a function of the strong performance of equities. However, the 1 year to date value add is positive, around 56 basis points at the portfolio level. And as you can see from here, the allocation to actively managed, around 64%, the allocation to privates, 32%, but has been gradually increasing through time. And with that, I'll pass through to Lauren to tell you what's been happening in the world.
Thank you, Stephen. Good afternoon, board members, chair and president. Lauren Rosborough-Watt from the Investment Office. So I'm here today to talk to you around the drivers behind the Q3 2025 portfolio returns and to discuss where we are today if there's been any material differences. As Stephen mentioned, the third quarter was another positive run for the portfolio, driven by returns to public and private equities, with private debt printing double-digit returns over a 1-year duration. And the chart that you see up here are market-related returns, not our portfolio returns, so just a clarification over the differences. So just to recap some of the macro drivers, because they are broadly unchanged from when I spoke to you last in June. And that, as you recall, there was a market surprise, a negative surprise with the Liberation Day announcements of tariffs on April 2nd. But subsequent to that, the macroeconomic impact has been relatively muted for a number of different reasons. There have been some temporary suspensions. There has been negotiation to lower tariff rates. There's been some sector and goods concessions, some bilateral concessions. There's been preemptive purchases by businesses and consumers, so we saw a bump up in Q1 GDP. And some businesses have chosen not to pass on the full impact of the tariff immediately going through. We've also heard anecdotally that there's been some some changes in the administration or designation of some imports into the US that make them eligible for a lower tariff rate. In addition, in the third quarter, US AI and technology-related public stocks continued their substantive CapEx spending. There are variable figures. One that we have is spending year-to-date on CapEx for the Mag 7 for Q3 was $458 billion US. Now, if we annualize that, that's around 2% of nominal GDP. If we think of that in real terms, so we take the price effect out, for the first half of this year, AI-related or AI and tech-related CapEx spending is estimated to contribute between 0.6 and 1.3 percentage points to GDP. Now, to put that into context, the average quarter-on-quarter seasonally adjusted annualized rate for GDP for the first half of the year was 1.6%. Much of this spending has been supported by earnings, so free cash flow coming from some of the major players. Indeed, earnings growth, according to FactSet, the Mag 7 earnings growth increased 14.9% year-on-year to Q3. Now, that's over double that was seen in the S&P 493 over the same period. Further supporting asset returns was the Federal Reserve. Short-dated interest rates declined. Now, when I spoke to you last, there was an anticipation of rate cuts. We've seen that. The FOMC have reduced rates 25 basis points in September and another subsequent in October. Short-dated interest rates are now 1.5% below their peak at the end of 2024. This has supported public credit returns and also fixed income returns more broadly, as both short-dated rates and long-dated interest rates have fallen. Recall, for bonds, prices rise when yield goes down. Last quarter, I spoke about a softening labour market, so just a brief update on that. The government shutdown has meant we don't have official labour statistics. There will be the September release coming out at the end of this month, and unfortunately the October release is possibly not going to be released at all due to a lack of data availability. But non-official or unofficial data suggest a continuation of the softening of the labour market. And recall I spoke about labour supply also shrinking, and as a result, economists anticipate the unemployment rate to remain relatively low. It's currently 4.3. Expectations or forecasts for the end of 2026 are around 4.6%. So given the softening of the labour market, we're still seeing a relatively low unemployment rate, and that bodes well for total nominal income, like private consumption, nominal income. So what does this mean in terms of our scenarios? Thank you, Michael, appreciate that. For 2025, the government shutdown does mean a Q4 GDP number is expected to be quite weak, anywhere between 0.8 to 1.1% down. Let me clarify, lower than what was originally expected. So still a positive number for Q4, but much weaker. But this is only temporary. Market expectations for December 2025, which we're nearly there, are where you see that arrow or the point of that arrow. So moving back towards GDP close to potential, slightly below, and inflation slightly above target of 2%. If we think about market expectations now for 2026, the vast majority of expectations are for growth to be around potential, so around 1.8 to 2%, and for continued disinflation, although very slowly. So by the end of 2026, inflation expectations for inflation are around 2.5%. This looks relatively benign, and typically, as you know, transitions are really so uneventful. Now, while I can't predict the future, I wish I could. Any market response to the surprise depends on what the surprise is, how large the surprise is, and what the starting point is. And so I guess in some ways just to think around where we are today. For capital market asset values, broadly speaking, are rich, as Director Pacheco mentioned earlier. So I'm just not predicting, of course, but I am saying that it looks like this good news of continued earnings growth and a continuation of reduction in the federal funds rate has largely been priced in. Now, what does that mean? That typically means negative news may well have a larger negative impact than positive news may well have a positive impact. That said, we are talking about the very short term. We're talking about today and looking in the very short term. What I would say is, as a fund, we do tend to look longer term. And some of those drivers of US growth, so strong consumer, relatively low leverage in households and corporates, and this AI and tech-led, boom, which is secular in nature, all of those things bode very well for US growth and therefore asset returns over the medium to long term. Thank you. From me, I'll pass back to Stephen.
Chair, I'll just hand back to you for questions.
Okay, we have questions. Director Pacheco.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation again, and I really do enjoy this particular portion of the discussion. With respect to the market, overall market, you mentioned that good news or bad news may interfere in terms of, how about with respect to geopolitical issues, in terms of how, for instance, our president mentioned he was thinking about bringing back nuclear testing, nuclear bomb testing, and how does that play out? Because that has some geopolitical ramifications around the world, and how does that play into the economics?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Appreciate that. One thing I think we've found this year, in fact, since 2022, clearly the Russian invasion of Ukraine was a relatively large market event. Once again, although there were some some tail events, in particular in terms of energy costs for countries such as Europe. But by and large, the market has taken these in its stride. So I think my response would be if the geopolitical event had a global effect, then I would expect a much larger impact for markets than if it was an isolated or a country-specific.
Thank you for that question. And in terms about energy costs and so forth, I've been reading in the news this, as you mentioned in your discussion, this boom with the AI and with respect to data centers and so forth, and the huge consumption of energy that's being and the demand of that. How does that play into this scenario that from our economic scenario in your understanding of that?
I, in some ways, want to pass that through to Peter Cashin, if I may, in some way, shape, or form. But my broad comments are there are a lot of expectations for excess demand for electrical consumption going forward. That said, there's a lot of forecasts, and some of these numbers are quite big in terms of the production of data centers and therefore the consumption of electricity. Now, these are assumptions going forward. They're certainly positive. What we have read is that a lot of these, and I say a lot of, I don't have statistics on this, but that there's a desire to move to renewables in order to speed up the process of that electrical consumption.
And then one last question. You mentioned that the inflationary rate right now is at 2.5. You think 2.5%, and if I recall, having it about 2% or less that's the ideal optimal inflation target with respect to the Federal Reserve Bank. When do you think we could get to that point?
Yeah, so current inflation, there's two inflation measures that we have in the US. There's the PCE and the CPI. Both are above 2.5 right now. Okay. Economists are anticipating it to see disinflation towards that 2.5% at the end of 2026. You're absolutely right, target is 2%. We would need some negative surprises in order to see inflation falling. Some of those factors could well be oil prices, for example. That tends to be a bit of a swing factor. The major driver of in the post-pandemic world, and that just simply takes time to work through the system.
I would imagine so. Thank you so much for your comments. I really do appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Okay, next we have President Taylor.
Hi, Lauren, thank you for your presentation. I think I wanted to highlight the part where we're talking about the labor markets. The shutdown gave us no data, but the labor supply has been reduced. So a lot of that falls on the immigration issues going on right now, which is people not going to work either because they have, they're too scared to leave their homes or for whatever other reason, which is what is keeping our unemployment rate down, right? So it isn't just immigration. There's also the loss of jobs completely from like 350,000 federal workers. But this all trickles down. So I expect to see a problem. I mean, in grocery stores and in a lot of places where our folks work, right? Or our food supplies because of, they're not being able to go out and to the farms and pick. So what's the result of that in terms of the whole market as an overall market? Because what we're seeing in places like Los Angeles right now is a huge loss in revenue, and that could translate over quite a bit of the United States if Los Angeles isn't giving money to the feds, and Chicago isn't giving money to the feds. I mean, this is going to translate into a problem. So where do you see that having an impact?
Yeah, thank you for your question. It's a very pertinent question, in fact. Obtaining data on non-legal labour force is actually very difficult to do. There was a study that estimated that for the non-legal side, the sectoral impact was actually expected to be positive for those people who are still working in the market. In other words, real wages for those areas, because there's less supply. I know, hang on, let me finish. Would go up. However, there's a recent Fed Minnesota paper that came out that said, in fact, that we're not seeing that happen this year. So exactly to your point. On the legal side, what we can see in the data, or until the data ceased, we have had a reduction of foreign-born workers in the US market. Around 1.4 million less foreign-born workers are participating in the labour market. To put that into context, there's around 160 or 170 million people in terms of employed. So it is relatively small, but it is notable. Estimate around half of those are lower due to immigration, and half of that is due to a softening of the labour market more broadly. The other thing I would point out is that female participation rate in the labour market has declined quite markedly, in particular over the last few months. There's a number of posited reasons, hypotheses for that. Male participation rate hasn't fallen. Some of them is that females are choosing to opt out of the labour market, in particular those with young children, as the return to office is starting to accelerate with this weaker labour market. I agree, the effects net are somewhat mixed, and you get this distributional impact. So those, to your point, potentially at the lower end of the income distribution may have much larger impact. In terms of an aggregate impact on the economy, that tends to have a smaller aggregate impact on the economy, and so we may well not see it in the aggregate numbers, broadly speaking, compared to high income.
So, yeah, and I think where we see it also is in higher percentage immigrant communities, correct? So Los Angeles has
Absolutely.
a huge population of immigrants. Chicago does too. So when we see these folks not going to work, whether or not they have been deported, it's because of fear, then the stores that they work at, the houses that they may work at, and of course the farms in California are not making money, right?
And you're absolutely right. So that's the distributional impact. And you get the sectoral impact, and also what you're highlighting is a community impact across the economy. Absolutely. I think you're right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions, and really appreciate the reports and thoughtful questions and answers. And I guess that I don't see any public comment on this information agenda item, so back to you, Stephen.
I'd like to invite people from the Total Fund team up. So Brian, Saeed, Michael, Jonathan.
Okay, item 6B.
All right, afternoon. Brian Liu, Interim Managing Investment Director of the Total Fund Portfolio Management Program. I'm pleased today to be joined by 3 investment directors who help lead the program, Saeed Arriguia, Michael Krim, and Jonathan O'Donnell. So we're excited to walk you through our annual program review today on behalf of the entire dedicated 37-person TFPM team. I will begin by giving a brief overview of the role of our program and our key functional responsibilities. Then I'll hand it over to Saeed and Michael to touch on how we're supporting our transition to total portfolio approach, and specifically our approach to portfolio construction. After that, Jonathan, who leads our investment treasury group, will walk through the funding environment and review our approach to liquidity risk management. We recognize that liquidity risk is an important consideration as we help support the total portfolio investment process, and we specifically wanted to touch on that a bit more with you today. All right, so TFPM plays an important role in supporting the asset liability management process, which of course was just covered earlier today. And we also serve an ongoing role in supporting total fund allocation decision-making and helping support the allocation planning cycle that Stephen referenced earlier today. In addition to this more strategic support role, we also serve an important implementation role, basically managing our total fund exposure to a stable risk target, which also includes managing total fund liquidity risk. We also have a role in continuing to explore and develop new strategies that may help further diversify the total portfolio and improve resilience. These are often multi-asset class investment strategies. So these key metrics are meant just to give you a sense of the scale of this total fund implementation activity. So 73 billion flows into and out of the fund and across rebalancing activity as we manage the allocation across asset classes, all while keeping close to our targeted risk profile and maintaining stable financing for our desired exposures. So this next slide is simply a slightly different view of these key responsibilities from more of a functional perspective. So you can see here the responsibilities across portfolio construction, strategy development, and implementation. So Saeed, Michael, and Jonathan are going to walk you through this in a little bit more depth in the following slides. But quickly, before I turn it over to them, I just want to quickly connect the dots here between speakers. On this top bullet, you see our economics research here is led by Lauren Rossborough-Watt, who you just heard from and shared with you a market update along Stephen. So we really appreciate all her contributions to the TFPM team and this process. And with that, I'll hand it over to you, Saeed.
Is it working? Oh, yeah. Good afternoon, board members. Saeed Darigiha, Investment Director with the Total Fund. Out of the 8 work streams that Amy walked you through earlier, the Total Fund is responsible and heavily involved in the portfolio construction, number 3, and treasury management, number 4. Our goal in the next few minutes is simple, to give you a clear sense of how we are approaching portfolio construction. Go to the next slide first. When you zoom out, portfolio construction has 3 pillars. I'll speak briefly about the first, investment strategy analysis, which serves as the building block for the next pillar, risk budgeting. The investment strategy analysis is about understanding the forward-looking risk and return profile of each strategy in the portfolio, and very importantly, how each strategy does in a good state of the world and in a bad state of the world. This kind of analysis is not new to CalPERS. We have always analyzed the strategies. What is different now is how we are doing it. The Total Fund begins by collaborating with asset classes to develop a shared understanding of each strategy. From there, we bring our finding to the Portfolio Integration Committee, where colleagues from across the investment office challenge our assumptions, highlight blind spots, and sharpen our conclusion. Once we incorporate that feedback, we take the work to Management Committee for further perspective and to ensure alignment with our fiduciary responsibilities and the mandate set by this board. At the heart of this process, there is a simple truth. No one is smarter than all of us. This collective wisdom around each strategy becomes the foundation for the next pillar, risk budgeting. Michael, hand it over to you.
Thank you, Saeed. So this next section, allocation and risk budgeting, I would really describe as the task of putting the pieces of the portfolio together. And the comment I wanted to make on this in regards to the work of the Total Fund team here is that this is really more of an adaptation of existing techniques than a complete reinvention. We're really adapting our processes to TPA as part of this work. And a really important part of that adaptation is ensuring that the process we design is understood and accepted throughout the organization. So just as Saeed emphasized this, I really want to emphasize the collaboration here. Portfolio construction under TPA is a shared responsibility across the entire investment team. And we see our role on TFPM as shaping and facilitating that shared responsibility. Briefly, just would comment on the last piece, the sort of scenarios and research in general. There's ongoing work, particularly to be able to model the portfolio, not just in quantified risk ways, but in scenario ways. And you've seen some of that from Lauren here, and we're continuing to invest in that capability. We're also investing in the ability to model the portfolio's forward liquidity across various scenarios, which is particularly pertinent as we invest in less liquid assets. Thank you.
All right, I think it's on. Thanks, Michael. So my name is Jonathan O'Donnell. I represent the investment treasury group within Total Fund Portfolio Management. I'm excited to see this conversation moving from earlier today about talking about liquidity and how it isn't a super important issue for CalPERS as a whole. And that's what my team focuses on. We focus on the day-to-day liquidity management for the portfolio, of which financing management is for the PERF is part of that. Only after we ensure that our liquidity house is in very good order, then we can look to see what type of opportunities there are that we can take advantage of from our balance sheet, of which we think there's quite a few. It is important to note, and this is a very important piece that I want to make sure we convey, that we operate under a principle that liquidity is a heartbeat issue that requires the most prudent management that we have. You should see this as a recurring theme over the next few slides. So talking about where we are in the markets, we're actually in a really interesting time from the funding markets and markets generally speaking, as the Fed's really kind of in a tricky spot, kind of balancing the growth and inflation trade-off, at the same time winding down the quantitative tightening that their balance sheet, that they've been doing in their balance sheet for the last year plus. Both of these things are important because they do affect the amount of liquidity that's inherent in the financial system. So they're variables that we need to consider when we're looking at liquidity and funding from the portfolio. So from a thematic perspective, these trends that we just talked about, the Fed open up a lot of pockets of opportunity that I think the team is really well positioned to take advantage of, given the work that we've done over the last 5 years plus in solidifying how we manage our balance sheet. The key to successfully navigating these markets is to continue diversifying and expanding our funding sources, all while keeping that continuous improvement mindset so we keep getting sharper and sharper on the risk management aspect of what we do. So next slide. Concentric circles, yep. Okay, so this slide was presented to the committee back in June, I believe, by one of my colleagues. I'm going to try and tie this slide with the next one to contextualize how we approach liquidity risk management. The main objective here for me is to instill a degree of confidence with you that we take liquidity risk management very seriously and that we have it very well managed. So starting from the outside and working in, we always begin our liquidity risk management conversations with an explicit statement of zero tolerance for missing pension payments. Most important. We've developed really good, excellent, I would say, views of our known cash flows in the portfolio, and we have really solid models around the unknown cash flows that can hit our portfolio from time to time. And then what we do is we layer on risk management buffers on top of those cash flows to doubly ensure that we can meet our obligations over time. So now I'm going to jump around a little bit, go to the middle, the blue circle, the projected portfolio. So the strategic structure of the portfolio dictates how much available capacity we have to operate with. That projected portfolio structure balances the maximum amount of illiquid assets, say in private markets or active strategies, et cetera, with the amount of liquid assets from public market strategies that we can use for financing. So it is that balance, and it will expand and contract over time. As the projected portfolio, the middle blue circle, becomes more or less liquid, our liquidity operating range shown in the middle circle in the available capacity, will expand or shrink depending on that posture. So it'll tell us how much cash or how much liquidity we can use to support portfolio operations over time. But it's also important to note that that margin of safety around the outside is constant. We don't compromise that depending on the structure of the portfolio. Next slide, please. All right, so here we can map our liquidity management processes from the prior slide, moving from the left-hand side of this slide to the right in a similar way that we moved from the outside of those concentric circles to the inside. So the left part of the slide, the liquidity risk reserve, represents how staff manages the various liquidity risks that are inherent in the portfolio. Obviously, baseline starting with pension payments and capital calls, margin support, et cetera. And then we add some degree of safety buffers on top of each of those risks that we do know. In the middle of the slide, the readily accessible liquidity rectangle represents how much liquidity we have on hand to cover those risks on the left, and also, importantly, to take advantage of other opportunities that may come up in the markets. So I wanted to note that back at the July offsite, I believe it was the July offsite, we proposed a liquidity reporting metric on the dashboard that Stephen mentioned to you guys earlier that shows the amount of liquidity that we have above and beyond the risk reserves, so the left-hand side of the slide, the amount of liquidity we have above those, and that we're calling the surplus available liquidity metric that will be available to you guys over time. So then the right-hand side of the slide corresponds to that center circle of the concentric circles from the prior slide. And it represents the portion of the portfolio that we can liquefy as needed to support activities on the left. The amount of liquid portfolio assets that we can rely on are a function of that balance between the liquid and illiquid assets in the strategic portfolio. So that's all I have to talk about right now.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jonathan. So looking back at the past year, as the team described, we've made a lot of progress in applying TPA concepts to the CalPERS investment model and developing the frameworks to support this investment approach. As Jonathan described, we have taken many steps to advance the investment treasury function, which serves to really reinforce increased confidence around our ability to manage liquidity risk effectively. While we also did make progress on building out automated analytics and dashboards, this is an area where we still have a lot more that we want to do, which leads us to the next slide. As we look ahead, we will continue to be very involved in supporting the data and technology modernization initiative. Especially as we move towards TPA, we believe data and tech will be really a key enabler to helping all of us better manage multidimensional risk, our balance sheet, liquidity, and trade-offs across the total portfolio. While much of our focus, upcoming focus is going to be on TPA portfolio construction and all the related work streams, we also plan to continue to diversify our liquidity platform, looking at other diversifying funding channels, including private markets. And then just finally to wrap up, I want to briefly highlight that while we're still relatively early in our transition to TPA, TFPM has been meeting regularly with the Sustainable Investments team on thinking through approaches to integrating our sustainability strategic objectives into the TPA framework. So I know Peter and the SI team will be covering their annual program review next year, so I'll keep it real brief and just end there saying that there's been really good early collaboration between the two teams. And with that, I'll open up to questions.
Okay, excellent. Very encouraging reports from everybody. Thank you. And we'll start with Director Pacheco.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. Again, I do appreciate this. And I do like what you guys are doing with respect to Treasury and in liquidity. My first question is actually on the initiatives, on the key initiatives looking ahead. You mentioned that you want to continue to build out the macroeconomic scenario analytics. How do you see that playing out with respect to the data technology modernization initiatives? And are there going to be additional dashboards, or are there going to be are you going to incorporate machine learning or AI into that mix? If you can elaborate a little further.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. For this one, maybe I'll turn it over to Michael to maybe say a few words.
All right, thanks. Yeah, so this actually touches a lot of our areas of focus. So I'm thinking AI, the data initiative, and scenario modeling. You know, at first glance, these are things that we're kind of all looking at independently, actually. I think there will be integration points at the future, but maybe to start with, on the scenarios, there's a lot of opportunity to build that into our portfolio construction process. And some of the analytics there are going to be similar to the kinds of things you were looking at with strategic asset allocation and the ALM decision, just at a more granular level. Now, that is an area that is very open for AI type of work. There are techniques that we're working with one of our vendors on looking at using AI to improve the optimization process for portfolio construction, for example. At the same time, it's still very exploratory. And there's some element of still kind of trying to figure out, you know, how AI is kind of best going to be used right at this point. On the data and technology initiative, this is a huge impact for all of our team. It touches almost everything that we do. It particularly touches the parts of the team that Jonathan is responsible for. It is, you know, every day it is about what's in the portfolio and what could be in the portfolio. So it's a huge area of focus for us. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. My next question is back on page 8 of 16, the liquidity risk management and the outer limit, the operating risk range, and then the portfolio projections. And that margin of safety, and I believe one of you gentlemen put
Those 5 buckets are what comprise the margin of safety. The margin of safety will change depending on the risk that's inherent in the market risk that's coming up, or, you know, what our strategy looks like, and who needs funding internally for private markets or for leverage strategies, et cetera. So those buffers will shift over time, and they tend to grow as the markets become more risky.
And so it's going to be dynamic then.
Yes.
They're not fixed or anything like that.
Correct.
And they will be part of the investment policy that moving forward, or, I mean.
So we have a number of models that we use to manage liquidity, and the entire framework that we have is governed by our PRP. What is it? The policy-related procedure. So there is some work that we need to do from an enterprise perspective in terms of of policy revisions to sync up what we do versus what, say, FINO does, for example, and what we report to you over time. Ideally, yes, the components of the liquidity risk reserve and the way that we actually manage liquidity will be part of the policy going forward.
Very good then. That's what I figured. Since we just now passed the framework for the total portfolio approach, I would imagine we'll be visiting this at a policy level.
Yeah.
Very good then. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other requests to ask questions or comment from us, and I don't think we have any public commenters on this information item. And thank you for the report. And I also appreciated oh, we do have a question. Oh, Kevin, light it up. It's not showing up. Oh, okay. I don't know. Okay. Well, no. But I did appreciate the clarity, and I liked the slides. I was able to keep track of everything, and yeah, went very well. So thank you.
Chair Miller, at this time, maybe it'd be appropriate to ask Wilshire to come up and share comments about their opinion letter.
That'd be perfect. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Ali Kazimi with Wilshire Advisors. Just some brief comments to add context around our letter, which hopefully you've had a chance to review. As you've heard and reflected in our letter, TFPM remains a cornerstone of the asset liability management and total fund allocation strategy. They walked through some of the achievements, so I'll highlight just a few. Executing over $73 billion in portfolio allocation adjustments, managing over $45 billion in financing operations, all of that really ensuring a stable risk profile and supporting both strategic and active exposures. In terms of the overall team, as noted, they currently operate with close to 40 full-time employees with several open positions. Most notably, the MID role remains vacant. However, despite that, the interim leadership has maintained what we view as strong stability and performance. The team's quality and external partnerships continue to be strong and contribute to the overall structure efficiently. Our overall team score remains strong with the future improvement expected when leadership continues to be defined and roles are further clarified. In terms of the support for the TPA, obviously congratulations to the board and staff on that moving forward today. TFPM has played a pivotal role in advancing that initiative, contributing to board education, reference portfolio development, and cost of capital modeling, to name a few. These efforts are central to CalPERS long-term asset liability management and investment decision making, and so more to come there, obviously, going forward. In terms of some of the functions that have been mentioned already and our scoring, from a portfolio implementation standpoint, we improved that scoring to third decile with notable enhancements in the liquidity management and funding channel diversification space that Jonathan touched on already. From a portfolio construction standpoint, we maintain a second decile, which is essentially a letter grade of A for that team, with significant progress in research, scenario analysis, and the allocation framework development. From a strategy development standpoint, we've seen less emphasis this year in that space due to a lot of the work being done to support TPA. But with that approval going forward, we expect that there will be continued evolution there in terms of developing cross-portfolio strategies and continued education in that space for leadership. Overall, our rating for TFPM is consistent from last year in the fourth decile. Again, that is above average in our model, so just to note that. Michael used the word adaptation.
Any questions? Thank you for the comments. Okay. Okay, that brings us to 6C, Sustainable Investment Program Review. And, oh, I see Peter there.
Good afternoon, Peter Cashin, Sustainable Investments. We're very excited today to present the SI Annual Program Review. It's been an incredibly eventful year, as you know, with some definite positives and some negatives as well. We want to distill these down for you, share our insights, and most importantly, present how SI is supporting the investment office to reduce risks and increase returns. I'd like to underscore that everything we present today is the work and achievement of INVO as a whole. None of this would have been achievable by SI alone. It's very much a joint work product between the asset classes, sustainable investments, and the investment office. One word has made this possible: and that's collaboration. I want to thank Stephen for promoting and prioritizing this culture of collaboration, which will be only further strengthened under TPA. Before I begin the presentation, I want to give a sincere thank you to the board for your guidance, strategic direction, and resources. You've entrusted us to build out the sustainable investment business at CalPERS. We are not going to take this lightly, and we will deliver. So we're actually presenting 5 items today, as you've probably seen. So let's share some of the highlights and tie it into the 4 Ps that we follow in the investment office. First, $60 billion in climate commitments, up from $50 billion the year prior. $7.3 billion in diverse managers, $2.2 in emerging managers. A big shout out to the private equity team and Anton Orlik for those numbers. In terms of emission intensity, it's down 11% and also declining in absolute terms. It's been another super active year on the human capital management front, with the responsible contractor policy refresh and market study and further implementation of the labor principles. They're a big shout out to GFI and Arnie Phillips. The SI team has grown significantly from 8 to 18 people. We have 2 hires remaining, so that will bring us to 20. On the ESG front, there's been a general deepening of the integration across public and private markets. On the public side, this has been led by Tanya Labastida Garcia, and on the private side by Dan Ahmed. We've had extensive stakeholder engagements as usual, with Tamara Sals and Sharnveer Dillon leading that work. We continue our industry-leading regulatory advisory work and the CalPERS Climate Strategy Report, which was led by Travis Antoniono. So given everything that's happening on the SI front, you probably have a series of questions, and we wanted to address those right up front in rapid-fire format, and then we'll get into the details with my colleagues as we go. So let's hit each one of these post-it notes. Are we on track for $100 billion investments in climate solution? Yes. We've invested $10 billion this past fiscal year and $13 billion over 2. This is a combination of appreciation and new investments. We have 5 years to go, so we are on track. I will caveat that it's not a straight line in investing. This year we may see less volume because of market changes, but we are on track. How is SI integrating with the asset classes? We're integrating well. It has required changes, and we've had some starts and stops at the beginning, but it's positively evolving, and we're really heading in the right direction. How is ESG integration evolving internally? Also well. On the private side, we've established a screening for all new investments, and we assess the ESG standards of all new funds. On the public side, they have already developed ESG screening, and we're further implementing the labor principles to continue to grow that ESG component. Next question. Are we on track for net zero 2050? Essentially, the answer is yes. Our emissions profile is on track to reduce emissions intensity by 50% by 2030, which was our objective. Out to 2050, it's hard to say, and will depend on the global emissions of the global economy. So that's still somewhat to be determined, but we are on track as of now. So what's happening in human capital management? As I inferred, there's a lot happening. We're presenting today the Responsible Contractor Policy annual compliance results, both for this year and over the past decade, and we're happy to report again full compliance for this year. We have the RCP market study update, where we're developing the request for proposal. We have the Responsible Contractor Bidding Opportunities website, and lastly, further development of the labor principles work. SI team build-out, as I mentioned, we've gone from 8 to 18 to add 2 to take us to 20. What's really notable is that this has occurred during a time when the opposite has been happening in the market. And I think that really says a lot about CalPERS' commitment and conviction to sustainability. Okay, so that's a lot. It was a bit abbreviated. And we had one other question related to what's happening in the climate market. So let's devote a whole slide to that because there's actually a lot happening, as you may have guessed. So to answer this, let's start with a roadmap, and I'll reference 3 key points. So the first is climate as a megatrend. Second will be what's happening in the global economy in terms of climate and transition. And third, in the US, there it's more nuanced with some negative policy developments, but positive economics. So let's address each one of those 3. So climate is a megatrend. Why is this? Well, climate touches all parts of the economy. And if climate was its own sector, it would be the 5th largest sector in the economy. This transition is going to play out over years and even decades to come. Climate solutions can be faster, cheaper, and more efficient, and simply make economic sense. In fact, there's a really interesting interplay between AI and climate. As we know, artificial intelligence, deglobalization are the other key mega themes. And this is playing out very closely between AI and climate. So AI will both be a driver of electricity consumption, and renewable energy will be the key provider of that incremental energy need. A second is the application of AI, and this is towards driving energy efficiency. I think this is a really exciting time to be investing in AI. This first stage that we've seen have been the NVIDIAs, the Palantirs, the Mag 7 have benefited in terms of valuation growth with AI. The second stage will be companies utilizing and leveraging the AI to become more efficient and reduce emissions. It's key that we not miss that, and we target and identify those companies that will benefit and those that will not. Lastly, I want to touch on the climate change and the whole climate risk aspect. Because climate change is worsening, we know that, so adaptation investment will be key. Let's pivot to the second topic, which is what's happening globally. So globally, in terms of climate transition, it's full steam ahead. The rest of the world is frankly quite mystified by the US approach and the climate denialism. To quote Patrick Moynihan, "You're entitled to your own opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts." And let me share some facts. 2.2 trillion, that's the size of the climate transition market, up from 900 million in 2019 and up 10% over last year. Next year, renewable energy will surpass all other forms of electricity generation. Japan has launched the Green Transformation Fund at $1 trillion, 3 times the size of the IRA. Over 80% of new capacity in the US is coming from renewable energy. And the ratio of investments between renewable energy and fossil fuel is 2 to 1. So double the investment going into renewables. EV sales also set a record. And more broadly, beyond climate investing, if we look at the company level, sustainability is still a key priority. A survey done by Deloitte & Touche last year showed that 88% of companies view sustainability as a value creation opportunity, and 83% of these companies increase their sustainability investments over the year. So really what we've seen is a general sentiment shift from idealism to pragmatism. So what do I mean by that? There's been this move away from lofty decarbonization targets without a plan, and a move toward concrete actions that increase efficiency and generate higher returns. This has always been our approach at CalPERS, to focus on returns, be pragmatic, so it's validating to see the market move with our approach. Let me touch on China. You can't understand climate transition without understanding China, and frankly, we don't understand it well enough. It's becoming an electrostate superpower. This is very intentional, very strategic, and they've been at it for 20 years. They dominate over 85% of the biggest climate supply chains, including rare earths, wind turbines, solar panels. US. So we know there's a lot happening in the US. The story here is more nuanced. There's 2 opposing forces. There's policy changes, which is leading to a partial headwind, versus economics and necessity. So policy changes. There's clearly some negatives that have been happening, particularly on the climate front. These are real and we don't downplay them. Let me walk you through some of these key developments. The first is the IRA policy rollback, the dismantling of the Department of Energy loan program, the challenges to the EPA's Clean Air Act. Within the IRA, there's definitely some clear losers: offshore wind, EVs, building electrification, and to a degree solar with the cutbacks in tax credits. There's been permitting changes and renewable energy projects have been targeted. At the judiciary level, the state attorneys generals have targeted asset managers for the inclusion of ESG. There's been a general unraveling of the climate partnerships, the net zero alliances, and departures from organizations like Climate Action 100. Tariffs have negatively impacted cost structure, particularly with imports from China. So these are big challenges leading to change. These are big challenges for climate because it increased cost structure, regulatory hurdles, and there's fewer incentives. But to paraphrase Mark Twain, the reports of the death of climate transition are greatly exaggerated. And let me share why. If we look beyond the headlines, we can see what's happening in the here and now and what will transpire going forward. So let's start with performance on the equity market side. The S&P Global Clean Energy Index rose over 50% this year versus less than 20% for the MSCI World Index. Within segments of the equity market, including energy efficiency, nuclear, and battery storage, that also similarly exhibited outperformance. And one of the reasons for this is simple economics. The demand for electricity is increasing dramatically, and renewable energy is the cheapest and the fastest to market. This increase in demand is coming from AI and data centers, manufacturing, electric vehicles, and heat pumps. And at the same time, we have the supply that's been cut back, in part because of the IRA changes. So guess what happens when demand goes up and supply goes down? Prices also go up. Now, this is a negative for consumers, but it's actually a positive for providers and developers. In some markets, we've seen retail electricity prices up 50%. As we heard from Bayo Ogunlesi from GIP this summer, there's a greater than 400 gigawatt shortfall in electricity generation between now and 2030. About 110 gigawatts can be made up from traditional fossil fuel. That balance of 300 needs to come from other sources, and renewable would be the key. The other winners in the recent changes to legislation have been the grid, in terms of promoting grid investment, nuclear, geothermal, and carbon capture. So we believe that market forces will eventually overcome misguided policy. So what are the implications for us here at CalPERS? So first, on the market side, there's still plenty to invest in the US, but the mix will change somewhat. Less wind, particularly offshore, less EV infrastructure, but still plenty of solar, battery storage, more nuclear, and potentially geothermal. Several of our infra partners think this is the most exciting time in their career to be investing in energy infrastructure, and we would agree with them. We will also do more outside of the US, including emerging markets, and the supply chains and picks and shovels of the transition will remain to be key. Next, on the adaptation side, this will grow because climate change and the negative effects are going to accelerate. Currently, about 5% of our climate portfolio is adaptation, and we anticipate that this will grow. What about timing? I think our timing in terms of implementing this plan is good. We missed the idealism phase of the early 2020s, where you came up with a lofty decarbonization plan without a real target, without a plan. And now we're still in the early stages of deploying and investing under Climate Solution Plan. So we have lots of runway to adjust and adapt as we go. Let me address the focus question. So if you're investing in a dynamic and evolving sector like AI or climate transition, it's key to have a plan and skill, and we have that in sustainable investments. We have a dedicated team, a strategy, and cross-asset collaboration, which is key. If you don't have that focus, then you simply become a passive investor, and take what you're given rather than seeking out the best investments in a proactive manner. We don't want to become a climate tourist or a newspaper investor, as our own Juan Gaviria would say. Lastly, when you're recognized as a leader, other leaders want to develop long-term, genuine partnerships with you. Think TPG and Octopus Energy. So that's where we are in terms of a synopsis in climate transition. I'd now like to share where we are in terms of our progress in implementation. I think we're in stage 2, the implementation of the strategy with the team in place. For the first 12 to 18 months, we were in stage 1, where we developed that strategy, worked across to refine it, and started the recruitment process. I think in the next 12 to 18 months, we'll reach stage 3, become fully operational and fully integrated across the portfolio. So this is a slightly complicated slide, but it's a real pleasure to walk you through it. First, maybe I'll give a little side story. When I moved here some 2.5 years ago, I came out by myself, didn't really know anyone, so I joined a running club. And in fact, I joined 2, which was even worse because then you have to run twice as far. And inevitably on one of these runs, someone would say to me, "So what do you do at CalPERS?" And I'd be out of breath trying to keep up, but I'd bumble something about investing in renewable energy or labor, human capital. And I was never really satisfied with that response. So I said to myself, well, what do we really do? And I think in essence, our role in sustainable investments is to translate a challenge statement into value add for the portfolio. And this is really a 6-stage process. And if we take labor principles, labor practices, for example. So we come up with the challenge statement. It could be labor, it could be emerging managers, it could be investing in climate. We take that away as the SI team in stage 2, and we work amongst ourselves. In the case of labor, we reached out to the International Labor Organization, the AIC, pulled all the different sources together. And in stage 3, which is for me the most important and critical, is we get together with the asset classes, with legal, other departments to say, okay, what is the best way to do this? And this to me is really where the important work happens. It's a really rigorous discussion, debate, disagreement, but the outcome, this creative tension generates a really improved product and solution. We then take it to stage 4, where we validate it, we share it with the board, with stakeholders internally to see if we're on track. And in the case of labor principles, also an important party were the asset managers themselves who needed to sign on to these things. We then execute it, and with the ultimate target to add value to the portfolio. And in the case of labor principles, now over 150 managers have signed on. And I think this was all possible because of this dynamic, cohesive system that we've created. Just to emphasize on the collaboration aspect and how SI is within INVO, works across with both public and private. And we wanted to share this just to show some of the scope of what we do. As I inferenced before, we use this model for emerging managers, for labor, for climate, and advocacy. So it's really a collaborative model, and I think it works because we're all keen to find the best outcome and solution. So you're familiar with this slide. We've presented it 2 years ago, I guess probably this week. And that is really our key 5 objectives behind all of our sustainable investment work. From this, we've developed KPIs to track each of these 5, and we have 11 KPIs. We're pleased to report that we're either on track or have met each of the KPIs once again this year. So now we'll get to the more interesting part of the presentation, where we jump into the details, and you'll hear from all my colleagues. Thank you.
Thanks. So Fanny Bourdet, Investment Director with Sustainable Investments. So with respect to the KPI mentioned by Peter, the first one, generating outperformance. So the team has continued to originate and underwrite climate solution investments alongside the asset classes with the expectation to outperform their respective benchmarks. So since November 2023, We have committed like $7 billion to climate dedicated funds, and also allocated to a custom public equity index. So tracking and measuring performance remains a work in progress, especially as it relates to the private markets. But I'll let Nelson and Mike cover the performance of the climate index and the emerging manager program.
Thank you, Fanny. Good afternoon. Nelson da Conceição, Sustainable Investments. Indeed, one of the first investments under our climate action plan was the Climate Transition Index, or CTI, a climate-aware investment strategy in public equities designed as an alternative to our traditional cap-weight equity index, with a dual objective of matching its returns while achieving significant improvements in key climate indicators. I am pleased to report that the CTI has met its objectives in its first year, delivering a total return of 16.2% for the fiscal year, closely mirroring the return of our custom cap weight index, while delivering a 50% reduction in carbon intensity. We'll talk about that metric, and a similar increase in green revenues, i.e. revenues generated through climate solution activities. We were also pleased in this first test year with the resilience of the strategy's relative performance to the cap weight index in a year that was marked by significant policy headwinds impacting climate investments.
Thank you, Nelson. Miguel Silva, Sustainable Investments. It's nice to see all of you. I'm here to provide you with an update on the performance of the emerging manager strategies in the intermediated portfolio in private equity. The table on this slide shows net asset value, net return, and excess return for our private equity emerging manager intermediated or fund of funds portfolio, and compares these metrics to the private equity asset class return versus the private equity policy benchmark, and our current emerging manager fund of fund performance versus private equity policy benchmark. You'll note that historical performance of our intermediate private equity emerging manager portfolio has been mixed, as our capital link portfolios, constructed nearly 20 years ago, have underperformed, while our domestic emerging manager funds, 1, 2, and 3, have outperformed the private equity policy benchmark and the asset class itself in the 3, 5, and 10-year terms net of fees. The older capital link portfolio is moving from harvesting to a wind down phase of the fund life cycle. As I noted in a presentation earlier this year, the poor performance behind Capital Link 1 and 2 was that these were poorly constructed portfolios led by a first-time fund-of-fund manager who deployed the capital too quickly over a short 2-year period. We applied these and other lessons learned from that experience into the construction of our domestic emerging manager portfolio. These DEM funds were established in 2012, 2014, and 2019, and are managed by GCM Grosvenor. Outside of some recent co-investment activity, these funds have been out of capital for 2 years. DEM's performance is largely driven by strong performance from funds 2 and 3, which are midway and entering their harvesting phase of the J-curve. The portfolio construction characteristics included a high percentage of co-investments in DEM3, and as I shared with you in July, DEM3's performance aligns with external research that indicates that emerging managers can outperform. It's still too early to draw conclusions on GCM Elevate or TPG Next. Keep in mind this is a seeding and staking platform where our partners are identifying largely those emerging managers in the earliest stage of their firm life cycle. As such, nearly all are in a fundraising stage. When they call capital for portfolio company investments is when tracking of performance starts.
So with respect to increasing portfolio resilience, it is a key objective, and we now have a team of dedicated professionals who have been working on better integrating ESG in the due diligence and asset management processes. So on the private side, Dan Ahmed led the development of an ESG integration roadmap, which is now being successfully implemented. So the team further started a comprehensive review of existing partners' ESG programs. On the public side, Nelson's team has focused on building a more resilient portfolio through several initiatives, and the team further developed a labor principle scoring framework, which Nelson will cover.
Thanks again, Fanny. So in the next 2 slides, I'm going to highlight two areas of risk where the SI's ESG integration activities carried out with the asset classes are expected to improve portfolio resilience. The first area focuses on labor-related issues, and the second on climate risks. So on the labor principles on this slide, last November, maybe just to repeat what Peter mentioned, last November, SI was really pleased to announce that all or majority of our managers in private and public markets had attested to their alignment with our labor principles. This year, I'm happy to share that as part of our broader ESG integration initiative in public markets, SI has developed a quantitative labor scoring framework designed to systematically integrate labor principles throughout the investment cycle, from the pre-investment phase when evaluating potential new investments to the post-investment phase when monitoring existing holdings. This framework is currently being tested with our US corporate credit team and was developed with corporate governance, Drew's team. At a high level, this framework consists in mapping our labor principles to measurable indicators, 60 of them, 60 plus of them, across the 5 underlying pillars of our labor principles: collective bargaining, forced labor, child labor, discrimination, and health and safety. These indicators measured at each company level are then processed, signed, weighted towards updating, towards a score that we plan to update on a weekly basis. The most extreme values of these scores, or the tail, will signal cases of higher likelihood of weak alignment with our labor principles and will be further reviewed. Importantly, the scoring framework is not intended to create a blacklist of non-investable companies. Instead, it provides additional insights to help our investment professionals to conduct a more comprehensive risk-return trade-off analysis of investments and to monitor labor risk in the portfolio. Finally, we expect this initiative to enhance portfolio resilience, not only through the integration of those scores into our portfolio management process, but also by informing our corporate engagement prioritization. We believe that close collaboration between SI, the asset classes, and corporate engagement will serve as a powerful driver of portfolio resilience. Moving to the next slide, and climate risk. So I'd like to first reiterate here that it is our belief, and we heard the very numerous and poignant comments. I'd like to first reiterate that it is our belief that climate change presents a long-term systemic risk to the fund, and that therefore strengthening portfolio resilience along that dimension is a core fiduciary of ours. Our approach to building climate resilience is supported by 3 pillars: risk management, stewardship, and investment. Regarding risk management, conducting a detailed risk profile assessment to identify the risk drivers and quantify the potential impact of these risks is a crucial step. There is no unique metric or framework to do that. We use several of those. One of the frameworks, and I will focus on the center component of this slide, one of the frameworks that we use is MSCI's Climate Value at Risk, or Climate VAR. This framework provides an assessment of the potential financial impact of both transition and physical climate risks on the portfolio under different scenarios. Focusing on the public markets portfolio here, the Climate VAR framework is telling us that under a 3-degree warming scenario, more and more likely, hopefully not, but more and more likely, the portfolio in aggregate would be exposed to an estimated cumulative loss of about 5.4%, or $15 billion in today's portfolio value terms. The Climate VAR analysis also tells us that in both the 3-degree and 2-degree scenarios that we highlighted here, physical climate risks, whose main drivers happen to be extreme heat, coastal flooding, low river flow, is the largest and stickiest contributor to the expected losses. While this is an insight that we're seeking to further integrate in our portfolio risk management, it is worth noting that also that mitigating physical climate risk is, in a globally diversified equity portfolio, is challenging. Firstly, information about companies' physical locations of operations is still pretty poor or weak. Secondly, complex global supply chains create interdependencies across the portfolio holdings, which makes physical risk insulation or hedging very challenging. It's not all about location. In contrast, in real assets, real estate, infrastructure, where physical impacts are often more immediate and localized, managing physical risk is far more tractable and actionable. Today, new investments in real assets include climate physical risk assessments. In real estate, our portfolio undergoes a periodic physical risk assessment using a custom version of the climate VAR, whose results are shared and discussed with our managers. Shifting to the left side of the slide, to assess the alignment of our portfolio with global warming scenarios, whose impact is then analyzed with the climate VAR, we use another framework, the implied temperature rise, or ITR, which is a forward-looking metric based on corporate commitments to decarbonize. The latest read of this metric indicates an alignment of our public markets portfolio in aggregate with a path of 2.7 degree warming above pre-industrial times. This bottom-up corporate-based assessment of our global portfolio is consistent with the latest forecast from the UN Environment Programme that just released its new report that is putting the world on a 2.8 degrees warming path with a 90% probability range of 2.2 to 3.9 degrees Celsius. While 83% of our portfolio's companies have made some form of climate commitments, only 38% of them have commitments that are aligned with a trajectory of warming below 2 degrees. It is our belief that this gap can be greatly reduced through corporate engagement, our other channel, including the work by our colleagues in global equities, led by Drew, to bring companies into dialogue, pressing for science-based, credible transition plans and strategies. Last but not least, we believe that the most effective way to build climate resilience in the portfolio is to invest in the transition itself. Rather than simply reducing portfolio emissions through portfolio engineering, divesting, we favor the intentional allocation of capital to climate solutions in areas that include renewable energy, grid modernization, energy efficiency, sustainable transportation. These investments serve a dual purpose: financial resilience and real-world impact. Financial resilience because these investments are expected to appreciate in value as the transition in physical risks intensifies. Real-world impact because these investments as a whole directly contribute to global decarbonization and adaptation, reducing systemic climate risk in our portfolio over time. Those are the reasons why investing in climate solutions is the foundation of our net zero strategy or climate action plan.
Yeah. So as mentioned earlier, our climate solution. Okay. Our climate solution exposure is 59.7 billion today, up from 50 billion last year. So this is primarily driven by public equity and real assets, which combined represent nearly 85% of the total. So mitigation assets, which includes among other energy efficient buildings or renewables, represent 86% of the total. And with that, I'll pass to Travis to cover the climate report.
I will go back to slide 18. We missed a slide, but back to the pathway to net zero, and you made a zoom on the climate solutions. What I want to mention is that as we look at our climate action plan, we really follow progress towards that along 3 dimensions, and this slide had those 3 dimensions. I'm pleased, and I'm cautiously pleased, I would say, to share that the 3 metrics are moving in the right direction. The 2 metrics on the side relate to our portfolio carbon footprint, emissions intensity, expressed as tons of CO2 equivalent, and those are down 11% year over year. Finance emissions, which are emissions that are attributable to our investments that we own, are also down, although at a more muted rate of 6.6%. Finally, and you mentioned, you give the scoop, I am pleased to share that our investments, climate solutions, were valued at $59.7 billion as of June 30th.
Great. Thanks, Nelson. Travis Antoniono, Sustainable Investments. Everything that you've heard here throughout what Fanny and Nelson has both mentioned, a lot of it is covered within our SB 964 report. Now, this is an attachment to this agenda item, and it's in response to California Senate Bill 964. We provide this report every 3 years, and it largely speaks to the climate-related financial risk and disclosures for CalPERS, and specifically CalPERS investments. In previous years, the report followed the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, or what's known as a TCFD framework. This framework has been absorbed into the International Sustainability Standards Board, also known as the ISSB standards. And it still follows the same four-pillar type of framework that was conceptualized throughout the TCFD framework. These include specifically the 4 bullets on the left-hand side of the slide: climate-related governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. The report dives into CalPERS' approach on climate and highlights our engagement, advocacy, and integration and investment. All of these activities are supported by partnerships, and this includes both our external managers as well as many other organizations in which we partner with.
Hello. I'm pleased to provide you with an update on our efforts to promote greater inclusion and representation in the financial industry. The Investment Office does this in a variety of ways, including investing with emerging and diverse managers, through our Partnership Insights Survey that seeks to better understand the human capital management practices of our managers, as well as engage with public corporate boards on diverse ownership. CalPERS' overall investments with emerging and diverse managers continues to remain strong year over year. In the last fiscal year, CalPERS made allocations to 17 emerging managers for a total of $2.2 billion, all in private equity, 9 of which represented new manager relationships, and 5 of those came from the TPG Next and GCM portfolios. In that same time frame, CalPERS made allocations to 36 diverse managers for a total of $7.3 billion. 12 of those represented newly reported firms, and the same 5 from TPG Next and GCM Elevate. From January 1, 2022 through June 30, 2025, CalPERS has committed $6.2 billion to 26 emerging managers and nearly $21 billion to 51 diverse managers. The overwhelming majority of these investments were made directly by the private equity asset class. I'd also like to provide you with a brief update on TPG Next and GCM Elevate. Each of our partners has made several investments so far and continues to build upon a healthy pipeline. TPG Next is committed to 5 emerging and diverse managers, including Caro Investors and Demopolis Equity, who have presented to the board in previous meetings, as well as Artebel Capital, Cohere Capital, and Venara Capital. Artebel is a woman-owned private equity firm operating in the middle market and is focused on accelerating the transition to a sustainable, resilient economy. Cohere Capital is a diverse private equity firm focused on investing in leading tech-enabled lower middle market companies. And Venara Capital is a diverse private equity firm focused on providing flexible capital solutions for growth stage technology companies. The TPG Next team expects to be fully deployed toward the end of next calendar year. GCM Elevate has committed to 3 emerging and diverse managers, including Excalare Equity Partners and NVIDIA Capital Management, who again you have previously met, as well as a very recent commitment to the Taille Capital Group. Taille Capital is a diverse-owned private equity firm that is relationship-based and operationally focused on partnering with family-owned founders operating in the middle market. GCM has deployed approximately 20% and committed approximately 38% of their capital, and TPG has deployed approximately 5% and committed 64% of their capital. The Elevate team expects to make at least 2 commitments in 2026 and is also expecting to be fully deployed by the end of the calendar year. The CalPERS Partnership Insights Survey of our external managers is designed to gather organizational diversity and human capital management data from our external managers. It allows us to better understand their workforce characteristics, as well as measure our progress over time as it compares to peers in this space. Importantly, The survey also helps us understand how our external managers approach diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as human capital management practices, sourcing, and retention. This is our 4th year in a row surveying our external managers, and we were surprised to see upward trends in a variety of data points. We distributed the survey across 198 public and private asset class managers. The response rate this year was 93%, a 2% improvement over last year, and 13% higher than industry average. Across the 166 managers that provided detailed demographic information, notable data points include, of the approximate 85,000 employee workforce, which was a 9% decrease, slightly over 40% are women, a half percentage point decrease over last year, and 29% are people of color, a decrease of 6%. CalPERS portfolio continues to perform above the median in terms of women and people of color across ownership, leadership, and workforce in the Lenox Park universe. However, a representation gap still exists for both women and people of color in equity ownership compared to leadership positions across organizations. Finally, 48 of the 158 privately held managers who provided information were diverse-owned managers. This represents 30% of the respondents of the total portfolio originally receiving the survey.
Thanks, Mike. On this slide, team members across the organization conduct hundreds of engagements each year. So often we hear about different engagements, such as those that are conducted by our public equity stewardship team. But these type of engagements are conducted across a variety of different venues. So these engagements are with not only the public equity type of managers and also companies, but also with stakeholders, policymakers, and those portfolio companies, both across our private and public markets. More than 50 stakeholder engagements were conducted over the year, with more than half of them on labor principles and more than 10 of them on climate-related issues. As communicated by our global public equity team during their annual program review a few months ago, more than 400 public company engagements were conducted, and this represented more than 50% of the total assets under management of our global public equity assets. CalPERS team has also conducted a number of policy-related engagements with federal and state regulators and policymakers. This includes meetings with Securities Exchange Commission, the Federal Trade Commission, Department of Energy, and California Air Resource Board. The team also submitted multiple comment letters, including one comment letter to the Department of Labor's Occupational Safety and Health Administration, also known as OSHA. This was related to a heat injury and illness prevention in outdoor and indoor work settings. Additionally, there was an amicus brief that was provided supporting the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, related to a proposed rule banning non-competes, which is already conducted in practice in California. So this was essentially the federal government following what a standard California has already done. Additional details on our advocacy and regulatory related efforts is located in the appendix. As we move to slide 24, and there is a lot here to this slide, and it's a familiar slide, hopefully, because you've seen it the last year. And we kind of refer to it as CalPERS show of force slide for a lot of our sustainability activities, and specifically activities related to a lot of the committees, assessments, and additional activities that we participate in or serve on. It's important to mention that these committees, activities, and assessments are conducted by individuals across the organization, across the entire CalPERS organization, not just investments, and also includes all of investments, asset classes, and program areas. This is definitely a group effort. This was mentioned by Peter earlier on in his comments, that a lot of sustainable activities and that you're seeing today are not just the Sustainable Investments team, but largely the investment team in CalPERS broadly. And then in order to more effectively communicate CalPERS' approach and views on specific subjects to our members, partners, and stakeholders, we have spent time on developing a number of sustainability fact sheets. These include fact sheets on CalPERS labor principles, emerging managers, California report, responsible contractor program policy, and climate solutions. We are in late stage developments of these fact sheets and expect them to be available on CalPERS website by the early new year. We will make sure that you receive links or copies to these once they are published. Thank you.
So that concludes our presentation, and we welcome any questions.
Okay, first off, I have Director Palkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not so much of a question. I just really want to thank you all for the work that you're all doing. I was just at one of our community colleges within California, and it's been over 10 years now, and they took on the initiative early on of putting in a solar farm. And now they're in the process of remodeling that solar farm, because back then the solar panels were these giant, huge things that moved with the sun. And now they're finding products out there that are minimal in size, but produce more output. So I'm thankful that you guys are looking at technology in a time-appropriate manner, because who knows what 5 years will bring us, what 10 years will bring us. And I look forward to those reports in the near future. But again, thank you all so much for the work that you guys are doing in this field. So.
Okay, Director Willett.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm really I'm inspired by the work that's been done so far. I really like seeing it all laid out here in an annual review. I do think, though, when we're talking about the climate solution, the $60 billion climate solution with the goal of $100 billion, our beneficiaries do want to know and deserve to understand how the assets are determined that go into that portfolio and what criteria is being applied. What's the decision tree that's kind of, being worked to make sure that we know what is in that fund, and then that decision tree should be made public. I think that's really just good governance. It's how we ensure consistency and accountability and trust with our beneficiaries and our stakeholders. So I think that would be really great. And I think this is a really strong foundation for future, climate strategies, principles, et cetera, as we review under the total portfolio approach. I also similarly think, let me find this slide, would be interested in understanding the labor principle scoring framework, and if that's been made available to our stakeholders, and if not, we should consider maybe a webinar or stakeholder engagement to make sure that everyone understands what's going into the labor principle scoring framework. Thank you.
Okay, next I have President Taylor.
Thank you. Chair Miller, I was also going to ask about the labor principles scoring, because I don't know exactly what that means. And we had asked for kind of an accountability mechanism, and I don't know if that's inclusive of that or if that's separate from.
We'll be discussing that later today.
Okay. And then I wanted to, you guys always do such a great job. You guys are improving every year. I want to appreciate your office. Peter does a great job. Congratulations to all of you guys. I'm really impressed with the job you guys continue to do in our current environment, which makes it even tougher. So I applaud you all. The only thing that I will say, and I don't remember who said it, but I know that we do engage in corporate engagement, and we have some corporate engagement updates. I think in this current environment, and even a little before that, we're having a lot of trouble with corporate engagement. So I think maybe in a closed session we can go through some of the new rules and possible laws that are coming around and interpretations of lots of things, whether that's the Delaware stuff or Texas stuff. But corporate engagement in general in this country is being fought. So I think I agree that it works sometimes. And we see it in other markets, but not necessarily in our public equities. So I wanted to, is there any other way we can work that with our own public markets? Because I know we've had several proxy voting things that have, we feel good about, but, they're not going anywhere. And it seems less and less likely as our rights are being trimmed down. So, any ideas, any thoughts on that, Peter?
So, yeah, maybe if Drew Hambley also wants to comment. As you know, we do over 400 engagements a year. There is a lot of more activity on the regulatory front as it relates to particularly the two main proxy voting bodies. So we're monitoring that closely between our work with K&L Gates, with other Washington, D.C. organizations. But yeah, maybe I'll pass to Drew for the details.
You're on.
Yep. Thank you, Peter. Hi, Drew Hambley, investment staff. So you're absolutely right. I mean, the attacks continue. This morning, the SEC has basically said we're going to allow no action on most shareholder proposals filed. What I remind everybody is the reason corporate engagement really got off the ground, the reason proxy voting, now CalPERS had been doing it for a long time, but not everybody was doing it, came out of the great financial crisis. And people realized, hey, wait a second, what are our managers doing? What are our pension funds doing? Are you talking to companies? Are you voting in a efficient manner? And what things are you taking into consideration? So as certain segment chips away at these things that we've fought hard for, I think people are going to, it's taken a while, but they're going to realize, wait a second, all our rights are gone, and that's not going to fly. And we've seen that before. And so we're going to continue the program that we're doing. We continue to talk to other managers. We continue to talk with other asset owners. I think the asset owner community is still standing up for the most part. The managers, need to be reminded that if they continue to do this, they're going to hear from their clients. So far, they've been quieter because I think the market's been good. But when that market turns, and it always does, at least for a bit, they'll be reminded of their duties. So we're going to keep plugging away. But yes, we are in challenging times. So
Drew, with that, does that mean? I mean, I get what you're saying. That during, I think I remember Ann Simpson telling me that we had no proxy voting pretty much back before the financial crisis. So
yeah, it was pretty thin. Matter of fact, one of my jobs I got hired for back in 2008 was to help build out a proxy voting platform at State Street, coming out of the financial crisis.
State Street of all places. So, okay, so I appreciate that. I understand where you're coming from. I don't know if we're doing any strategic thinking with K&L Gates or anything like that to see what we can do to sort of work our way around some of this?
Yeah, so a couple things we've done. So I've been in touch with the legal office, and there's some things that are being considered there. We continue to work with CII, which has done a Herculean effort to speak out against these things on a number of these fronts. So we continue to work with them. Matter of fact, we were very instrumental in helping them put together the report on why proxy advisors are crucial to how we exercise our fiduciary duty, and Marcy has spoken on that at least twice this year. So we'll continue to do things like that, but we're going to need the U.S. asset owners to participate in some of that. And if there's a bit of a downturn, I think their clients are going to remind them why they're there to look out for their interests.
There are enough people at CII, as you mentioned, that heard all of this that I would hope that more asset owners would participate. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Director Pacheco.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman Miller, and thank you for your presentation. I've got a couple of questions, but I want to start with the first page 6 of 30, the one on the climate market environment, where you mentioned that climate is a mega trend. And you mentioned that with respect to the global climate market, the climate transition is accelerating from India to China and to the EU, but specifically to China. What are your thoughts on, first of all, your thoughts on the national security implications of that? Because there are national security issues, how that would affect, from a geopolitical aspect, and have you taken that into consideration in our SI 2030 plan?
So as I mentioned, China is key to the climate transition. They dominate actually many of the supply chains, and this is very intentional and strategic. There have been reports of energy infrastructure that has software in it that was not supposed to be in there.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a concern from a security standpoint. And I can only assume that there's going to be greater scrutiny and checking on any additional incremental things that should not be there.
Right.
The second element is rare earths. So as we know, again, about 20 years ago, China identified this as an area to focus on. And in significant parts of the rest of the world, it was not a focus. So whether it's your smartphone, solar panels, or military and defense, there's a lot of rare earths that go into those products. So I think that has caused a reaction, and other markets are filling that gap and developing a more rare earths production.
And if I recall, when we first started this whole thing, and I remember the categories you had mentioned, there was one of the rare earths was lithium, the lithium area, and would you consider that one of the major?
Sure. Yes.
In terms of trying to figure out who's going to have dominance over that, whether it's China or the EU.
Yeah, fortunately, lithium is pretty more widely available, but it does still take a mining operation. It's typically closer to the surface, so less invasive. Nickel, magnesium,
cobalt,
mm-hmm.
cobalt.
Cobalt, yes.
So those are the other elements that I was talking about. Okay, excellent. Then, in terms of the other item was the policy distractions and policy winners, especially around the investment, the IRA Act. You mentioned that the what's your thoughts on that?
So one of the beneficiaries of the IRA changes is carbon capture, and I think that was supported by the oil and gas industry. So, carbon capture can be good, especially if it's methane related, which has such high intensity. So that's reflective, I think, of, that's a material change. The second area I would mention is the Department of Energy loan program. That is being partially repurposed to support gas in particular, whereas previously under the past administration, that was towards promoting climate solution investment.
Excellent. The next question is more for Mr. Silva, would be respecting to, on page 14, generating output and emerging managers. You mentioned, Mr. Silva, regarding, first of all, thank you for your presentation on this. This is really very top of the mind. In terms of the Gershner, Elevate, and TPG Next, you mentioned that it's too early to tell in terms of conclusion. Is that because we're closer to the J curve, at the beginning of the J curve, or where are we in terms of that?
No, the reason is most of these managers are still early stage in the founding of their firms. So because it's a seeding and staking platform, GCM is identifying these managers at the earliest of their firm life cycle.
Okay.
So the managers have yet to call for capital, most of them.
So right now it's just pretty much dry powder then in terms of what?
Except for a small investment that's noted there right now. for
right now.
44 million. Yep.
And when do you, in your humble opinion, do you believe we will see some conclusion or some performance?
We'll see some performance at next year's update, but again, it'll be in the J curve at that point.
At the J curve at that point. Excellent then. And then the final question, and it's at the very end. You mentioned the representation of the emerging and diverse managers with respect to the Luxon,
The Lennox part?
the Linux survey. And you mentioned that we were only at, is it 93% response?
Yes, that's a 2% increase from last year and 13% increase across the Lennox Park universe.
How would you feel, I mean, what are your ways to motivate more of the managers to finish it, to get like 100% of that survey? I mean, ideally, it would be wonderful, but I mean, is there some way to incentivize them and make them like happy about doing this?
We're pretty aggressive. I shouldn't say aggressive, but we like to reach out to the managers and engage with them as much as possible. We're pleased with the 93%, but we're certainly going to shoot for a higher percentage next year as well.
Fantastic, Dan. And then the last question I have is on page 24 of under the additional committees and activities. It is the labor-focused market study. In terms of that, and where are we in the status on that? Any updates on that?
Yeah, Tamara Sells was going to be providing an update on that during her RCP item,
Then
if that's okay.
I will defer to Tamara at that point in time. Then.
Okay.
Thank you so
Great,
much.
thank you.
Other than that, thank you so much for your comments. I hope I answered them all there. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm from Pittsburgh. I just tell people I'm not aggressive. I'm just enthusiastically proactive, you know?
That would be a better term, yes.
There we go. On to Director Middleton.
All right, thank you. And everyone, thank you for a really, really good presentation. I'm not left with questions for you, but there are a couple of comments, if I may. One, all of this has to come back to performance and that we are actually adding value. So I think it is critical as we move forward that we are able to demonstrate that these investments, in comparison to benchmarks of our competitors, in comparison to benchmarks of other assets, that we're producing the result for our members that they expect us to be able to do. So, second, and this is a much broader question, we heard again this morning from a variety of individuals with deep respect to each one of them, a fundamental belief that somehow or another, by divesting, they are achieving an actual policy change and in a result. And as we have surveyed the research over the course of many decades, that's not the story that is being told to this board. And I think it's appropriate for us to seek out again some academic level research, people who could come and talk to the specific question of what is achieved by simply walking away from an investment as opposed to what is achieved by engagement. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more requests to speak. I won't just repeat all the superlatives, but very encouraging. I think we remain a leader, and there is real value that sometimes I think not very tangible or not very recognized beyond what's obvious. And for example, when we lead, and we lead based on our values, and we take on fights, and some of these fights we know, we don't always vote our proxy with the expectation that we're going to win and that there suddenly will be this, stampede to our point of view. But we stand up for our values. We stand up for the sustainability of our fund and our future. We're a long-term investor. And there are these intangible other values, some of them which, we could document perhaps. For example, a simple example that comes to mind for me is earned media. the amount of earned media that CalPERS gets, both in the popular press and the financial and community publications, when we take a stand on something visible and significant, you could not buy that kind of earned media if you were to pay for those column inches of attention in, I won't list all the publications, but that has real value and it's very tangible, and nobody's getting that beyond the first few minutes of the news cycle when they abandon the fight and pull their investments out and go somewhere else. So that's my little soapbox speech for the day. Thank you. Thanks to the whole team. So moving on to public comments. We have a lot of commenters on this item. So I think we'll take our break. We're almost right at the 2-hour mark. We'll take a 10-minute break. Can we do 15? Yes, we can do 15. We'll do a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll start with our public commenters. And because we have so many, we're going to go back to the 1-minute comment time frame for this item. Yeah.
comments can be found in that document. However, we did want to highlight a few of the key takeaways today. First, as evidenced by the many voices that you just heard, the breadth of the SI team is a strength of the program, and the depth continues to grow. As was noted in the presentation, the team has more than doubled since 2023, currently sitting at 18. With leadership roles fully staffed and nearly all positions filled, the team can now more effectively execute on all that falls under its remit, which is sizable. Given the significant strides made in recent years, the program is positioned to advance from the strategic development to full implementation of the SI strategy and its associated goals. Overall, Wilshire views the SI program as a leader among North American peers. Looking ahead, we would emphasize the importance of maintaining effective collaboration across INVO for continued success. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, okay, we will move on to public comment on item 6C. And you'll each have a minute. I'll call on folks a few at a time. We've got quite a few of you. Again, I'll ask you to try to refrain from repeating the same points that your predecessors have, and welcome you all. So we'll start with Jacob Evans, Mark Ramos, followed by Megan Shumway, Eric Lerner. So come on down, and the time will start when you begin to speak.
I'm going in Jacob Evans' spot, and he's going to
Okay.
switch with me.
Sure, just identify yourself and start.
Good
when you're ready.
afternoon. My name is Eric Lerner. I'm here today on behalf of California Common Good. As you know, our coalition is not calling for CalPERS to divest from fossil fuels. We are in alignment with the goals of CalPERS' Climate Action Plan. But we do have serious concerns about CalPERS categorizing fossil fuel companies as part of its climate solutions investment strategy. We understand CalPERS has responded to this concern by saying a green asset is a green asset, regardless of corporate ownership, and our climate solution investments in fossil fuels are very small. But our constituents, it's not that simple. Fossil fuel companies are driving the climate impacts that are already harming their communities. In Richmond, childhood asthma rates are among the highest in the state. Children are sent to the ER for asthma at roughly 3 times the California average. In Los Angeles, many of our members live near active or abandoned oil wells. They are scared for their children's health. For these community members, the idea that fossil fuel companies could be considered a climate solution is not just confusing, it is insulting and contradicts their lived experience. Across the state, SEIU members are all grappling with the economic threat climate change poses to city and county budgets. The risks are real and they are immediate. California Common Good looks forward to continuing to work with the staff and trustees at CalPERS. As I mentioned, we are fully aligned with the goals of the Climate Action Plan. Our ask is simple: make practical adjustments to what is counted as a climate solution, which should include exclusions of fossil fuels.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Jacob Evans with Sierra Club, California. In September, we shared Sierra Club's principles for climate investments, which highlight how CalPERS can cement its climate leadership by implementing strong definitions of climate solutions. And these principles are increasingly relevant as CalPERS reports progress towards filling its $100 billion commitment to climate solutions. Without ironclad climate solution definitions, investments in fossil fuel corporations and other fossil solutions that have no place in a list of climate solutions calls into question the integrity of the Climate Action Plan. Based on publicly disclosed information, it appears like CalPERS doesn't have guardrails or negative screens for mitigation and adaptation investments. In other words, CalPERS does not have standards for how it defines climate solutions. This is how major polluters end up in the Climate Action Plan. Implementing strong climate solution definitions that reflect the nuance of technologies like carbon capture is essential. For example, carbon capture applied to hard-to-decarbonize industries like cement production has a key role in a low-carbon economy and is not comparable to carbon capture applied to polluting oil and gas industries. Without clear criteria, CalPERS has no way of showing that this is taken into account when counting investments for the Climate Action Plan. CalPERS has responded to stakeholder concerns about fossil fuels in the Climate Action Plan by emphasizing that the investments are small and that, quote, green assets are green assets. To that, I ask, how does measuring the green revenues of the world's largest polluters contribute to reduce climate risk? These investments do not represent additionality, and they don't drive decarbonization. They don't protect beneficiaries' savings from the systemic risk of climate change. Our members are eager to see CalPERS push the ball further on this, and I'd like to pass along a letter signed by our Sierra Club members asking for the fund to implement climate investment principles. 35% of these members are CalPERS beneficiaries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Mark. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Mark Ramos, and I'm president of UFCW Local 1428 and president of UFCW Western States Council, which represents over 130,000 workers in the state of California. First off, I want to thank you for adopting labor principles for your investments, but it's also important that labor principles have an enforcement mechanism. Apollo Global Management has agreed to the standards that you have in place, but yet they continue to ignore these standards when it comes to Cardenas markets. UFCW is calling on the board to adopt, implement, and enforce the accountability standards for investment managers. Workers at Cardenas markets continue to be subjected to Apollo's escalation of anti-worker and anti-union rhetoric and actions in the workplace. Your principles, while admirable, will fall short of your goals and your intentions if you do not have an enforcement mechanism in place. Apollo will continue to come to you asking for union members' money from their pension funds here at CalPERS, and then turn a blind eye and deny the workers at Cardenas the right to organize in their own workplace. We ask that you do not make any new or follow-on investments with Apollo until they enter into an agreement with the UFCW to adhere to the workers' will, which is to form a union. Principles without action are just words on paper. So when you say you support labor standards, let's make sure you support it with more than just words. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is Megan Shumway here? Then Joe Duffel, Jared Gaby Bregel, and Sonia Nunez.
which we have over $550 million of CalPERS money invested. Heritage owns Cardenas markets across the state and beyond, and Cardenas workers have bravely spoken to all of you about their experiences over a long period of time about intimidation, retaliation, and standing up for their rights and their choice to join and form a union. They have brought examples of violations of your labor principles on sexual harassment, workplace safety issues, and anti-union intimidation. Their record also poses risk to your investment from litigation over alleged wage and hour claims and sexual harassment cases, which we are investigating as we speak. And it could create lots of liabilities to the fund. Despite your engagement with Apollo and our repeated efforts to reach an agreement to mitigate these risks, in recent weeks, Cardenas Market has flooded their stores with anti-union propaganda, have had closed caption meetings with members, working staff, intimidated, launched an anti-union website, and I don't believe this is anywhere in your principles. And so what we are asking for your support You went that one step and you created those principles, and I need to commend each and every one of you and your staff. Incredible body of work. But without policing of that and without the fear that you're going to drop the hammer if there's a bad actor, these workers will not have the opportunity that they need to freely organize.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jared Gaby Beagle with UFCW. I'm here to update you on escalating violations of CalPERS labor principles at Heritage Grocers, a grocery chain, as you've heard already, owned by Apollo Fund 9, in which CalPERS has invested $550 million in. Back in March, a worker at Tony's in Chicago told this board that during a union election, the company ran an aggressive anti-union campaign that included fear-mongering about workers' immigration status. Last month, as Joe just mentioned, Cardinals Markets launched an almost identical campaign using the same anti-union consulting firm to flood its workers here in California, as well as Arizona and Nevada, with anti-union postings, texts, a website, and captive audience department meetings. Further, we have new examples of litigation risks stemming from Cardenas' alleged labor practices. The company faces 3 new outstanding lawsuits in Santa Clara, Los Angeles, and Riverside counties, all alleging violations of similar provisions of California Labor Code to cases settled without admitting wrongdoing. The company denies the allegation in all 3 cases, but the cases are ongoing. We have also told you about the risk of sexual harassment at Cardenas and the company's retaliation against workers who reported it. 2 years after Valeria Alvarez told you her story, Cardenas has 8 outstanding lawsuits alleging sexual harassment and retaliation for reporting it. Of those 8 sexual harassment-related cases, 5 were filed in 2025 alone. Apollo is violating CalPERS labor principles at Heritage, including the rights of freedom of association and a safe and healthy working environment. The fact that these risks have only increased since CalPERS learned of them is why we urge you to adopt stronger enforcement mechanisms to protect the fund from poor management like that at Heritage. We also urge you to tell Apollo that you will not be allocating to its new $25 billion fund, as long as the risks to your Heritage investment remain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Sonia Núñez. Tengo trabajando en Cárdenas 6 años. Todo comenzó cuando empecé a hablar en una visita que hicieron los del sindicato a la tienda y me vieron platicando con él. Y en cuestión de minutos ya tenía al de Just Probation en un lado junto con mi manager y desde ahí empezó a cambiar mi modo de trabajar de todos los días. Siempre me están vigilando qué es lo que hago, con quién hablo. Me han etiquetado de que soy violenta, de que soy problemática. De hecho, mi vida ha cambiado mucho desde que empecé a hablar con los del sindicato. Me siento acosada y tengo miedo de perder mi trabajo por estar aquí. Yo nada más quiero cerrar mi narrativa con una frase. El ser humano que tiene poder y tiene un corazón generoso es doblemente poderoso. Es todo lo que quiero decir. Muchas gracias.
I'm Nancy Mendoza.
Push the button. There you go. You're good. Oh, there you go. You're good.
Okay, got it. I'm going to translate for Sonia Núñez. I worked at Cardenas Market, Riverside for 6 years. Everything changed the moment management saw me talking to the union workers. We were just having a normal conversation, but within minutes, management and loss prevention were watching me from a distance, and the harassment began. My hours got cut, my schedule changed, my regular days off also changed, and so I started struggling at work because of being harassed at work. They also began calling me the troublemaker. For a long time, people were afraid to even talk to me because they didn't want to be targeted too, because I would talk to the union. They even made a list of workers who support the union, and I know my name is on that list. I was excluded from store updates, inventory, and anything important, and management filed false written reports accusing me of harassing coworkers, something completely untrue. HR tried to help, but nothing changed. I never got my hour backs or my regular days off, but I'm not staying quiet. We're fighting for a union because we want respect, fair schedules, hours guaranteed, and vacations, and just basic dignity. We're all human beings, not machines, And that's why I'm staying strong, no matter how much they try to silence me. I'm sharing my story with you because I know you care and the companies you invest in uphold your investment principles. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, looks like next I've got Jose Oliveras, Christian Santos, and Brandon Barney.
Mi nombre es José Oliveros. Trabajé en Cárdenas por 2 años hasta el julio del 2025 y el 1 de mayo una directora de recursos humanos me llamó a la oficina y me propuso tener un hijo con ella con el color de mis ojos. Y cuando denuncié esto, acoso, me dijeron que ella no trabajaba, pero no es cierto, toda trabaja allí. Y hace más de 1 año el aire acondicionado de la tienda de San Jacinto no funciona y yo trabajaba en la cocina a temperaturas de más de 38 grados y pues nunca lo arreglaron el acondicionado mientras yo trabajé allí. Y debido a todos estos problemas en el trabajo, decidí ayudar a organizar mis compañeros. En principio de junio tuvimos que cancelar una reunión con el sindicato porque muchos trabajadores les cambiaron el horario última hora, probablemente porque gerentes se enteraron más tarde. Esa semana los gerentes me acusaron junto con otros compañeros del sindicato de robar bebidas, a pesar de que estas nos permitían llevar bebidas con el almuerzo. 2 semanas después me despidieron, pues eso indica que defendí mis derechos a los mismos compañeros. Presentado una queja en que a Orsa Calor hablado públicamente en otras reuniones de inversionistas y les pido que tomen en serio mi historia, a la que los trabajadores de Cárdenas que respeten sus principios, sus labores, para que Cárdenas sea un buen lugar para trabajar y una buena empresa en la que invierten.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Let's go. Don't touch it. There you go. Nope. There you go. Now don't touch it. There you go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mariana. My name is Jose Oliveros, and I work at Cárdenas in San Jacinto for 2 years until July 2025. And while my story is hard for me to tell, I tell so that you know what kind of company you are invested in. On May 1st, my HR director called me into a meeting and proposed me to have kids with her so they can have my color eyes. When I reported this harassment, I was told that she did not work at the company anymore, but I know it was not true. Over a year ago, the air conditioning stopped working at my store in San Jacinto, and I work in the kitchen over 100 degrees heat. The AC was never fixed while I was working there. Because all of these challenges at work, I decided to help organize my coworkers in early July. We have to cancel a union meeting because many workers had their schedules changed at the last minute, likely because managers found out. Later that week, managers accused me and another pro-union worker of stealing drinks, even though they allowed us to take drinks with the lunch in the past. The 2 weeks later, I was fired over the incident. I advocate for myself and my fellow workers by filing a complaint and call OSHA over the heat and speaking publicity to another investor meeting. I ask you to take my story and those of Cárdenas workers seriously and uphold your labor principles. The Cárdenas is not a good place to work and not a good company to invest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es Cristian Santos. Trabajé para Cárdenas Market en Lake Elsinore durante aproximadamente 10 años. Durante mi estancia ahí fui testigo de trato de Cárdenas. Nos niegan los 10 minutos de break, la ley que nos permite, a pesar de que muchos llevamos años trabajando ahí, cargan de trabajo excesivo. Tampoco nos permiten ver a nuestros familiares, ni siquiera en casos de emergencia. En mi caso, incluso después de trabajar en Cárdenas, durante una década pedí 3 días de permiso para asistir a la boda de mi hermana en México. Me lo denegaron y motivo así que para poder asistir a la boda de mi hermana me obligaron a renunciar. La falta de respeto de Cárdenas es la razón por la que mis compañeros y yo estamos ayudando a la organización. Un sindicato, pero la empresa nos obliga a asistir a varias reuniones antisociales y afirmar que el sindicato no es bueno, que solo les interesa nuestro dinero y que no nos van a ayudar. Muchos de mis compañeros se sienten intimidados por las tácticas antisindicales de la gerencia, pero no pueden defenderse para que Cárdenas sea un lugar de trabajo saludable y una buena inversión para ustedes. Les manifiesto a que defiendan sus principios laborales. Gracias.
My name is Christian Senatores. I work at Cardenas in Lake Elizore approximately 10 years. During the time I was there, I witnessed how Cardenas treats employees. They deny us the 10-minute breaks required by the law. They pay us minimum wage, even though many of us have worked there for years and workloads are excessive. They also do not give us permission to see relatives, even during emergencies. In my case, even after working at Cardenas for a decade, I asked for a leave for 3 days to attend my sister's wedding in Mexico. They denied it for no reason. So to attend my sister's wedding, I was forced to quit. The lack of respect at Cardenas is why my workers and I were helping organize a union, but the company made us attend several anti-union meetings and says that the union is no good, that they only want our money, and that they are not going to help us. Many of my coworkers are intimidated by management anti-union tactics, but can't fight back. To make Cardenas a healthy workplace and a good investment for you, I urge you to uphold your labor principles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Brandon Barney, and then I think we have some phone commenters as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Barney. I lead a majority woman-owned firm focused on structural arbitrage. I'm here today as a local fiduciary. I live across the street to discuss how we can secure superior net returns for the beneficiaries. The ultimate proof of wisdom is clear. The total wealth concentration of Buffett, this is Warren Buffett and his wife Susan, underpinned the Buffett partnership's early compounded gain of 1,600% from 1957 to 1968. Their overall gain from 1964 to 2024 in the Berkshire Hathaway vehicle was 5,502,284% versus 39,054% for the S&P 500. This is from Berkshire Hathaway's 2024 annual report. This superior outcome stems from a profound emotional intelligence and the understanding of the tyranny of incentives. I will quote from Warren Buffett's 1960 letter to his partners. A division of profits between the limited partner and the general partner with the first 6% per year to partners based upon beginning capital at market, and any excess divided 1/4 to the general partner and 3/4 to all partners proportional to their capital. Any deficiencies in earnings below the 6% would be carried forward against future earnings, but would not be carried back. The reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. With respect to sustainable investments, I invested with my partners in offshore seaweed farming off California, funded by the government, the ARPA-E Mariner program. We lost a lot of money when the current administration came into office and canceled all the offshore wind leases, so I can't really speak to sustainable investment. I've lost more money than I've made. We were in cryptocurrencies in 2001. We were in deep learning in 2012. I should have never got involved in sustainable investments. I cost my family office money. So I can't speak to that. But what I can say is that the lesson that we learned was that the grants and the incentives that we were operating under caused us to be diluted to basic human nature. And we did a deep dive. We did a lot of investment council meetings. We realized if we implemented the Buffett Partnerships incentives, as I just read to you, and you could read in the Buffett Partnerships letters, we would get better results. And indeed we have since we implemented that program. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, phone callers. I think we have several. Okay, 5 or more.
Yes, Chair Miller, we have Irene Green here from SEIU Local 1000 to comment on item 6C. Irene, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Hello, my name is Irene Green. As she stated, I work for the state of California. I've been an employee for 18 years, and I'm also an active member of SEIU Local 1000. I want to sincerely say my gratitude to each of you as the board members, especially shout out to Teresa Taylor and Vaughn Walker, my sisters from the local, and to all the staff at CalPERS who work diligently to ensure that our retirement is secure. I want to specifically ask CalPERS today to look at the issue of risk and opportunity through the lens of how asset managers and companies you are invested in are responding to the current dynamics around immigration in California, and why we think that it is relevant to your fiduciary duty and investment approach. It is our firm belief that this issue is relevant to the committee's work because you are responsible for the long-term health of this plan across generations. And the data indicates that the federal government's current approach to immigration policy and enforcement is having a seriously negative impact on the economy of the state. Many of the plan-sponsored jurisdictions who participate in this plan within the state in many markets inside and outside of the state of CalPERS investments. So there are several data points that we can reference here, but I'm going to not submit these today. I'm going to submit them in writing. But I really want to be clear from our viewpoint as plan participants, any private industry partners you are invested in who may be making short-term profits via partnering on these enforcement actions are absolutely misaligned with the fiduciary responsibility of the fund and what CalPERS Investments believes. Any short-term profits earned at the destruction of the long-term health of our economy and the ability of our children to learn and gain the skills necessary for the long-term prosperity of the state is clearly not in our fiduciary interest. Thank you again for your attention to this matter and for all that you do on our behalf.
Thank you. Next caller.
Next, we have Terry Gray with SEIU Local 1000 to comment on item 6C. Terry, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Thank you, members of the CalPERS Investment Committee. My name is Terry Gray, and I have worked for the state of California for 13 plus years at the PUC and the legal department. I am also an active member of SEIU Local 1000. My colleagues and I want to share some views with you today regarding the challenges CalPERS board and staff face today in these turbulent times. My co-workers and I are firmly counting on you to implement a robust and fully integrated sustainability approach to our investment implications consistent with CalPERS investment beliefs. We very much appreciate the board and staff keeping the ship steered in that direction in spite of a great deal of noise outside these walls, claiming that systemic risk issues are not relevant to the work of institutions like CalPERS, when in reality, nothing could be farther from the truth. It is our firm belief that issues like how health is distributed, how people are treated in their communities or in their workplaces, who has access to health care and food and who does not, whether the democratic, constitutional, and human rights of all and the rule of law are respected or not, whether we understand that the future health of our community, of our society, depends on the healthy respect for the mutual world we all live in. And finally, whether people have a safe place to call home or not. All are relevant metrics to whether CalPERS can successfully invest hundreds of billions of dollars of deferred participant wages in a manner that effectively remains faithful to your fiduciary responsibility to plan participants. As a plan that must invest these assets for the interest of people now retired and receiving benefits, and for those just starting their public service who may not collect benefits for decades to come. Of course, those these systematic risk issues and how you navigate them at the core of finding a strong, healthy investment approach as fiduciaries. So today, I just want to encourage you to continue your robust journey in incorporating of these issues into your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Next, we have Bobby Roy with SEIU Local 1000 to speak to item 6C. Bobby, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Thank you. I am Bobby Roy, an active member of SEIU Local 1000, and have worked for the state of California since 2006. I'm here to complement the comments of my two colleagues earlier with additional asks. One, ensure that all of your investment partners, asset managers, and consultants and companies are aligned with the sustainable investment approach this committee developed with the support of your staff, and that is consistent with CalPERS investment beliefs. We can't build a strong house on a weak foundation and without trusted partners. We need our partners with whom you contract to be committed to our retirement security and our community's economic and ecological well-being. If they are not our partners, and we need to replace them. Two, on the issue of immigration, begin a process of due diligence review within all of your asset classes to, one, understand how the immigration enforcement actions may be negatively impacting plan members and their families, plan sponsors, and their tax base and community members who carry out the work that make this state go and this plans prosper. Two, develop with urgency a review of whether and how any of your contractors, partners, consultants, and private or public companies are engaged in business operations in coordination with immigration enforcement that are facilitating these destructive outcomes to our communities, our neighbors, our families, our state, our employers, and our pension plan. And three, as is your fiduciary responsibility, begin consideration of a process of how you'll address any misalignment of interest between the business operations of any of these partners or investment products and companies with the interests of plan participants. Alignment with CalPERS investment beliefs is critical. We are counting on you. Thank you for your attention and your work on our behalf.
Thank you. Next caller.
We have Catherine Markova from Climate Interactive to speak to item 6C. Catherine, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to make a comment today. My name is Catherine Markova. I'm with a climate modeling nonprofit, Climate Interactive. I've had the pleasure of meeting some of you before, and it's good to see you again. I'm really encouraged by the progress made today with the SI program. I was also pleased to see that there were no references in the earlier presentation to CalPERS investing in direct air capture, carbon capture and storage, or nuclear fusion. If I'm not mistaken, all of these were at some point under consideration, as these carbon capture and storage continues to be. Our climate model, En-ROADS, clearly shows that these are not effective climate solutions, in addition to being risky investments from the financial perspective, as is bioenergy, which a number of commenters mentioned this morning. It is really reassuring to see increased amounts of investment in renewable energy, energy efficiency and battery storage, solutions that are proven, fully commercialized, and that not only reduce emissions, but also have labor, air quality, and energy affordability co-benefits. To echo Board Member Willette's comment, I would welcome CalPERS adopting a set of science-based principles as to which climate solutions qualify for inclusion in the SI program. Such principles need to look at the global picture, because what might seem sensible at an asset level may not be a viable solution on a planetary scale. And fossil fuel CCS is one such example because of incentives it creates to continue the production of fossil fuels. So thank you for all the great work you've done to date, and thank you for time to listen to me.
Okay, thank you. Do we have another caller at this point? Okay, that does it for public comment on 6C. So we will move on to 6 D, diversity in the management of investments. And we'll welcome Peter back up.
Miguel Silva, Sustainable Investments. AB 890 requires CalPERS staff to submit an annual report on the participation of emerging and/or diverse managers within CalPERS investment portfolio. The legislature is primarily interested in being updated on new allocations to firms that meet our definition of emerging and/or diverse manager that have occurred within the last fiscal year. AB 890 is intended to ensure transparency and promote the inclusion of women and minority-owned managers in the asset management industry. This presentation identifies the notable items included in the report that will be delivered to the legislature, as well as the accompanying report as an attachment. The Year 4 report is based on contracts entered on or after July 1, 2024, and up through June 30, 2025, and must include the name of the manager, emerging or diverse manager, receiving an allocation, the year first engaged, the amount managed and in what asset class, as well as the total amount allocated by asset class during the fiscal year and the total assets under management of each asset class. Our emerging manager definition is based on the overall firm's assets under management, length of track record, and the specific fund size when applicable. The minimum qualification thresholds vary across asset classes for reasons related to the nature of respective asset classes in the public and private realm. Our diverse manager definition is based on the total percentage of firm ownership and/or fund economics, and a firm must meet a minimum of 25% ownership based on gender, race, ethnicity, or sexual orientation with managers who identify as LGBTQ+. As outlined in the Year 4 annual report, CalPERS Private Equity allocated to 17 managers directly for a total allocation of approximately $2.2 billion between July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2025. During that same time period, CalPERS Private Equity, Private Debt, and Real Assets allocated to 36 managers that met the definition of diverse for an allocation of approximately $7.3 billion. This slide outlines our allocations to emerging managers, diverse managers, and all external managers, as well as our total AUM across asset classes with external investments during this period. Our next steps are to work with the Office of Public Affairs on producing a publication copy of the report and present it in a manner that meets CalPERS external reporting standards. The report is due to the legislature by March 1, 2026, and we will work with the Legislative Affairs Division to ensure it's properly delivered on time. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. I'm not, oh, yes, there we go. Director Pacheco.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Silva, for your report. As every year at this time, I always find this to be the most interesting of a lot of the other ones, and especially this one, the AB 890. First of all, I want to thank you for to incorporating my suggestions from last year and having a timeline, showing a timeline, and I really appreciate page 9 of 13, showing those graphs and so forth, and the aggregate, and as well as the appendix outlining the names and so forth. And just seeing the vintages and so forth. I wanted to. Now, I'm just curious about reporting process, communication to the legislator. How does that happen? I know every year I've always asked, what is it when you take it over to the legislators? What do they do with it? Right? Are they going to have a committee meeting this time, or I'm just trying to see what's the next step?
That's a great question. That's probably better answered by Danny Brown in our Legislative Affairs Division. Yeah. So right now, our next steps.
He's coming down. He's coming down.
Thought he could hide back there.
The price is right. You know, I always thought that was cool. When you could go down, the price is right. So Daddy will provide his wisdom.
Danny Brown, CalPERS staff. There is a process laid out by the legislature as how the reports are delivered. So the reports are delivered to the Senate Secretary and the Rules Committee Chair, and then they're responsible for distributing them to all of the members of the legislature. With that said, we do make sure that copies are delivered to all the committee members over the PERS, as well as the author of the bill. And it's really up to the legislature as to whether or not they want to have a hearing on it. But we make sure that they have the information and follow up with them if they have any questions.
Fantastic, then. And just another suggestion as well, and I love your suggestions on information, is that, and I love this graph. I think this graph is great. I think showing maybe a trend, maybe next time, just because it seems to be accelerating. It seems to be going up in terms of these boxes. But I thought those were pretty cool. And maybe next year that will be it'll be the last year, I believe. So that's another question. Next year is the 5th year, and it sunsets, correct? So what happens at that point?
Well, yes. I mean, what would happen there is the report would no longer be mandated. Doesn't necessarily mean CalPERS would not continue to do it. It just wouldn't be mandated for us to by the legislature.
And in your humble opinion, do you feel this report is provides some utility for us after these 4 years? Mr. Silva, anyone?
I think it provides utility as it allows us to better understand the allocations being made to both in each of the asset classes, as well as the relation to the externally managed NAV and what was allocated.
Fantastic, then. Well, I hope the future board will consider that in the next time they go through it in the 5th year next year. Thank you so much.
Mr. Pacheco, remember, we provide this data to the board on an annual basis. So the team already prepares this level.
But the 5th year will be the last year.
The last year that the legislature requires it to be sent to them, but this board will always have access to this information.
But in this reporting format or not?
All of this data is pulled, so if this is what the board would like to see in this reporting format, we can certainly do this. But this slide was just in the sustainable investment slide also, or
yes,
agenda item.
And I saw that's why I was so
prepared this data for you.
I was very impressed when it was, because I saw it at both reports, and I thought it was very impressive that put it in the SI as well as here. But no, thank you, Ms. Frost, for providing that information. I think it'd be useful. I think it'd be a useful thing to continue this moving forward and in some sort of reporting format, because I think it has utility, not just for the system, but I think for the public as well, to know where we are. So thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay. I'm not seeing any further questions, and so I'll thank you for the report. I appreciate it, and good to see it. Thank you. We have a public commenter on this item, so I will call down. And now that we've only got a few public commenters for each item, we'll go back to our 3 minutes. And we have for 6D, Brandon Barney. You still here, Brandon? There you go.
I appreciate the time. I don't want to bore you. I have one Thanksgiving to address this subject in general of the CalPERS investment committee as it came up in agenda for me. And so that's why I wanted to make these comments when I realized you were having this meeting. So again, I'm Brandon Barney. I'm commenting on this diversity point. I think that there's an emphasis on diversity in terms of who the people are from, but I think there could be a related emphasis on diversity in terms of how they are incentivized. I think I mentioned this earlier, but if everyone who comes to the door is 2 and 20, no matter what, I think that may not get the results that you're looking for. you may want to look to the Buffett partnerships, the Berkshire model. For example, I saw that in the report attached to this that the Asian American Association of Investment Professionals is one of the groups that brought this diversity measure, the original bill. Interestingly enough, the leading private equity fund in China that I'm invested in is Himalaya Capital. We selected them because if you go to their website, he says, hey, I went to a lecture at Columbia Business School. I saw Warren Buffett. I decided to do it the way that everyone does it because, I don't know why I forgot. Then later I met Charlie Munger. We copied exactly what they did and we're off into the races. We're the biggest private fund manager value investing in China. So I just wanted to point out that there are different types of diversity. There's diversity in incentives and compensation arrangements. And you could just go back through history and say, hey, why don't you guys, this new group of diverse managers, why don't you copy some of these diverse incentive structures that have achieved these extraordinary returns? So that was my comment. And I think that, if the investment committee signals its long-term wisdom by instructing staff to structurally reward diverse managers who commit to these highly aligned fee structures, thus ensuring CalPERS closes the sourcing gap and secures the lowest cost, highest alpha talent pool possible, it would be in the interest of all stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to our next item, item 6E, the Responsible Contractor Policy Annual Review.
Good afternoon. Tamara Sells, CalPERS staff member. It is my pleasure to present the Responsible Contractor Annual Report for the fiscal year 2024-25. I will provide a brief overview of the Responsible Contractor policy and its history. I will provide a summary of the compliance results. I will provide a snapshot of the total compliance and contracting over the past decade. And we'll talk a little bit about some enhancements that we are working on with respect to our competitive bidding process. And last, I will provide an update on our labor-focused market study. CalPERS continues to have a deep interest in the condition of workers that are employed on CalPERS-owned assets. The responsible contractor policy exists to ensure prudent and careful action while managing the responsible contractor program. It is also demonstrating our fiduciary principles to support and encourage fair wages and benefits for workers employed by our contractors and subcontractors for building, construction, and property-related services. The Responsible Contractor Program further contributes to competitive returns on our domestic real estate and infrastructure investments, where CalPERS holds a greater than 50% interest on contracts equal or greater to $100,000. The policy promotes hiring responsible contractors, maintaining a competitive bidding process, and creates a framework for responsible contracting based on local market conditions. The responsible contractor policy also seeks to secure the condition of workers without adverse effect on our investment returns, access to investment opportunities, or significant costs. And lastly, the responsible contractor policy provides an important risk management function to identify and mitigate labor risks across our domestic real estate and infrastructure portfolios. CalPERS has a well-established responsible contracting policy, which to the best of our knowledge was the first such policy amongst public pension plans. This past March, we completed our third official policy refresh following an 18-month-long extensive policy review and engagement process. The revised policy provides greater clarity on how we define a responsible contractor. It incorporates the CalPERS labor principles within the core requirements of the policy. It aims to enhance communication between managers, labor organizations, unions, and trade associations, as well as staff. It also, the revised policy also reinforces our expectation for healthy and safe working conditions while performing services with respect to RCP investments. And it also addresses potential gaps in reporting by our external managers. The newly enhanced and approved responsible contract policy went into effect July 1, 2025. We are happy to report 100% compliance by all of our responsible contracting managers for fiscal year 2024-25. All managers have certified that they, their contractors, and subcontractors have complied with the policy, and certified responsible contractors have also received over $746 million last fiscal year. Our RCP managers have reported that the policy had no adverse material impact on CalPERS real estate and infrastructure investment returns, and no formal complaints were filed during this period. For the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025, managers reported a total of $746 million paid to responsible contractors. The decline from last fiscal year in the total amount paid to responsible certifying contractors was attributed to a number of factors, including the completion of several non-recurring projects, as well as the realization of some assets. Over the last decade, certified responsible contractors have received over $8 billion in opportunities for building and construction services project on CalPERS-owned domestic real estate and infrastructure assets. The responsible contractor policy provides an avenue for communication and engagement between our external managers, their contractors, our labor union and trade association stakeholders, as well as CalPERS staff. CalPERS's oversight of the responsible contractor policy includes dedicated staff that work to assess the stakeholder inquiries regarding implementation of the responsible contractor policy, which projects are applicable to the responsible contractor policy, and mitigating human capital management and reputational risks, as well as facilitating engagements between labor union stakeholders and our managers. CalPERS investment staff communicate regularly with our labor stakeholders as well as our managers regarding implementation of the policy, and we work to address labor issues in a timely manner and in accordance with and consistent with the 5-step stakeholder engagement process. So we've been working on a number of enhancements to the responsible contractor program since the revised policy was rolled out. As highlighted in the SI annual program review, there's an RCP fact sheet, one-pager, which I believe was requested last year as well, that we'll be rolling out. We're also doing some technical policy cleanup, just some simple formatting and formatting consistencies that needed to be made based off of the cumulative changes from the revised policy. So these are just technical edits, which we are working with Makita on as well. And then also, as part of our ongoing efforts to promote fair and equal access to bidding opportunities, we are pleased to announce the upcoming launch of the new Responsible Contractor Bidding Opportunities website. Developed in collaboration with our investment teams and our IT teams, this platform was designed to strengthen communication and engagement between our external managers and stakeholders, including contractors, labor, union, and trade associations. This website will provide a centralized and streamlined hub for CalPERS managers to post bidding opportunities, and where stakeholders can stay informed of bidding opportunities for CalPERS real estate and infrastructure, construction, and building services projects. After the official launch, we will invite interested stakeholders to register for updates on current and future bidding opportunities. And to encourage the use of the new website, we will also offer a series of educational sessions for our stakeholders to guide them through the registration process and to help teach them how to navigate the platform. And the last update that I'd like to provide is on our labor-focused market study. At the June Investment Committee, staff sought the board's approval to competitively bid the market study scope of work. The board gave staff direction to review and address several areas before moving forward. Staff were asked to do additional work in establishing a subcommittee, expanding the scope of work to include reference of skilled labor, to revise the scope of work to include a focus on California, to add more specificity around project outreach for labor groups, and to seek collaboration and co-partnership opportunities with other peers or funds. Since then, CalPERS staff have been diligently working to incorporate the board's direction. The subcommittee formation is underway, and that will include representation across the enterprise, as well as 2 seats for board members. The scope of work has been updated and revised to include reference to defining and evaluating a skilled and trained workforce, as well as adding a focus on California. The scope of work was also revised and updated to add clarity around project outreach with union, labor, and trade association stakeholders at all levels. And lastly, we made outreach and engaged with 7 peer institutional investors to offer the partnership opportunity on this study, but we were not able to secure any interest there. So CalPERS staff are working on the RFP procurement and contract planning and preparation in partnership with OSSD. We anticipate the RFP to be released in March with an award sometime in September. But we do view this RFP as being priority with OSSD, so it will be expedited to the extent that we can. We will continue to keep the board informed of our progress. And overall, the responsible contractor policy has continued to serve us well. And that concludes the updates for the 2024-25 annual responsible contractor update. And I am happy to address any questions you might have.
Thank you for that very encouraging update. Yes, we have a number of questions, so starting with President Taylor.
Tamara, thank you so much. I very happy with your report on this. I think I had just one thing. The question I had basically was, you have a $746 million paid to certifying responsible contractors, all managers certified, that the contractors, the subcontractors complied with RCP policy to the best of the knowledge, right? And I remember, and I don't know if we did something with this, there are, or there have been identified people that have broken these rules and are just bad contractors and subcontractors, and they have continued to be used. And I thought we had something in the works to list those folks, or we did list those folks. Do you remember?
No, I'm sorry.
Me either. Maybe I was talking to one of the laborers or something. So how do we wait for somebody to tell us that, oh, hey, this person you have is a bad actor?
Thank you for the question. We do typically engage with our stakeholders very regularly where they provide us with lists of recommended qualified contractors. So I think we take the other approach where we're trying to prop up those that are responsible and get those lists to the RCP manager so that way they can be incorporated within their overall distributions for bidding opportunities going forward.
Okay. I don't know if that might be something we consider if they start coming to, you know, I think it was the unions coming to us saying that these people were really bad actors and they are still getting your contracts.
Okay.
So I don't know if we have a way to report that or not.
Okay, Director Pacheco.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, Tamara, for your comments. I really do appreciate what you have done. So I have several questions. My first one is on page 6 of 10. You mentioned on your communication and engagement process, the process is where staff continues to address labor issues as they occur in accordance with the RSCP policy. And, you know, some of these concerns fall outside the RSCP scope. And you mentioned the 5 steps of the engagement process. Now, since we started this in this implementation, and I think it's been a couple of years, right? We've had this process. Has there been any resolution on some of them? I mean, have they gone through the whole process? Has some of them have we got any case studies about it?
Can I ask, are you talking specifically to responsible contractor issues separately?
Yes.
So I could follow up with specific case study examples, but I will say that we've had a number of concerns that were raised regarding implementation of the policy. And as you've put it, it always starts with whether or not the assets are actually covered under RCP. from there, we determine how we can engage and how we can properly effectuate change in terms of how the best practices are implemented with respect to, so we will engage with other RCP managers, particularly those that are long-standing RCP managers, if there's an issue with respect to like best practices that come up. And then we will talk to them as to how they've implemented application of a responsible contracting issue over time. And we do try to partner some of those newer managers with the longer standing managers so we can have a better understanding of best practices and how it's applied through other RCP managers that have been doing it for a little longer.
I see then. Thank you very much for that question. And the next one is on the labor focus market study. So you mentioned that, the board gave direction in June on a variety of other areas, prevailing wages, and I believe the project labor agreements and so forth, and focus on in California. And now you're in the process of beginning the RFP process. And that'll come out, I guess, in March, right?
That is what we anticipate.
And then you'll be, at that point, you'll be selecting vendors at that point, or vendors will be coming in, or how's the process of that?
We are planning to have the RCP released in March with a potential award sometime by the summer.
By the summer?
Yes. So once we find the vendor that we'd like to select and award the contract, then we go into the contracting process and get the contract in place.
So would that be in September, as you were mentioning? Is that summertime or right at the?
You know what? For contracting. Yeah, it depends on when in the summer that the consultant is selected.
So I bring this up because I was the one that brought up the question back in June that I had mentioned that there was a bill that was going the process, AB 1439 by Assemblyman Garcia. It was going to be a 2-year bill, and it was my impression, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the study that the labor focused market study would be completed so before the bill expires, which is be 2 years from that date. And I'm just wondering if that is something that, are we trying to shoot for that, or is it going to be, where do you feel that it might, from what I can see now, it's going to take a while, another year for this whole thing to come together. And by then, I think the bill will expire. So I'm just trying to understand where we are, or is there any way we can accelerate this process?
Thank you so much for the question. I think we've been careful not to lock ourselves too much into the timeline because we have to work through the contracting queue with OSSD. So I don't want to overpromise on the dates. And I would need to go back and look at the exact dates of the bill just to understand how it aligns with our proposed timeline that we presented back in March before I can answer that.
Sure, absolutely. I know, and you can follow up.
Will do.
That would be wonderful.
Will do.
But I feel that it is really imperative that the market study is generated so that all stakeholders can make a very well-informed decision on a very important topic item. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Mr. Ruffino for Treasurer Ma.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And first of all, thank you for the update on this policy and for all the work. I know it's been a long ride, so to speak. I have a quick question about data transparency. You touched lightly, and I'm curious if there is a plan maybe to provide more details on the workforce data reported under the RCP to help us, to help the board sort of assess whether the policies are achieving its intended labor outcomes.
Thank you so much for the question. Last June, the board made it clear that they would like the findings of this market study to somewhat inform some of the work we're doing on RCP, as well as the CalPERS for California. So I do think that we will try to incorporate those findings to the extent that we can in some of that work as well going forward. We should also, with the rollout of the new responsible contracting bidding opportunities, we should be able to have some enhanced reporting from that as well going forward, with a little more detail around the number of bids posted by fiscal year and so forth.
Great, that's good to hear. And also, I also applaud you. I believe one of your slides, we have almost 100% compliance, which that's great. The only other thing that we need to sort of explore or figure out is now the enforcement part, and how can the RSP being enforced, across our private market partners. And I know that we are looking into that, or we're trying to figure out what the best approach. So, but anything that we can do in that arena, I think will be helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, Director Pauke.
Thank you. Great presentation. As you know, I'm a huge fan of making sure our website is easily accessible to our members. Going to that bidding opportunities website, is this already up and running? Is it still in the works? And have we improved on the user end accessibility from previous?
So thank you so much for the question. It is not live. It is not launched yet. We are nearing the end of it. We're doing final touches right now on this website. As you know, we do have a separate bidding opportunities website for CalPERS enterprise opportunities. So we are working to make sure that there's a clear distinction between responsible contractor bidding opportunities as well as those for the broader enterprise. This is not live yet. We're preparing, and we're hoping, if not by end of calendar year, beginning of the new year, that this will be live and ready to go. And we'll send out an announcement to the stakeholders as well that it's accessible and live with the link. And then offer those training opportunities that we talked about, those educational opportunities for stakeholders.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, very good news, very good progress. Appreciate the work for the whole team. And we do have a public commenter on item 6E. I'll call on Jeremy Smith if you'd come down, and you can see the time here, and you now have the floor.
Thank you for a minute to let me get my comments up here before you start the timer. I appreciate that. I put my glasses on nowadays.
No worries, no hurry.
Jeremy Smith here on behalf of the State Building and Construction Trades Council of California. We represent over 450,000 unionized construction workers, many of whom might want to or might already work on some responsible contractor CalPERS funded projects in California. Thank you, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Sells, staff, board, for all your hard work today and talking about how to responsibly invest our union brothers and sisters defined salary under your purview. We appreciate that. It is in the spirit of that responsibility that I'm here today to talk about the policy. The recently approved RCP, we feel, still falls short. It is based on bitter self-certification. I think Ms. Taylor, maybe Mr. Rufino, Mr. Pacheco leaned into this idea, not directly like I just did, but you're asking people who want to build things funded by CalPERS to tell you whether or not they are good contractors. There's no follow-up that I can see in the policy. So we're trusting the people that we're going to pay with union members' contributions to treat construction workers correctly on the job. I can tell you that I have a job. My boss, Chris Hannon, has a job as the president of the State Building Trades. All the people who work at Cal OSHA, all the people who work at the Division of Labor Standards Enforcement, all the people who work at DIR have jobs because employers in this state are not treating workers correctly, and that includes construction employers. The form in Appendix 1 asks the right questions. It asks bidders, do you provide access to health care? Do you provide access to retirement programs, opportunities for apprentices? Have you ever been debarred? Are you aware of pending complaints about your firm? Do you have any criminal wrongdoing? All great questions. However, as I mentioned, and it's worth repeating, at the end of the form, it asks the very people vying for a contract with CalPERS who just checked a series of simple yes or no boxes if they believe whether they themselves, 1, meet all the responsible contractor requirements, 2, meet none of them, or 3, meet certain of them. For us, this is woefully inadequate at best. It is why we're here today, again, asking for 3 things. A requirement on CalPERS funded projects in California to pay the California prevailing wage to construction workers. 2, to use California-based skilled and trained workers as defined at Public Contract Code Section 2600. And or 3, a requirement on CalPERS funded California projects to utilize a project labor agreement as defined at Public Contract Code Section 2500. I very easily could have missed an email or outreach from staff here. As I conclude, I'll say this about the different stakeholder processes that Ms. Sells spoke about. If I did miss something, I apologize. We at the Building Trades Council, at least me, do not recall outreach to weigh in not only on the new website, but on the stakeholder process moving forward into next year as the RFP for the study goes out. With those comments, I'll conclude. I thank you for your patience and giving me a few extra seconds. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, I think that does it for that item. Do we have any callers? No, no one on the phone. So that moves us to 6F. CalPERS divestments. Welcome back up to Wilshire.
Thank you and good afternoon, board members. Lauren Gellhaus, Wilshire Advisors. Each year, Wilshire completes divestment analysis, the details of which are included in today's report for agenda item 6F. To provide more context for that report, I will quickly walk through why we conduct this analysis, how we complete it, and briefly touch on the results. First, the why. Within policy, there are 2 divestment items addressed. First is that active divestments come back to the board for reaffirmation at least every 5 years. The last reaffirmation was completed in March of 2021. In speaking with staff, we understand that the steps for the next reaffirmation will begin next year in accordance with this 5-year cadence. The second divestment item addressed in policy is that in between those reaffirmations, an annual update is provided. This update is a forensic analysis of the financial impact of CalPERS active divestments, of which there are currently 4. The report for this agenda item summarizes the analysis for this annual divestment update. Next is the how. To begin the analysis, we collaborate with staff to receive data from CalPERS investment vendors. For each active divestment, we have the indexed without the divested securities removed and another with the divested securities removed. Said another way, there is data pre-divestment and post-divestment. We then do comparisons of a simulated portfolio. Next, we run that through a process to estimate the financial impact of the difference between the 2 return streams. This shows us how the portfolio would have performed either negatively or positively had the divestments not taken place. The accumulated impact through time are the numbers that you see in your report today. Quickly on the results, they show that since the last reaffirmation, which again was done in March of 2021, that 1 out of the 4 divestments had positive impact on the market value of the portfolio and the other had negative impacts. Further details about the analysis can be found within the divestment report. That concludes my prepared remarks. However, I'm happy to take any questions from the board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your review. The first question is from Director Pacheco.
Yes, thank you for the report, and thank you. You mentioned it every 5 years we do this report.
Yes.
So in terms of the opportunity cost, if we had had firearms in our portfolio, it would have increased slightly, correct?
Yes.
Is that my understanding of the process of how that works?
That is what the report shows. Yes, that is correct.
And the other ones would be decrease in the opportunity cost.
Over the last 17 quarters, the analysis is taking place over. Yes, that is correct.
And when we were doing the analysis, was it a very conservative analysis of how you modeled it and so forth? I'm just trying to understand the modeling process.
Within the process itself, we take the different return streams, and so it's very black and white in terms of either of just if it's divested or not, and then we compare those to see the impact over time.
Okay, very good then. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you for the question.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions from the board. We do have a public commenter on this. You're welcome to stay through that, or well, thank you for your review. And great. Okay, I will call up our public commenter, Eric Lawyer, to comment on item 6F. And do we have anyone on the phone for this item? Yes, okay, we do.
Good afternoon. I am Eric Lawyer, speaking on behalf of the California State Association of Counties, and specifically the 37 counties that are CalPERS members. Counties are the frontline service providers for the social safety net, delivering care and support to those most in need, for indigent care, for critical homeless services, foster care, public safety, and the breadth of services that our communities rely on. These are difficult times for county budgets. We're facing multi-year state budget deficits in the tens of billions and face unprecedented federal uncertainty. We don't yet know the full scale of the impacts from H.R. 1, but we know they will be massive through direct cuts to federal grants, new unfunded administrative requirements, and by creating a vacuum in critical services that must be filled by counties. Just last week, HUD announced a policy change expected to force hundreds of thousands of people onto the streets and cause counties to lose hundreds of millions in permanent supportive housing. Counties and other local government agencies are once again being asked to do more with less. I'm highlighting all of this to underscore just how critical it is to make investment decisions based on sound fiduciary principles. Every dollar that is lost through divestment decisions must be accounted for by public employees and by public agencies. That has direct impacts to the financial health of our employees and limits the resources counties and other local agencies can use to uphold the social safety net. At a time of severe fiscal uncertainty, we believe it is more critical than ever to reject future divestments and ensure that all investment decisions are rooted in sound fiduciary principles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next commenter on 6F is Dane Hutchings.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Dane Hutchings here on behalf of the California Association of Recreation and Park Districts. We represent 68 independent districts with more than 10,000 active employees, thousands of retirees, and millions of Californians who rely on the parks, open spaces, and community programs for everyday life. Our members' job is community well-being, and the most important job of this body is your fiduciary duty. Neither can succeed without a stable, high-performing pension system. Our members support efforts that maintain fiscal solvency and decrease local costs. Unfortunately, divestment does the opposite. We don't need to speculate. According to your own CalPERS consultant, CalPERS' existing divestments have already cost the fund $14.2 billion, or a 2.6% allocation of the PERF. Active divestments alone account for over $5.7 billion in losses, which will only compound over time. To put it plainly, if any local agency I represent absorbed that level of loss and justified it as values decisions investing, our constituents would immediately question whether we were meeting our obligations as responsible stewards. Simply put, public agencies, including CalPERS, cannot afford to treat financial performance as symbolic. And here's the uncomfortable truth. While it may feel good, divestment is a luxury political statement paid for by agencies and the employees who don't get a say. For small and mid-sized agencies like ours, these losses mean higher employment and employee contribution rates, reduced fiscal flexibility, fewer resources for parks, wildfire prevention, youth programming, and the community services that Californians rely on. The Wilshire report also makes clear that divestment is not symbolic. It is operationally expensive, requiring annual consultant oversight, ongoing financial analyses, and recurring 5-year affirmation cycle. All of it puts time and attention away from what matters most, maximizing returns and minimizing employer and employee costs. This isn't fiduciary prudent stewardship, it's distraction, and it's an expensive one. Simply put, the job of this board is not to send signals, political or otherwise, but rather to send pension checks to those who desperately rely on it. And you can't do that if you continue to handcuff your investment office with constraints that shrink the opportunity set. So on behalf of our members, we respectfully urge the board to reject any renewed efforts to expand divestment. Let's protect the fund and protect the pension promise. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that concludes item 6F. So we move to 6G, summary of committee direction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one item from committee direction that goes back to 6A, where no later than 2 years after the implementation of total portfolio approach, we'll come back with a formal governance review.
Great, sounds good. Okay, that brings us to 6H, public comment, and I've got a couple commenters here. In person, let's have Jim McRitchie come down. And then I believe we have a couple on the phone as well. Okay.
I had good morning here, but it's a little late for that. So,
wishful thinking.
Yeah. CalPERS currently has about $15 billion invested in Vanguard's ticker VOO, VOO. It's a great product for liquidity, but a poor vehicle for expressing CalPERS's proxy voting values. At last year's Tesla annual meeting, Vanguard and CalPERS basically voted in opposition. CalPERS backed management pay and director elections. CalPERS didn't, mostly. So when we invest with Vanguard, our votes are diluted, effectively speaking in Vanguard's voice, not ours. I think I did look at alternative investments, alternative funds. They're more expensive than Vanguard. But there are a few choices here. One is to hire someone like Tumalo or Iconic, and they will work with Vanguard to let you vote how you normally vote. And that costs a fraction of what it would cost to move your funds to another provider. But another thing is that that Vanguard runs an investor choice program, and it's got $1 trillion in assets now, but it will soon have $3 trillion in assets that are voted in a way that you get to choose. Now, if you own Vanguard normally, you would be able to have them vote by using Glass Lewis's, using that option. That would be much more closer to how you vote. However, I did talk to Drew Hambley, and he said maybe since you don't own directly through Vanguard, you might not qualify, but you should look into whether or not you can do that. Another thing, and I think this would be the most exciting option, would be to explore with Vanguard the idea of CalPERS becoming one of those choice options. Because the choice options that are available right now, the one that is chosen the most is
You are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Johnny Pena. I'm speaking on behalf of the League of California Cities. I just want to say thank you to the presenters on the presenter on item 6F, and apologies for not being there in person. Again, I'm with the League of California Cities, representing cities across California that rely on CalPERS to provide stable, secure retirement benefits to our employees. I'd like to provide comment on item 6F and reiterate our long-standing perspective on divestment. The League of California Cities supports CalPERS' priority to its members, as stated in the state constitution, Article 16, Section 17, quote, "A retirement body's duty is to its participants and their beneficiaries shall take precedent over any other type of duty." Cal Cities also has a long-standing policy stating that any divestment policy must be well vetted and must include the opportunity to identify alternative revenue sources consistent with the intended impact of divestment and, importantly, CalPERS' fiduciary responsibilities as previously outlined. We also do support CalPERS' use of proxy access and shareholder engagement to drive responsible long-term change within companies rather than divesting and losing influence entirely. Divestment could reduce diversification, limit returns, and of course, as previously stated by my colleagues at the other local government organizations that spoke today, increase costs for local agencies, ultimately affecting budgets and public services. By focusing on responsible investment strategy and long-term sustainability, CalPERS can fulfill its commitments to its members while promoting positive change from within, as previously stated. In summary, the League of California City urges CalPERS to maintain its focus on responsible long-term investment strategies that protect fund sustainability, retirees, and local government budgets. We support approaches that balance both short and long-term ability to meet financial commitments. And with that, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller. Oh, nope, that's it. Okay. That concludes that. And so at this point, we'll recess now into closed session for items 1 to 7 from the closed session agenda. We'll immediately reconvene in open session after the closed session.
Apologies to interrupt. The CalHR has a statement they need to read before we go into close.
Okay. Oh, I didn't notice. Sorry. Okay, here you go, Ms. Griffin.
Thank you. Because Director Erickson has potential conflict under Government Code Section 187100, I will be recusing from part of the closed session consistent with Government Code of Regulations, Title II, Section 18707. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've got that on the record. Okay. And so we'll recess into closed session. We'll reconvene in open session after closed session. And so off we go. We'll set the room up in about a 10-minute break or so. Okay. Okay, we're finished with closed session. We've reconvened in open session. And unless I hear a strong objection, we are adjourned. See, I used the hammer and everything for you.